You still chilling and there, J-Post? How are you doing, friend? Kandarian, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. Coming in, coming in. Just enjoying the.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Time for coffee and control.
Which sadly is not Shadow the Hedgehog's final form. But I've got the coffee. And the Vidya game is downloaded. So, I think we're ready. How are you doing? Sorry, Steph Jen, thank you for 29 months. I lack clever, funny ways to thank people, and we're going to be hitting the 30s. We're going to be hitting the 30s for Longship Day, which is going to break my tiny brain. So... oh, and J-Post just saw the game review for the Climb 2, which would have me nope yeet a VR headset across the room. I'm not bad with heights. I don't know. I guess going up into like the Space Needle and stuff like that made me a little bit nervous when they make you walk across the glass. Because my brain does the whole, yes, that probably has the structural integrity of tungsten. But it looks like the rickety ice that you once walked across as a child and then got soggy boots from when it gave way and your wellies went under. So... I'm one of those weird ones. I get the jump compulsion at heights. So the only thing the Climb 2 would do to me is cause me to jump into my bed and probably bust my shins. But, I mean, that's the great thing about VR, you know? There's something to scare the heck out of everyone. Katros, good morning, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. A Hyperal, what ho? Coming in, coming in. Grab yourself a cuppa. Numbers, wellity, wellity, wellity. How are you doing, friend? Oh, no! Well, Numbers, I hope today's not going to be too trippy for Sickness Brain, but I will do my very best to keep you company, friend. XD Johnny XP, what ho, friend? Coming in, coming in. Oh. So, how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Apart from Numbers, who we're going to be playing, Sick Day Friendos 2. I do apologise for starting late today. I do not know what was up with me. Just took, an extra, half an hour just to get going. Which is dumb, because I, once again, actually slept. Which might be proving the fact that I might just be an entity that runs on sleep deprivation and adrenaline. Which is not a healthy maneuver, but... Yes, the Floydos did release the full-length Sonic breakdown of animation, which was a lovely rewatch. I obviously had no idea it was coming and haven't been watching early cuts of it. And Utopia Heart, what ho and good morning. Coming in, coming in. Oh, Graphite, thank you kindly. Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, so, friends, you've got plenty of time to get started. Now, I've been informed by a couple of Longship friendos that if you haven't seen Control today, there's a ton of really clever foreshadowing in the beginning. Now, Numbers says, don't flaunt your friendly Aeolus. Look, I have very few sneaky pieces of cool information. And this is one of them, so let me have this. But yeah. And yeah, friend DA is tough. I usually do friend, then dash, and then DA is heavy, as if it N DA. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, so we're gonna be playing Control today. But today's not like a blind playthrough. Today's not like a don't tell me what happens, for I must experience them fresh, like a newborn baby. No. Today I do want to celebrate a lot of the things that Control does really well. So we're not going to be playing this for a challenge. We're not going to be playing this. If you feel there are any big hit moments that I should leap into blind, go for it. But I am going to be encouraging people to talk about the things about this that they've loved and the things that they've noticed. See, there's something about Control that people are still going back to. It wasn't just a very pretty AAA game, and it wasn't just a AAA game with a couple of clever hooks. Like, people keep coming back to it. I also noticed that no one comes back to it for the combat, so we're going to turn the combat down, we're going to focus on the main story, I'm going to be going through. I am going to be taking extra care to go through certain environments, because I really want to show anyone that hasn't seen it how Control does incredible stuff with, like, architecture and, you know, non-standard geometry. I always want to say Euclidean geometry, but I feel that might be like ludonarrative dissonance, but for architects, you know? It's the wanky buzzword of making houses a bit weird. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Martin, in a shocking turn of events, it turns out Loop Hero is very good. Who knew? And Martin, that wasn't it yourself. I've been chatting with... actually, you know what? Sam is an industry friendo, so let me... Sam put up a great write-up of Loop Hero on Ars Technica. So if you want a proper good convincing of why Loop Hero is worth your time, have a look at Sam's review, because it's a great write-up. But yeah, Loop Hero is banging. Ikoa, Watto, Ehrman, Watto, Vanderbeest, Watto! Heads of both House Order and House of Valkyrie in the house. Watto, friends. Bear with me just a second. Okie dokie Lokis. So, coming in, friends, coming in. Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Ikoa, I'm in a... I don't know what's up with me right now. I have no reason to be struggling to get going today. I actually slept for the second time in a row, which is an unheard of maneuver. And, yeah, the video game industry is nice and calm today, nothing stressful. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. But feck me, it took, like, getting going today was like pulling teeth. I might be the only person on the planet excited for Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2, which, if you haven't seen it, is What If Hitman but only Sniper. It is the sugariest of sugary sniping games. But I like it. It's open world. I sneak about, looking all sci-fi and cool, blap some baddies from a distance, and then pat myself on the back. Actually, Ikoa, it's something I've been thinking about a lot, and I don't know if it's something I really want to bring to like the games industry discourse as a whole, but there's been a lot. Oh, Hindle, good morning, Watto, friend. There's been a lot of discussion about burnout in the games industry, especially over like the last couple of years where everyone's been stuck indoors. Oh, and Captain Steph realised the same colour as the Rainworld Slugcats. Yeah! God. We need excuses to play more Rainworld. I'm really glad they made a complete finished experience and then we're done with it. And I understand that my want for more Rainworld content is a good feeling to have. Like, leave your audience wanting more, right? But at the same time, I want more. Like, I gave Moon so many jellies. But yeah, I've been reading a lot of discourse around burnout in the games industry and people pushing themselves. And a lot of it seems to be telling a young generation coming up, like, don't push yourself, don't burn out, like, lock in your hours each day. And the thing is, I agree with all of that from a, like, I agree with all of that in an intellectual level, right? I do not believe that people coming up into the games industry should burn themselves into a fine ash for the process of making games. And I don't believe that, you know, people should be destroying themselves for their art. But the thing is, I did. And you know what's messed up? I probably wouldn't have any of you lot if I didn't do that. Like, I was thinking about this a lot, and I'm kind of charting the path of, like, you know, Baby Will steps forth into the games industry all the way across to here, like a little 10-year journey full of trials and tribulations and loss and wins and gains and tears. And I realized that it's only because I've gone above and beyond that I get to spend time, that I have you lot as a group. And, like, I came to know Floydo because I was at a PAX during the tour for Rome 2. Like, I'd wanted to work with Extra Credits back in the day before they were a shit show. But I ended up hanging out with Floydo and Carrie and a bunch of the Loading Ready Run guys because after the last day of the first PAX I ever worked, we went to a charity beer tasting because I was like, you know what? I see some people I recognize. I'm going to go network. I wasn't paid by Sega to do that. I wasn't instructed, but I took initiative outside of my own remit to do that. And that ended up being something. Oh, Chrono, Watto, Nom Fighter, Watto. Oh, and Captain Steph. I'm by no means saying this little rant is anti-unions. I made a lot of friends by going outside of the things I should do and pushing myself further. And like, we had Rex in yesterday who used to watch an old YouTube series that I did for Total War called Rally Point. And the thing was, we started doing Rally Point out of hours. We made the case for that, like, in our own time, so as we could go to our bosses and be like, look, this is what we want to do every month. This is something that we can produce without additional resources, rather than going through the standard channels. We bypassed it, so we didn't get bogged down in internal politics. We didn't get, because in any creative space there are egos, there are people who feel they should be doing certain things when they aren't, regardless of their ability to do so. And we kind of sidestepped all of that by making these little videos and then presenting them to our boss. Well, okay, Craig would then become my boss technically, but me and Craig worked on them together, and then, yeah, anyway, you don't need to know internal stuff. Oh, Captain Steph still loves drinking the pub flower water. Alright, that was a different story. That was me trying to do a bit and then regretting it immediately. Oh, man. I keep trying to get Christian to join the Longship proper. I might bully him into it. I might see if I can get him to bring No Grey November into the Longship proper. It would mean, however, that we'd have a lot more pictures of Warhammer and Gundams. Oh, if you haven't seen it, I did a channel intro for YouTube ages back. Me and Christian, when we were working on just fun stuff on Fridays. And they had a Hendrix bottle on the table as a flower holder, because it was one of those, like, fancy, wanky gastropubs. I mean, it was a nice pub. They had Brewdog on tap, which, while expensive, is glorious. Oh, Lord Lost and Found. Watto! Anyway. Martin says, I'd love to have the money to have a grey plastic addiction. Oh, and Hindle reminding of the dance video. Yeah. Now, in fairness, by the time we were doing the Gangnam videos and stuff like that, we weren't... Well, I guess we were kind of working on Rally Point out of hours. Because there's only so many hours in a working day, right? And if you want something like an external asset to be good, sometimes you gotta do more. All right. So let me put this car into gear and bring it back around to the point. The point being, I owe my success to hard work and little to no regard for my own physical or emotional safety. Like, I burnt myself out a bunch of times throughout my career, and I wouldn't have you lot if I hadn't done that, you know? I mean, okay, maybe this is one of those, like, I'm going over the data trying to prove a conclusion. Like, maybe I would have found you lot regardless. Do you know what I mean? But you can see where I'm coming from. Akoa says there's little difference between taking opportunity and pushing yourself too far on a regular basis and normal. Okay, that's a very good point. Like, there are companies out there that are infamous for grinding their people into a fine powder. Like Rockstar, for example. If you get a job at Rockstar, any of the Rockstar studios, if you can survive 3 years there, you can work anywhere in the industry. But they will grind you into dust. That's just one of those kind of open secrets in the games industry. I'm trying to think who else is real bad, but I'm drawing a blank at the moment. Yeah, nothing else springs to mind, but you're right. That kind of push, that kind of grind is that at an institutionalized level is very, very bad. And again, Will is not advocating for crunch, not by any means. I don't know how to function like at a normal people circle level. So like, the mod team here has been helping me rework how I'm doing this and how I'm hanging out with you lot, right? So I have like a little list up here, everything I need to do in a day. And it's been great, because once that list is done, Will's done for the evening. I can play video games, I can drink. If we weren't on lockdown, I'd probably have achieved some kind of stability. But I'm getting to this point where it's like, now I have extra time. Now I want to do more stuff. So like last night I downloaded the Blackmagic DaVinci, their free editing software, which I'm going to try. Because I'm done with Vegas. I used Vegas for years, and the sheer lack of I can't even make silly little videos for you lot. The last time I did a video with it was the Gnomes video from Oak Hollow, and that was a glorious mess. Hindle. From what I heard from people who've worked at CD Projekt Red, they do burn, but CD Projekt Red's their main issue is more a culture fit, which I guess the burnout could be considered part of. Sorry, if you've not heard the term, culture fit is when a studio has a very, very strong identity, and whether or not you fit in with that studio identity denotes your success in that operation. Now, culture fits are usually a horrible thing. We've already talked about how one should consider having a diverse and broad range of opinions, skills, and people from different backgrounds to avoid basically homogenization. But with CD Projekt Red, yeah, I guess part of their culture is working after hours. So, sorry, here's me nattering on. Anyway, I don't have like a roundabout point on this one. I get told by a lot of people that to not to burn out, not to go ham, but I don't think I know how not to. You know, I don't think I know how to stop. I keep thinking of good old dual core. This one line that echoes in the back of my head like constantly, which is what I lack in talent I can make up for in work. And I feel that's what I have, you know? But that's directly in counter to what I'm telling people. I'm telling people, don't burn out. Like, you're a new community manager. Okay, here's what you need to know. Here are the pitfalls. Here's how the grind hits you. Yeah, and Vanderbeest, maybe that's it. Maybe I'm... Sorry, I read Vanderbeest's thing without reading it out loud. So what Vanderbeest was saying is that part of the issue with the grind is that you are directed to the grind when you don't have the time or energy to push yourself where your interests lie. If your job leaves you the time and energy to explore in your own time, you're still able to network and expand yourself. Yeah, that's a good point. And the thing was, now, did I do overtime while at the Creative Assembly? Yes. Was any of it unwarranted? Not that I'd think so. Like, while I was in QA, there were a few times where something happened and they were like, look, we need volunteers. We're going to have to test this build through the night. If we need volunteers. Or when we would occasionally have to do weekends, which was rare. And it was usually because of the knock-on effect of something. Something broke in the process and there was a scramble to get it fixed. And if we wanted to get it out at the time it needed to, it was asked, like, who can step up on this? And a bunch of people did. I did myself a couple times, which was real cool. And there was a nice kind of camaraderie. And then when I moved over into community management stuff, like, aside from post-launch support, like, we weren't asked to work beyond. I worked beyond. And I think it's one of the things I'm really grateful for Christian. So Captain Steph, the other person from those videos over on YouTube, is a dear friend of mine, and he got really good at grabbing me when I was working overtime on like a Friday night and just dragging me to the pub. We did a lot of those YouTube videos, basically with a lot of those YouTube videos that Christian, me, and Hazel did was basically like a will support. They worked out that they could make me stop working and drink and stop if we recorded it, if we made it a thing. They took my work ethic and weaponized it back onto me to make me look after myself. Anyway. Wolfrat Watto! Yeah, Eramon, it is a big thing to have a request and not a request. I have seen teams that have gone, right, you are all working Saturday, and everyone going, okay, because they're in such a professionally precarious situation that saying no, it wouldn't necessarily have led to an immediate firing, but it would have put them on shaky ground moving in. Oh, and Vanderbeest, nice to hear that the raging grey plastic addiction. You know what? I'll pitch it to Christian, see if he wants to bring No Grey November into the Longship, because I think it would, be entertaining to say the very least, and it would mean that people making lovely stuff in Creation Celebration wouldn't get too spammed by varying Gundams and work in process minis. Like, I won't be going back to the world of Warhammer, but I love seeing other people's designs in that. So Ikoa was adding that they recognized that bit in my disability. So Ikoa was saying that Ikoa gets periods of serious sensory overload after busy times. Could prevent it by living a safe, simple life, but that's not what I want. Instead, I try to find an environment where I can do the fun and intense opportunities, but can take time to recover afterwards. Yeah. And I guess maybe that's the other thing, is at least having the Discord, the discussions about burnout, the discussions about not pushing yourself too hard. If we can have those talks, then at least we can recognize the signs. Like, I mean, back when I was in the industry, we talked a lot about crunch, but that was because of the infamous EA Widow. The EA Widows thing wasn't infamous, but EA's treatment of their staff was. Basically, a series of anonymous blog posts went out way back in the day, charting how EA were just crunching their people to death. You know, people weren't seeing their families for weeks at a time, and there were some instances of people developing serious health problems and worse. you know? I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it, but I'm looking at it. No, you know what? Massive horse stick. An implement for measuring the height of a horse. It's like an extra large ruler. I have a feeling it's going to be a troll account, but I hope it's not. I hope it's not. For those of you who just joined us, I'm just kind of talking about games industry burnout and its effect on people overall. Night Valen says, it amazes me that Naughty Dog put their main animator in hospital over crunch. Well, it amazed me Naughty Dog's avoidance of addressing those stories. Like, okay. It is no secret that The Last of Us Part... Is it called The Last of Us 2 or The Last of Us Part 2? I forget. I still have yet to play through it. But it is interesting that it is regarded so highly, especially from how complex the animations team brought through. And yet, despite the awards poured on them and the praise and the accolades, like, the Naughty Dog's still not addressing how brutally they crunched their team to bring it together. The horse stick was saying that game designers can make better money in other industries. They could. It's not uncommon to see at least individuals at a AAA game design level moving over into other industries, because that kind of design is more applicable as opposed to like generalistic game design. Honestly, these days, outside of teams that are like 20 plus, game design as a standalone discipline is much rarer, and I'm kind of okay with that. I'm done with the idea of the game designer being the be-all and end-all rock star. I've now seen so many different styles of production and so many different styles of developing a video game that I think the day of the genius designer is past, you know what I mean? Oh, well, Lord Loss, lurk away, friend, lurk away. I was just nattering about Burnout. Just something that's been rattling around in my head. There hasn't been too much game news today, so I guess this was a perfect day for me to muse on a topic. Also, to those of you who just joined us, and to Horstick, who's joining in with the conversation, which is lovely. I apologise for assuming you were going to be a troll account. We're going to be playing Control in a little bit. No. Just no. God. It's going to be one of those mornings. Okay. We're going to be playing Control in a little bit. And this is going to be a weapons-free on spoilers deconstruction, especially of a lot of the architecture and environmental setups. Followed here for the game news. Yes. I'll be honest with you, your username leaves me very suspect. But if you want to join in for the conversation, you are more than welcome. Perhaps if you have a different account, that might be ideal. So Wolfred was adding they have a tendency to overwork themselves without being asked by anyone. Because they do the best work under high pressure and enjoy it a lot. But at the same time have to learn to recognize the signs of burnout because it's a genuine risk. Yeah, I keep thinking of, Stress by, Jim's Big Decision. As that's very much how I used to operate, like masses of coffee, masses of adrenaline, self-imposed pressure, and I got shit done. But I wasn't aware of what the signs of genuine burnout was until I'm like just curled up in a ball, just crying for fucking no reason at like 4 p.m. on a Saturday. Because it turns out, right, you can only push yourself so much. Jumping back. Lord Lost, don't encourage. Lord Lost, that's very kind of you to say. And Leather was doing the C++ better than Python. Well, what's interesting now is that you don't need to know C++ to get into game development. Like, and I know that seems like a very contrite thing to say, but there was a time where every person's first step into game construction was a how to program C++ book. Like, that's where you begun. And J-Post, thank you for gifting a sub to Night Valen. Both of you cheeky mother hubbards. But Leather, it's not a bad thing. It's not a... Lord Lost, you absolute terror. Now, the horse stick is the Jarl of the day. Are you proud of yourself? But yeah, to Leather, I like the fact that we've reached the point where we don't have to have an understanding of games at an engine level to create. And Spooky Anonymous Cheerer, thank you for 100 bits. I like the fact that we're breaking down the barriers to creation in the video game space because we don't ask every individual to start by making their own engine. You know what I mean? And, abstraction is good. I will admit that having a programming background does allow a creative to drop down and possibly make changes to a store-bought engine at a level that allows you to do some funky, fresh things. Like, we talk a lot about how, not to pick on the most gauche of examples, but Undertale was made in a very simplistic engine, but Undertale also does some very clever stuff under the hood using that setup. Same with one of my personal favorites, One Shot. One Shot is a very clever game, and by starting with a simple engine, it's easier to get into the guts of it and make it do interesting stuff. But if your goal is to create something that emotionally resonates with people or that conveys a certain story or a certain experience, the fact that you can just download Unreal Engine 4 right now and get started, and you can have some really satisfying shooty gun bang going just like that. I love that we're at that place. Friends, if you want to do something like Paratropic or, you know, a chunky 3D low poly aesthetic title, you could get started today and have a working white box up by the end of this show. I love that. I really love that. And yeah, okay, you'd be downloading a lot of like the free asset packs and a lot of the standard out-of-the-box setups, but you'd be able to create something in that time frame, and I think that's really cool. So yeah, aside from those, I don't have any games industry news to throw on, unless something bombastic happened in the last 5 minutes, but I don't think so. The ESA has committed $1 million to support the Black Girls Code Fund, which is a multi-year venture helping people of color and women in the games industry get into the coding side of, which is feckin' cool. And while the ESA still exists in some capacity, nice to see them using their power. Idiots can do things for good. Sorry, I know I'm mean to the ESA more than I should be, but I'm allowed to. Yeah, Vanderbeest, your Yaldum has been superseded thanks to Lord Loss, who is indeed proud of themselves. Yeah, I do, and the ESA deserves it. Sorry, Cat Mistef was saying that their significant other has a love of horses, and it just made me thinking, what are the great games with horses in? And I'm going to veto Pony Island just off the bat. Like, for as much heck as we gave it, and for as much as Rockstar ground their development team into dust over tiny features, like Red Dead Redemption 2 did a great job with horses. Mountain Blade's a good one. Martin, several Zelda games. Yeah, you know what? I definitely developed an attachment to the varying horses from Breath of the Wild. I'm still annoyed that that coward stable owner wouldn't let me park my god in his little stable. I'm like, feckin' whatever. Like, stand up for yourself. Ah, Phoenix Storm, you quote the old rules. I should probably say my moniker was a drunken joke about being ginger, and I started doing this whole streaming malarkey in the space of about a day. So my moniker came with me. So Wolfrad says they've been thinking lately that maybe try and start some game dev experiments from scratch. Never did much besides some minor Unreal Engine modding back in 2004. Do you have any? Do you have a programming background? So very much want the more. So very much in what? Okay, not sure what you mean, Wolfrad. But are you saying that you want to do things that are more programming tech heavy rather than art heavy? Because I mean, I'd actually say Unity would be better for that. Phoenix Storm adding, don't worry, I'm not a real Phoenix. So Phoenix Storm, we've been chatting about game dev burnout. We've been chatting about varying engines. We've had a couple of individuals come in with, I guess, what were intended to be troll accounts, and now we're having a really good conversation about development, which is lovely. Well, yeah, so, Leather, there's a bunch of pre-made assets that you can get for the Unity store for free. There's a really good, like, blocky, cartoonish set of characters you can get for no money, which is really good for just, like, white box, conceptualizing your idea. There's this great game I'm following at the moment, where you are a person in an open office on a wheelie chair with a shotgun. And I've been watching the development of it, and it's killing me. I can't remember the name of it right now. But I've been watching how they went from naught all the way through to like a full title. And the white box test they set up was feckin' rad. Sorry, excuse me. Oh, yes! Numbers, that's a great example. Shadow of the Colossus has great horse implementation. Ardoon says, I don't really want to add Stardew Valley to the various farming lists. The horse could just as easily be a buggy that gives 50% movement. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is like, the horse in Stardew Valley it's nice from like a Harvest Moon standpoint. You have them there, you feed them, you know, make them a little stable. But there isn't much to them beyond that, you know? Phoenix was just adding they studied game development in both high school and college. Haven't done much since, mostly because can't do art at all. And don't want to make a game with just cubes. Well, I mentioned earlier Paratropic, which is a big, chunky, super art house styly. I don't want to call it a horror title because that feels very redactive. No, not redactive. That's when you block something out. Reductive. But it is possible to do stuff with just shaders and overlays to compensate for lack of art. We played a lovely game yesterday called Trackless, where it went for this like super rough cel-shaded art style of like, we're talking like scribbles on a canvas with like some art. It did have high quality character assets, but what you could consider is getting the white box of everything together, billboarding up any characters you plan on having, and then commissioning an artist to get them done.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
And
nominal.
compliment Cap, thank you for 29 months. From not
Greetings.
just me,
I
but
was
also
excited to see SCP, the single-player game on Heroes, in pretty far in myself.
Perun.
Also hope everyone's doing well and reading up on some containment procedures.
Got my Perun shirt on.
With Perun shirt, with Perun.
I just put it right there.
So for those of you who joined us for the first time today, this is Perun. He is our eldest and chunkiest guinea pig. We have 8 in the house. And this is River down here. You're getting to meet the whole family today. Akko's like, hey Perun, everybody's lovely to see you. And I'll get to your points in just a second, friendos. We're chatting about game dev and burnout and making video games.
Yeah. Somebody's being
You've been a little- You could hold him in the crux of your arm and he's like a little Jabba the Hutt. Oh, so numbers, we haven't rehomed the 2 foster nuggets we have at the moment. Well, okay, it's not up to us to rehome them.
No.
We're just looking after them.
We look after them until they have a home for them.
Yeah, but they will be getting a rehome.
Yes.
So firstly, Compliment Cap, thank you for 29 months. And yeah, we're going to be doing the SCP Simulator. Well, actually, no, SCP Simulator is Lobotomy Corporation. This is Control. And we're going to be free talking about spoilers and what have you. Like, I really want to break down how this game uses the architecture of it to show off some really, really interesting ideas. And I want to hear your thoughts and feels on it, friends. So, and we can also keep talking about game development stuff while we're doing it. He's so lovely.
No hex. Perun knows
Little big
Perun
man.
does know how to relax.
If technical issues weren't miring it at the moment, Perun is actually the mind behind Guinea Pig Nation, which was our other stream. Well, our other stream. Do my nails again. I haven't done them in ages.
Oh. Dunny
I love this nugget.
being so cute.
Numbers is asking, is this a game where spoilers are a big deal? It's got, at least from what I've understood, it's got a decent story. I think the story is nothing necessarily special, but they do a good job of foreshadowing and unfurling a bunch of concepts. And Numbers and Compliment Cap, like, if we have more people that would prefer us go through this blind, then hey, we absolutely can, and we can ask people to keep like the discussion to per section, you know? So one thing I will say is this game can be a wonderful little challenge to play because it's got like the 3 degrees of movement combat systems later on with flying and yoting stuff. I'm going to be turning the difficulty right down because what I want to show you is the world, the environment, and the story. The combat and the side missions, take them or leave them, but we're going to be face rolling it for the sake of deconstruction.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Systems online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh boy, time to brush up my Yomian psychology.
Feck yeah, it is. Oh, Ben, thank you kindly for 29 months, you legend. How are you doing, friend? So yeah, Compliment Cap, C222, thank you both sincerely. We were just chatting about video gaming stuff. Phoenix was saying that they've wanted to get in some game stuff, but don't want to do an art style with just cubes. And I think, like, popping some stuff together with, like, out-the-box Unity assets is a great way to get started. Because what you could do is get a bunch of stuff on the Unity asset store, put your game together, and then start talking to people who could create you assets that could swap out those models. You know, once you've got that gameplay suite, and that's what most dev teams do. At least the ones that have time to do good, like, iterative research and development. And yeah, as Martin says, Thomas Was Alone was all cubes. And that's entirely fine. Marwell says, or you can pull me in to do it all via C++ and DOS text. Look, Marwell, you want to make a whole game like literally inside DOS? You do you. I have a great admiration for people who create titles from the ground up, but I also consider them to be
Reactor
masochists.
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yo! And Tuscar Red Tiger, or as I've called you multiple times, Red Scar Tiger, thank you for 13 months. Unlucky for some. No, that's just gauche. Thank you, sincerely. Miles says they did that as part of their course. Makeshift Pokemon knockoffs that were multiplayer. Yeah. I mean, I guess a task like that is good, especially for showing young'uns how brutally difficult it is to make a multiplayer game. Ardoon was pointing out The Void Rains Upon Her Heart, which is Varbles, who is a Longship frequenter, is a beautiful 2D shmup that uses paper doll animation. So yeah, like, with stuff like that, you'd be able to just get some static 2D images from an artist and then use paper doll animation, which is more... okay, there's an art and a craft to it, certainly, but it's more... If you have a good grasp of programming, you'd be able to make it do the thing. So Phoenix was adding, we all made a game from the ground up in Unreal Engine. Was nominated for a Swedish Game Award as well. Way cool. I mean, then you don't need me telling you, like, engine nonsense. Apologies if anything I said was patronizing. And so, as I'm sure you know, like, with the Unreal Engine, getting white box up and running, getting a white box model up and running is pretty cool. And oh god, I've even forgotten the name of kind of like the visual scripting language inside Unreal 4. No, it's dropped out of my head. Most teams usually say that getting a game up and playable in Unreal is very quick. Blueprint, thank you C222. Blueprint makes it dead easy. It's the last bit, it's polishing a title and getting it ready for launch. That's the slog. So like, it's almost like if you look at game development like a big old block. With Unity, the middle block's the hard part. So like, starting is easy, getting the content in is the slog, and then polishing surprisingly quick. But with Unreal, it's like, the beginning is fast, the middle bit is fast, the end is a feckin' slog. That's what I've heard from, and this is small teams, so like 2 up to about 10 people size teams. And good morning, Kika, how are you doing? Cheers to you. Oh, and Kika, just as a quick aside, thank you for putting up with me last night. When you said, how's it going? And I just went, I felt a little bit guilty about that, so I hope you're doing well. Hey! Alright, J-Post is determined to rock the house car leaderboards. Cheers to you, friend. Thank you for gifting us up to Kika. Kika, you have been hunted by house car. Oh, and that makes you Jarl of the Day. She's over this way. And Phoenix Storm, mourning is a state of mind.
3 things that I particularly hate. Really? Kids. Animals. And women.
Again, I can't be here talking like I have been developing a ton of indie projects in my spare time. The last engine that I faffed around with was the Game Boy Creator, which is a feckin' it's a feckin' great engine, but it's almost entirely drop and drag. But it does export ROMs that work on the Game Boy architecture. So in theory, if you built it within the constraints of a cartridge, you could flash a cartridge and play it in an old school GBA. Old school GB. Well, technically GBA. Kika, standing atop a throne, says, "Fear my Norwegian heritage. First order of Jarl is, gotta be nice to each other." Oh. Okay, whoever that lovely Mother Hubbard was, thank you for picking up the month-to-month premium plan on the Humble Store. Sincerely, thank you kindly. I know it's a pain in the ass to use, like partner links and whatnot, and I do appreciate it. Diner. Watto. So, Marwal, is that a quote for later on? And yes, Compliment Cap, you can absolutely invoke the heritage powers. However, the Yaldum currently belongs to Kika. Oh yeah, so that's another good point. If you'll forgive me for being a monstrous shill for a second, the thing that Numbers picked up is what is it? It's the March. What is it? Where's Humble Choice? I forget how I send you all a link for this. But basically, it's the Humble Bundles games in March. And it's got Control and Chimera Squad in, so it's worth it for, what was it, like $13 for those? Kingdom 2 Crowns, Pester Quest, if you are a Homestuckian. I managed to get out, and those games threatened to drag me back in repeatedly. The Real Deathium. What, oh friend? Coming in. We are nattering about game development engines. We're going to be playing Control today, and really getting into the guts of it. Yeah, oh, Kiko, that Hive Swap's feckin' rad. There's also, there's another Homestuck game that hidden in Steam that I only found recently, which I guess the Homestuck community already knew about, and I'm worried because I can feel the tendrils threatening to drag me back in. Ah, interesting. So, sorry, Marwal was saying that was a quote about Monster Hunter World. Well, I actually... Yeah, Kika, it's Friend... Is it Friend Sim? I think it is, the Homestuck game. No, wait, so Hive Swap Friend Sim is one. Oh, feck, I've got it on my wish list, only found it recently. But yeah, so Marwal, I've seen the discussion around, you know, comparing Monster Hunter Worlds to kind of the Manifest Destiny, and I do disagree with it, only because one of the things that Monster Hunter does thematically is constantly remind humans in this world that they are not the big be-all and end-all. Multiple times throughout Monster Hunter's kind of like narrative, places have been wrecked and you are revisiting, and that while on Monster Hunter World, like, you end that game on kind of a high note where you're battling big dragons. If we go by other titles, it's like as the hunt moves from place to place, the wilds push back. I mean, if you want to get super nerdy into the lore of it, which I always do, at least according to the manga, there's a main city in the center of Monster Hunter's world. So there's actually kind of like an area of, I don't want to say civilization, but there's like an industrial area at the heart of the world that sends out these expeditions, which very frequently get crushed. So to the Real Deathium, what were you playing? Hello. Sorry, I'm being a little bit wavy-davy as a host today, but I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Numbers, it does have that same beat starting it. Alright, I'm trying to find this title, Kika, because I know I bookmarked it. Now, did I find it before or after I found... Oh, did I find it before or after my last spree? Oh, so Fonto, so the plan today is we're going to be playing Control. I am going to be going to absolute town around the oldest house. We're going to be looking at how this game uses environment, geometry, and like architecture as a huge part of how it sets the scene. Like, one of the things that I wanted to go into is especially how when you're in the oldest house, it is simultaneously like every office you've ever worked in, and yet simultaneously it is weird and threatening. They use this like style of brutalism for the office that feels familiar and also doesn't like you. Does that make a weird sense? So that's what we're going to be doing today. We are... Well, okay, we've had a couple of requests not to go ham on spoilers. So we'll let's try and somehow find a nice middle part between like talking openly about the game and what it is, what it does, and not going too hard into narrative spoilers. Like, no one's gonna get yoked from chat by screaming, "The butler did it!" And I'm not gonna be offended or any like preludes or otherwise. Marvel says it's hard because Control does a lot of foreshadowing. Okay. Well, you see, yeah, Bacon Avenger, the oldest house does have that feel like the Washington State Convention Center, which, by the way, has the weirdest layout. Loads of people get lost in packs because the Washington Convention Center does not follow logic in its architecture and design. And if you've ever seen it without all the stuff in it, if you've ever seen like just the bare halls.
The butler did it.
Ah, Graphite Sparrow! Throwing those spoilers in. What do you mean the butler did it? Ah, grumble, 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 grumble. And Kika, I gotta put my hand up. I can't find whatever this other title was. I was sure I put it on my wish list. And I was sure I'd done it after I found like Neon White, Buddy Simulator, and a bunch of others that I've got for the future. I was sure I found it after Cruelty Squad, but well, okay. So Marwell, I think it's possible to have those discussions. Prey 2016 does a couple of big reveals. But talking about the moment to moment, like how the psychological test, in Prey is mirrored later on, and one of the only ways to unlock a little secret stash of goodies is to answer like a psychopath. Like, things like that we can absolutely discuss, but you could get through a run-through of Prey 2016 without talking about the big reveal. It's hinted at, it's shadowed, but it doesn't quite go there until the very end. Do you know what I mean? Common Cap says, I'm at least interested in avoiding Act 3 spoilers, as that's where I suspect I'm at. Okay. I mean, Common Cap, I doubt we'll get through the whole game today. Or maybe we will. I mean, I've been told the game's like, what, 20 hours average? And we're going to be avoiding side stories, side quests, and we're going to be turning the difficulty down to the equivalent of punching babies. Which is fine, because our goal here is the environment, the story, the architecture of it all. And River agrees. River agrees. Actually, so Seedripper 2, I didn't see Jacob Geller's one about the haunted house. About haunted houses and Control. I was waiting to watch that one. I did watch a couple of other deconstructions on how Control as a game uses architecture and that kind of style. Yeah. Oh, let me get my... Do you hear the nuggets cry? It's the crying of the nugs. Our guinea pigs sing as if they've never been fed. Their ability to sound like they are unloved, abused, despite the fact that they are the most doted upon creatures I have ever met. Yeah, Night Valen. I pushed the man onto the tracks. I loved the fact that with that particular psychological test in Prey, that most people tend to be kind in video games unless prompted otherwise, which is I think it's a lovely testament to the nature of people that play video games, that unless there is a visible reward or hilarity, we tend to be compassionate, which is fucking cool. So the idea is that by taking that psychology of gaming and hiding a stash of goodies behind a whole behind being a bit of a psychopath on a psychological quiz, I think is brilliant. Actually, you have to be a lot of a psychopath to unlock the goodies. So C222, thank you for sending that through. I'll give that a watch this evening. But we've got a whole slew of games to get through today. So Marwell, so they, you're right. That is the point of the psychological test at first, and then later on, if you take the psychological test in one of the study rooms, it unlocks like a hidden panel if you answer like a psychopath. I thought it was a very clever little quirk on. Now, personally, I'm still grumpy that they called it Prey, and I think that the lack of faith that Bethesda had in Arcane for that title upsets me. Like, there was nothing about that needed to be tied back to Prey 1. There was no through point, and that game was so strong. It could have easily been a new IP in its own. So I'm still grumpy about that. Probably gonna be grumpy about that for another 10 years, but... oh, sorry, and C222 was saying on the video, the whole gist of showcasing stories where the haunted house isn't a place occupied by a spirit, where the house itself hates you. Yes! That is something that I'm looking forward to showing people as we play through today. Slowburn says, for all the political talk of video games promoting violence, I'm really uncomfortable when I feel like I'm going to upset an NPC, right? When I feel like I have been pushed by the choices I'm given in the narrative to upset an NPC, I get grumpy. You know? Oh, so Marwell, are you mentioning the story? Is it House of Dead Leaves? Oh, I've got a copy of it somewhere. I think it's still in the cupboard. Because I'm obsessed with that. I'm obsessed with L, or the Ship of Theseus. I love non-standard narratives in literature. It's my weird little, like, I'm real sorry, but you just activated my trap card of conversation type thing. Yeah, that is House of Dead Leaves, which I wholeheartedly recommend. Oh, good toast. Oh, thank you. I probably should have remembered to eat. Would you mind closing the door? It's very cold.
I'll get you some water too.
Oh, feckin' yo. I'm getting spoiled today. Basic human needs. Feckin' we! Which I often forget to get myself. That wasn't sarcastic. Oh, Slowburn says, hey, Fee. And Slowburn, did I say hi when you came in? I hope I did. But yeah, House of Dead Leaves and Ship of Theseus are a couple of novels that do not tell the story in the standard method. House of Leaves is a guy writing a book about a house that the book itself talks about him writing about that. Yeah. And it does some crazy good stuff with how it structures the dialogue. I don't want to spoil too much because it's very special. It's basically like House of Dead Leaves, The Shark Diaries, and L, Ship of Theseus. Now, Ship of Theseus, if you get that, you do need to buy the full set online because it's not just a book. Okay, this is one of my favorite ones. So it's a fake classic, you know, like Moby Dick or something like that, called The Ship of Theseus. But the story is told in the margins between two people taking this book out of the library, and they leave each other like feckin' clues and like napkins with maps drawn on and messages and deeds. It's fecking amazing. And it's so good in terms of inspiring video game creation, because it takes a medium which is so linear. And that's not a bad thing. Like, literature is a linear medium, and it can only really tell you a story in so many ways. So people that find an idea to break out of that, it's feckin' great. Slow burn. Actually, our good friend Bart Nender has been doing that with a Vampire the Masquerade, like multiple choice RPG novel in the evening, which has been very, very good. Reading standard literature is unfortunately like a copyright pain in the bum. So unless it's already like old enough to be public domain, I could stand to do some more book reading, because it's a real good thing to help with dyslexia, like reading books aloud. But I don't get the chance to do it very often. So yeah, sorry. All right. You get me talking about non-standard literature, we will be here for days. If you, I think both of those books you can get just on any Amazon alternative. So House of... Is it just House of Leaves? Why do I keep calling it House of Dead Leaves? Oh, because that's the Animu. Sorry, it is House of Leaves. Okie dokie. Yeah, Dead Leaves is the Trigger Show. Although I'd be fine, like, blending those two together. Yeah, Necroscope, Mogworld, great books. Neither of which I would be able to read out loud, on Twitch. I think it's like you can read like 30 seconds of an extract for review or conversational purposes. And I understand how important the Romance in the Three Kingdoms saga is for literature and history and the general culture of nerdery. But God, it's a slog to read. I've really tried. Oh, and Scar Red Tiger pointing out House of Five Leaves is another anime. Yes. I will say though, I did enjoy Mogworld, and what was it? Someone described Mogworld as what if Sword Art Online, but the protagonist wasn't a complete wanker, and that stayed with me. Ah. Also, Beadora called Valheim an isekai, and I'm still hurting from that. Right. So, we can keep talking about all of these topics. We can keep talking about non-standard literature. We can keep talking about game development. I'm going to get Control started now, because there's going to be a lot of elements at the beginning of this which I've told we should pay a quick attention to. Yeah. And Katros, it does turn out that Yahtzee is a good writer. And not every individual who has a following is a good writer. Oh, Harmonious. This is the mug that Caffeine got for us. It's a whiteboard mug, and Fiona wrote head numpty on it and brought me coffee today, because for some reason it took me ages to get going this morning. Like, now I'm all like, yeah, having a good time. But like 11:45, I'm just sitting here being like, Okay, so let's get the game started. We'll get through the early cutscenes and elements, and we'll go from there. But yeah, so at the request of like Numbers and a couple people, let's keep big narrative reveal spoilers to a minimum. But I don't mind pointing out things like, oh, Will, if you go back into that room, there's some additional details, or his thoughts and feels on the different environments. Martin is being consumed slowly by Loop Hero, which, friends, if you want a game that is going to eat your time, Asari, have a lovely rest of your evening. And Slowburn's asking if I'm auditioning for the Shaun of the Dead remake. How's that for a slice of fried gold? It's much rarer that people accuse me of looking like Simon Pegg, and I'm okay with that. When we did Rally Point videos back in the day, the first comments would always be, who's this? Who are these Simon Pegg and Will Wheaton looking Mother Hubbards? Oh, just the Cyber Demon Shoot It Until It Dies pitch from Magazine is fake. Huh. Well, actually, I don't know if Phoenix is still chilling with us, but so Phoenix was saying about how they're not an artist. So here's a fun little fact, that the later creatures from OG Doom and obviously Doom 2 aren't drawn, they are stop motion. They were physical models they took photos of and did stop motion sprites for them. That's why the ones look. Alright, and if Streamlabs would play nice with Control, that'd be great. There we go. Oh, shite, I forgot to tweet. I'm feckin'. Tick that off your bingo cards, friends. Also, I'd be remiss if informing you, friends, that was a warning screen for strobe lights and potential epilepsy warnings. This game uses a very, very stark art style. So... okay. This game uses a very, very stark art style. So if you do find yourself getting headaches, or if you find the light flashing is a bit too much for you, make sure, like, tap out, look away from screen. I will take no offense if you have to tap out, friends. Okay. Streamlabs play nice. Will, you know better to ask the impossible. Alright, Graphite, you got me there. But yeah, so I always think that's something that's worth mentioning, is that yes, while the soldiers and marines from Doom were like standard drawn sprites, the big chunky monsters were actual physical models they just took photos of at the different angles. What a wonderful way to get around like hand animation of stuff. I mean, feck, it's how Mortal Kombat managed to produce a game so quickly that, you know, managed to match the artistic styles of Capcom back in the day when they ruled. Them and SNK were basically in like an arms race as to who could create more beautiful looking fighting game characters. And Harmonious would like everyone to know there are a few places with really flashing lights. So again, if you do have any like photosensitivity issues or anything like that, please be aware. Well, they said Marwol, the 2D fighting game setup is a whole nother kettle of monkeys. the saturation created by Capcom's very aggressive expansion and their competition with SNK without looking at the international market is a fascinating setup. And yeah, Tekken, the Calibur series, like, fucking hell. Sorry, the Soul series, like, the shift to 3D stopped fighting games from dying, which is fascinating. Oh, and Slow Burn, I was recommending Loop Hero. Wait, wasn't that the Ubisoft, like, asymmetrical Diablo game? No, that was the Quest for Epic Loot. Lovely concept. Terrible business model. Sorry, I should have done tweets and stuff before we started. I know. Hey, Cryostix, how are you doing, friend? Via says, ooh, a true cyberpunky game.
I'ma be lurking for a while, so accept these bribe bits.
Well, Katros, thank you for 300 bribe bits. What are you bribing me for? I'm okay with miscellaneous bribes, but I feel I should have some direction. Graphite was just saying, lovely concept, terrible business model, is a phrase I feel can be played to a lot of games. It feels like the polite high tea way of saying they're a bit shady. Lovely, lovely folks, terrible business model. Now, Orcs Must Die Unchained, that was the Stadia exclusive one, right? God. Sorry, friends, I'm going to be a little bit inside baseball for a second here. One of the things about Stadia that everyone was talking about very quietly was that no one really expected it to... Hey! Teeny tiny Kestrel! What, oh friend? Come on in, come on in. Yeah, it's not the size that matters of the raid, it's the impact. How are you doing? Dea says, you mean Blazeball? I do. Oh, I don't know if you all kept up with the Blazeball news. So the ticker is sentient, and the crabs are back. Also, Jaden Hotdog Fingers is around, for some reason. Hey, Ship, that is a terrible joke. And I'm going to need you to formally apologize. How are you doing, friends? Kisa, I should have known you'd be pro crabs. Claws up! Clack, clack. So yeah, we're about to start this in a couple seconds. I'm just belting out a quick tweet. And to the pink turtle, Watto, coming in, coming in. You've probably got about maybe like a couple of minutes if any of you want to grab a drink or grab a cup of tea before we start the story beats. But yeah, so with Stadia, the general biz dev rumbling was that Stadia wasn't likely to survive, just in the manner of which Google does business. So the quiet philosophy was, even though Stadia has specific hardware, so you can't just port a game from Stadia to somewhere else, or vice versa. I don't know if you all saw, but apparently they spent like $20 million just porting 2 games from Rockstar. But that's another story. So the idea was, if you make a game for Stadia, make something that if Stadia goes under, you could bring over onto other platforms. So any of the online-only titles for that, I think, were a business mistake. So Pink Turtle. All right, so Pink Turtle, we are playing Control. You know what? I can tell you, genre-wise, it is a odd psychological third-person shooter. Narratively, we're going to start from scratch in just a couple seconds, so... Oh, CJ's like, oh no, the game that murdered my PS4 Pro! Well, CJ, we are... Okay, the request has been, we're not going to be doing big story spoiler discussion, but we are going to be talking about the minutiae. So feel free to chat about what you've liked, what you haven't liked. Let's just grab a thing of Control. Also, can we just point out how 505... That's Remedy? Remedy Entertainment, there we go. Can we just point out how 505's become this, like, really cracking AAA publisher? Like, apparently, like, overnight. Alright. Tweet has been deployed. Numbers has a homemade grilled cheese sandwich. CJ Mocha has a bricked PS4. Right. Ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, one and all, it is my esteemed pleasure to present to you Control. Shall we begin this proper? Do let me know... Well... Oh, okay. Sorry. Okie dokie. Display. Da-da-da-da. Subtitles, yes. Subtitles, large. I'll be reading out signs in world. Audio doesn't seem too loud, so we might be okay. Wow. Audio that doesn't blow my ruddy ears off when we start. Lovely. Okay. Without further ado. Oh. Well. I do my best to give people more than enough time for video games and whatnot. See you later, Stooge. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Okay, so headphones. Brightness. It'll be a bit bright for maybe you lot, but for me, it's so I can actually see what's going on. Alright, subtitles on. Text language. Start game. Let's see what this gets us.
Warning. This is gonna be weirder than usual. Can't be helped. You called me. So here I am.
Meanwhile,
I
in
know I
IKEA
shut you
apartment.
out sometimes. I'm always glad to hear from you. It's just that I get my hopes up. So many times it's led to nothing. I found nothing. It's like we live in a room, and there's a poster on the wall. We stare at it and we think that's the whole world. The room and the poster. The picture's something nice. A landscape, a famous person. Like in that movie, what is it called? The prison movie. The room's a cell, and the picture, it's different for each of us. It can be beautiful or terrible, but we're all transfixed.
Oh God.
But it's all a lie. Something to distract us from the truth. They're lying to us. We're lying to ourselves. The room's not the world. The world is much bigger and much stranger. There's a hole hidden behind that poster that leads to the real world. We all feel safe in that room. But sometimes something crawls out from behind the poster. And the ones that see it happen freak out and try to forget what they saw. I'm here. Why did you bring me here? Hello? Anyone here?
Alright, so first thing I'm going to try and do is a Nier Automata. Peace out! I'm going to get a bagel! Bagel! Darn it. See, if this was a Yoko Taro game, I'd be allowed to walk out and I'd get like a special comedy ending where someone plays the theme song on a kazoo. Alright. How the audio levels different. Tweak it down a little bit. Oh no, and CJ, this game looks utterly gorgeous. Harmonia says, wasn't the kazoo thing in Outer Wilds? Oh yes, when you time loop yourself out of existence, and it's like that was fucking glorious. Alright. So, I promise you, we're not going to do a thing where we, like, analyze every plant, every bin. But I did want to draw your eye to this poster here. And this is where, from the get-go, I couldn't tell you what this is saying to us narratively. But notice, this is a poster of a man looking away from the camera with what appears to be like a Wall of the Dead, right? But if you think about it for a moment, this is a government agency, right? We have the American flags, the nondescript logo that does some whole shiny, freaky goodness. Federal Bureau of Control. Nice generic name that says a lot of very sinister things, right? But they're more for our European friends. So this is very archetypal of like American government buildings. But what you'll usually find is a poster of a guy kind of like sitting upright with his arms folded, doing a smile, like a politician smile. And that person could be a senator, a general, someone of importance to that particular branch of government, right? But this doesn't have that. It has this guy looking away from us. We're not what's important there. Yeah, see, Deus is in... Alright. Don't forget that we're also facing the camera as we look at it. In the room with the poster, yes. So, look at this right now. We're already getting into the weird meta. We are looking at this character who, we only know her name as Jessie from the subtitles, or Jess. Who looking at this guy who is also looking away from the camera. Like, there's some narrative level nonsense going on here to start with. Now, this is why I really wanted to get into this game. And I tried to give it as long as I could so that more people could play through it and experience it. Hello, my name's Jessie from the subtitles. Numbers were saying that the Bureau of Control sounds like what the FBI is in We Happy Few, right? Oh no! Well, slow burn. I'll make sure this goes up. I'll make sure the VOD goes up YouTube side, so that should make it easier for people to watch later. Just checking to make sure everything's visible. There's also a few little details here, which I don't think are accidental. The fact that there is nothing digital on the front desk, and the coffee mug on its side. Little subtleties. Now, I don't know if we have a zoom for the Bureau, but I don't think we get any additional details from that. It says, please wait here. Alright. I honestly thought that said remove underwear first, and I was like, that's a bit intense for a body scan. Well, so Marwell, this is more a personal thing, but I really dislike the Door is Blue discussion because it's a real good way of being reductive as art, that if the creator puts something in accidentally that ends up resonating with the users in a way that creates like real emotional meaning, whether or not it was intended is a good discussion for creatives, but can be used... I keep saying reductive. It's because this is a feckin' FBI game. Reductive. So that's why I didn't highlight the Door is Blue argument, because honestly it feels like a libertarian's excuse to reduce the amount of artistic impact in something, rather than being a way to acknowledge that sometimes the accidental has emotional impact beyond its intent. Beep, beep, mother hubbards. Alright. Our first collectible. Now, again, if you wish to go deep into the collectibles, the side story, the additional elements, grab this for yourself. We're not going to be hitting side missions. We're not going to be... heading to non-standard locations. We're kind of going to be beelining the main story a little. So this is our nice reminder of what we're not allowed to bring in. So certain objects are not allowed. Unauthorized weapons, pages, laptops, smart watches, smartphones, smart gaming devices, anything smart. Number 2, pencils or anything considered iconic representation of an archetypal concept. Rubber ducks, ketchup bottles. All materials of the Bureau of Investigation are brought through the private entrances. If you see lobby personnel in breach of these policies, please notify your supervisor immediately. Yeah, so numbers, you're right. There is a middle ground between The Door is Blue and Death of the Author. But this is personal philosophy, and I don't mean to take you through this. I'm not trying to put my personal beliefs on you all, but I look at a game with its intent, with its artistic intent, and I celebrate its impact. Sometimes that impact might not be intended. Sometimes it might just be an accident or like a bunch of happy accidents. But I want to celebrate that. Video games, by their inherent nature, are a lie. They are Fugazi. It's all puppets and smoke and mirrors. So if the entire thing is fake, then the accidental creation of something that has an emotional attachment is no more or less valid, in my humble opinion. But we can get, I mean, friends, if you want to get highbrow, this is the time to do it. You know I love these conversations. Jumping back in, Marvel will say they're not trying to say accidental, unintended things are linked to bad, but the cases where it ends up true, e.g. Fresca in The Boys, yes. That's definitely the part of The Door is Blue that I celebrate, but you know what, Marvel, actually, I want to apologize for a second there. I took your point and I took it at its negative. Yep, let me get the berry on. Feckin' hell, we're getting weird. Alright. Caffeine will be proud. The berry is on! We're doing this! Right. Yeah, so, Marvel, I apologize. I think I've had people use the Door is Blue argument to beat me to death in the discussion about whether or not games are art so many times that I've become defensive. And oh yeah, so Cryostix has been doing a playthrough of Dark Souls 2 at the moment, and for they've been going through it with the lens that Dark Souls 2 is a metaphor for memory loss or Alzheimer's or something of that equivalent, and how it fits perfectly to the story. Now, I wouldn't think that was something that the creators intended, but when you start viewing it through that lens, you can get a very, very different artistic read. And Camille makes a very, very good point on the directorial role of picking a lot of these different elements and locking them together. That even if the door is blue because it fits the scene, it may be that the scene's nature evokes a kind of a sad vibe. Oh, so Varbles, the door is blue argument. The door is blue argument is we look at a door in a scene, and we go, this door is blue. It evokes sadness, depression. Stepping through it is stepping through the doorway to your feelings. Whereas the creative just went, I quite like the idea of that door being blue. I'll make that door blue. So it can be a discussion of like intent of impact, but if you flip it over on its side, it's that someone could go, I'll make that door blue. Yeah, that's a good blue door. And then we as the player, the user, for us, it evokes this sadness. It has this artistic impact of stepping through one's feelings. And that is valid. Marvel makes a very good point that, you know what is a great example of this? Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's is impactful far beyond its intent, and that's grand. Yeah, but as C222 points out, that sometimes people use it as a redactive argument against art, which is, stop overanalyzing this, the door's just blue, nerd. Which is what I've had pointed against me, which is why I think I reacted negatively there. So again, Marvel, I apologize, but we're getting into the good stuff. Alright, now the plus side is it said we're not allowed to bring anything smart in. Telephone. And I am definitely sharped. Alright, let's go raid the coffee. I might need to pop VSync on very quickly. Just, hopefully that doesn't, tank. Where's VSync? Where's me VSync? Oh, there we go. Went right past it. Because everything looks gorgeous so far. I was just getting a little bit of the tearage. Okay, so here's the important stuff. Internal lockdown in effect. Building lockdown in effect. Multiple containment breaches detected. Multiple building shifts detected. Head of research override. HRA protocol activated. Now this is less arty-farty. This is more like a direct set scene. Like, we're meant to see this. The door opens, there's a green light behind it. You know, The Seek Shelter light is available. The number of post-it notes on the wall is intended. Those are punch cards. So those are all the slot and shift. Just quickly, just in case anyone hasn't heard the term before, Follow the Light is a narrative device in video games where we as users... I think I'll take this off now because my head's sweating. We as users are trained to follow the light. So we're meant to see everything in that security room because the green light pops up. Alright. The other thing to mention at the moment is, despite the fact that we've just been given the everything is fecked, nothing is... There's no alarms blurring. There's no screaming nonsense. And we're getting the first initial hits of what is going to be, I guess, a big part of our discussion today, which is the calm juxtaposed with the brutalist. Alright. It is interesting that the game asks us to sprint at a time where it's probably best to be, like, chillin' and illin'. Marvel's like, on a different take, what's Will's opinion on Alan Wake? I was joking with Fiona earlier, saying, like, boy, I wish I could remake Twin Peaks with a more boring protagonist and make $1 million. Yeah, and as Utopia Heart's saying, pay attention to the layout closely. Though, Utopia Heart, I think one of the clever things they do is that at the point where one could be paying the most attention, the game prompts you directly to run as to kind of... Okay, so we've got Head of Research, Dr. Casper Darling. Okay, again, the person facing away. So these two characters we've been given. This one's just our bureau at work. It's a custodian with their back to us, but in the same place as, like, the heads of. Video Game Magazine! Games about secret agents! Oh, they also allow indoor smoking. That's a fun. Yeah, Numbers, the janitor is terrifying right now. And I think, if we... Alright, we put the Artie Beret back on. Like, if we're not... Okay. What's terrifying about that is that they aren't welcoming, they aren't friendly, they aren't with us. The Bureau as a whole has their back to us and invites us not at all. And then this was the other gentleman we saw from the intro. Well, maybe. Zachariah Trench. With his little pin and his boring bloke. Alright. But once again, green light in the toilets, follow the light. No. Nothing special in the bogs. Nothing special in the bogs. No mirrors, though. Yeah, Numbers. Also, that when we saw him earlier, I'm gonna turn it off again. God, my head ends up sweating in that. When we saw the custodian in the beginning, that was the point where they were like, things are fecked.
Federal Bureau of Control. All these years I've been looking for them, and they were hiding in plain sight.
Well, so Get to the Boat, by my understanding, this sold great. But this was one of the titles during the more volatile part of Epic's exclusivity space, where it was... I mean, it was available on consoles simultaneously as PC, but just via Epic. Then released to Steam later on. And it seems to have done very well. Alright. So once again, we are in the familiar here. This is every government office building of all time ever homogenized. So I always love going to corkboards because there's a certain amount of lovely nonsense to them. So again, we've got the office rules of conduct. Speak at a moderate volume. No personal calls. No food or drink around the Bureau documents copy room. No using the photocopy for personal projects or 3D printers or the Bureau stationery. Wear your access badge at all times. No discussing confidential projects out loud. The one to finish the coffee pot makes the new one. We've got, like, proper wash your hands procedure. But here's where we're starting to get the weird. Like, look at this cute one. Delays caused by house shifts do not count towards overtime. Spinning out of control. Yep. Like, that is a poster for staff talking about temporal time displacement in the same way one might, make sure to clock in. The normality of the bizarre is something that we'll see many times again. If anyone needs an acoustic guitar, they're selling one for $50. Okay, food left in the refrigerator. Containment break room 3B has been known to vanish. Plan accordingly. It's not label your food. It's like, look, this one fridge is outside of space and time. If you put your sarnie in there and it's gone, that's on you now. I can't tell what the book club is. Don't bring dogs into the office. Here's your first aiders. And here are the new people in the office. Which I'll assume are all games dev staff. Alright. Yeah, known to vanish is pretty foreboding. They're not saying food will get nicked. Do I have a crouch? No, alright, but I can look through the office. Okay. Nothing in too much of a state of disarray, but again, we're seeing like a couple of sets of papers, an off-spilt coffee mug. Nothing too sinister so far. But we'll see if we can get into some of these office rooms. Let's see, that one's... Oh, so doors around that way, okay. Oh, does anyone want to think from the vending machine while I'm here? Oh, can't find your office. Watch your step. Rangers from security department. Almost saying like, well, it's gonna be weird. Get to buy one to Cornetto. Oh, Deus is also saying that $50 for a decent acoustic guitar is a steal. Oh, actually, comment cap, I missed that. The wash your hand sign was to prevent spread of the mold. Also, do you remember what they said in the security briefing? No iconography of known objects. So all the things in the vending machine is just the name of it. On white. Varbles wants a packet generic brand pistachio. Cool. I'm gonna get myself just a fiber and maybe some potato chips, but I haven't decided. Okay, so here's the first office we're allowed to have a look in. All right. Now I know we're going into hyper analytic mode, but I love doing this. So let's have a look. All right. No PCs, nothing digital, big old tape recorder. And it seems like before everything was called off, they're having like a little like round table coffee meeting. Nothing I can really read except for something that just says confidential. But that could... I might have to turn textures up. Hopefully it doesn't tank quality. Let's see. File object detail low. Texture resolution low. Texture filtering, I don't need those. I don't need high LODs. Alright, let's try bumping the texture resolution up a little. Let me know if it gets a little too chuggy to watch from your end, friends. But it didn't make any difference, alright. Cowboys on the range. Kind of art you see in it. Hang on. Alright, no, nothing. Doesn't seem to be anything untowards here. Just cowboy and a horse. Just chilling and Ellen. Alright. Got some more classified documents. Oh! Sindrin throwing me a nice little psychological curveball. Sindrin, I'd love to go full existential on that conversation. However, My brain is not capable of constructing the kind of hangover that I experienced last weekend, so I'm pretty fine. Oh, just Marvel saying Jacob's Ladder is a great film, but had to watch it twice. Yup, and it's so good. Deus, I'll see about getting you a generic brand vending machine from the vending machine if I can. A Dancer Wind, I'm sure this is like a pack of sugar. And Harmonia says, in their opinion, with the time we have, early game hyperanalysis is a great way to spend it. Well, cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it, yo. This is what I fucking love doing in games. One of my favorite articles of all time was a friend of mine who deconstructed the contents of Nathan Drake's fridge. So good. Gets the boat. Actually, I didn't notice that. I get the boat saying that when we looked at the art, our character kind of tilted her head to like, almost to get like a look better at it. And yeah, Deus, it's one of the things where one has to consider... Sorry, Deus was saying, as they've been working with texture and UV maps recently, that there's only so much you can do in detail as you get closer and closer. Deus, if you want to have a wonderful time with an absolute mess, have a look at XCOM The Bureau, because that game shifted from being a first-person game into being a third-person game, and when you go through the Bureau in its lobby, half the assets are designed for first-person. And sorry, so for first-person games, you get right up close to stuff, right? So you need to be able to have things of great detail. But in a third-person game like this, you can kind of hand-wave it. Also, a shark in... Why are there sharks? Fuck! We're in New York. We're in a government building made of concrete. How are there sharks? Why are there sharks? Oh, good. I'm not going to pick up any more of those. I'm just going to do it in ignorance. Oh yeah, so you'll notice here that these are there's just textured noise. But on some of the assets, they do have some readable elements for us to give it kind of a grounding. So this notice board is just kind of punch cards and gibberish. So again, with like, there's nothing on these beyond just the Federal Bureau and the confidentials. It does mean that when you're making a third-person game, you have to decide what you want the player to be able to read and decipher, and what you can kind of, like, shimmy under the table. Also, Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Yeah, Dancer Wind, we found the only... Yo! Alright, friends. The door's gone. This middle meeting room, the door's gone. So there's a... Wait. Feckin' hell! Hey, remember how we walked round here? Round this office and had a look in? So Colin McCap says, do you mind if I explain to chat what that's about? As explained in the document you find on the table in another section, no spoilers. Yeah, if it's not a big narrative beat, then go for it. Yeah, Ardun, the path has shifted with us and no longer exists. When we were around the other side, there was a door inside the central room as we could have come through. Yeah, Colin McCap, go for it on the shark thing. I mean, it'll make me nervous for the rest of the game, but... Dancer Wind says the door went to lunch. Oh, does the door go to lunch at 2? Oh, sorry, friends. I shouldn't have faffed about so much. Oh. Numbers says the singing's freaking him out. Well, I can pause it for a second. Dustin, how are you doing, friend? Yeah, we just read a redacted document about a shark somewhere in the building, so goody! Origami says the singing feels like home. Oh, that's lovely. Right, Ardoon is saying, say hello to the best character in the game on so many levels. Yo. I was just waiting for Compliment Cap to put their point in before we progress a little. Kisa, do you feel comfy in game or just in general? Because both. Oh, Rikami says it's due to listen to the Finnish tango. Ah. Oh, and get to the boat. Like, the lighting in this is superb. Have you noticed how they're using actually quite soft, almost homely lights combined with the brutalists to make you simultaneously welcomed but also unsettled? Like, this isn't like the Black Mesa offices, which go from being all shiny clean to being all flickering dark and messed up. Oh, God. So, Cosmic Cap says, the thing we just read refers to an event a few weeks ago in-game where an experiment of a pool's worth of water and a living tiger shark got teleported into a meeting room during a building shift. Feck. Cryotix gets ready to translate half of Artie's dialogue. I mean, go for it, because I'd miss it. I'm going to pick up the document in here first. So we got... let's work hard. His life is in your hands. Notice it's the other way round than the usual, like, you know, they fight for you. In a lot of government agencies, they'll have, like, pro-security posters, like, you know, they are the first line of defense and things like that. But this is a flip on that. This is telling the people in the office that you protect security, which is, yeah, a very much a flipsy-twisty on the standard. And like I said, I promise we won't be hunting collectibles through this, but I feel like because these early ones are very much put in our path, they're much about of it. Okay, the R4 ports. Alright. Alright, feckin' hands up. Who forgot to do their R4 report this week? Alright, I want to see a show of hands. Like we've been told, we've got to do them, as you should all know by now. The R4 reports are due by the end of the week. We are still waiting for them from a number of people. If you need an extension, you can request an R4-E from your supervisor. Now, do you all know who your supervisor is? If you're exempt from filing an R4, then you need to get written permission from your department chief, not your supervisor, your chief. Remember, R4s are mandatory under Section 75.2 of the Employee Manual. If your R4 requires interdepartmental claims, and please contact the appropriate department head. Dr. Darling, Ms. Marshall, Mr. Salivor, Dr. Kirkland, as required, as needed. They'll be busy on Thursday with their annual policy review, so please schedule accordingly. All the best, the admin team. Sorry, I just saw Dustin with, "You're not my supervisor!" Oh, yeah, get to the boat and he did the R-Soul. Graphite's like, "My supervisor got eaten by a tiger shark. Do I still have to do it?" Just leave your supervisor's name blank. A new supervisor will be provided for you from the HR stationery department. Also, it's worth saying that we've seen people use non-standard geometry in games a fair wedge, but to this level in a AAA title does warrant saying. Like, remember when we played... Hello? Just quickly having a look. So this is Jane Smith's office. And special, pneumatic tubes. Notice, same poster of a cowboy. Oh, so yeah, so Marvel, so things like Antechamber, but we've also seen it in story games. We played one called Anamorphine, which was about revisiting memories of a person going through a traumatic event. And it did a lot of stuff with like with impossible geometry and things like that. But if you think of the quality of assets required for a AAA title, doing this kind of thing with that level of polish is not easy.
Hey, excuse me.
Okay, going to cutscene.
There you are. You are here about the job. Janitor's assistant. You need to go to the interview. Go that way to the elevator.
Thanks. Elevator that way. Got it.
Very good. I'm Ahti, the janitor, by the way. You'll work for me. You can say I sent you. If they don't hire you, neither you are no helvet. There be work for the axe. Take them behind the sauna, jumalauta.
Okay.
I've done enough night shift loner jobs to know it makes us come off weird. Ahti the janitor is a friendly face in my book.
Welcome to the oldest house.
Somebody with no face at all. Think about it. No face.
But that said, I know what you're thinking. If there's an axe murderer around, that's him.
Also, here's a point. Who's Jesse talking to? Just, I don't know well enough of the narrative to understand directly, but... oh, Cursed Wither, Watto! Yeah, we've just started doing a run-through of Control, and we're going deep into the paint on this one. We've been in-game for, what, half an hour? And we've just gotten to this point, because we are going through everything. All the little side rooms, all the little teeny tiny details. Also, as a quick aside, look at the lighting texture where he's been cleaning the floors with a mop. It actually has the mop streak marks. Like, I know I'm one of the first people to talk about economy of art and how one shouldn't go for things that are unnecessary, but yup. Okay, so Rikami's saying that he was cussing in, we said it was Finnish, right? And Wolfrad makes a very good point that the janitor is introduced to us with his back to us, not head on. Empty briefcase, coming through. All right. One and all, welcome to the oldest house. Oh, wait a second. The old twisty, skatey, potato. Still nothing in the toilets. Look, I have been trained by video games to check every toilet I go past. I often feel like there's a collaboration between designers and environment artists to sneak goodies into unseen parts of the map so that everyone looks at the great work that the environmental artists do. Yeah, so Wolfrad, as you're pointing out, everybody, this is different than it was before. Notice where the fecking elevator is. The elevator is where the janitor's painting was. Yeah, get to the boat. Toilets do contain proximity mines. Wandering says, I've seen lots of gameplay of Control, but I don't much of the story. Well, settle in, friend. To catch you up, we've just shown up at what we believe to be the oldest house of the, what is it? The Federal Bureau of Control. And it is already messing with us. And that's okay. Alright. And we've got an additional meeting room. See, now, for those of you who just joined us, we started by coming up the steps there and going through here. This is an entirely new room. This pneumatic tube room did not exist when we came up beforehand. Yeah, the slippery when wet signs on the carpet. I always like that. If we head down here, just as we were. Let's have a look. The containment breaches are... The containment breach signs are still in effect. This still sounds? But would you look at that? The painting and everything else remains, but we've got this additional little room down here. Once again, 2 horses, 1 cowboy. Hey, Lady Lecter, what ho, friends? Come on in, come on in. Who wants to look at some art? Okay, no, this is a serious level raid. We are going to need some proper defense. Some proper shield walls. Some proper battles. Because we are getting arty and all farty over here. I've worn the tilted beret 3 times. I only took it off because my head was overheating. So, Lecter, JP, what ho, friends? Come on in, come on in. Cutilips? Cutilips. What ho, friends? Toasty Buffalo. Ah, how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Lecter, what were you up to? What were you playing? How was your morning? We've been playing Control for about, what, like an hour now? But we've just begun. We're doing a lot of a breakdown of how the story is unfurling, what they're doing with the geometry and the environments, and having a bloody good time of it. We're hitting a weird point between... There's been a request for no big narrative spoilers, but we're absolutely going into the paint of stuff, and if it pertains to things like, oh, I don't know, when they teleported a shark into a room...
The tube room was there the first time, but you got distracted by the paintings.
Well, okay, so numbers. Thank you for the 200 bits, dude. I wanted to come down here because I don't know if the tube room continues on narrative. The one thing about this style of storytelling where the environment changes is you can't go back. So that presents to us a cute little challenge. Lecter, we're doing good today. Met a bunch of new friendos as we were starting, and then talked a lot about... Okay, main mission briefing. We talked a lot about like video game burnout and how to get into... Well, how to get started on game development stuff, especially if you've got like a very programming heavy background without any art skills. Okay, so how to handle unscheduled visitors entering the lobby. Start with the following. Welcome to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, as established in 1964 as part of an effort to strengthen government relations. We are proud to serve the United States of our people as we strive for transparency and excellence in all aspects of our esteemed nation's infrastructure. If they do not leave, ask them these questions. Are you here to see someone? Are you from New York City or just visiting? How did you find the place? If their answers are sufficiently harmless, explain that this is a secure federal office and that they will need to leave. If their answers seem... escort them to a private room. There, before the gunner's psychological assessment, if their responses are within acceptable range of deviance, see provided scoring sheet, then immediately. Remember, there's no such thing as too suspicious. Numbers like, why is our receptionist from Glasgow? It's New York. It's a very multicultural city. So jumping back in, Lecter was on Elite Dangerous and having so many good and serious conversations. Well, lovely, lovely, and lovely. Okay, so Cryostix was doing us a little translate for Artie's signs. So the Helveti translates roughly to hell with it, and there'll be work for the axe. It means basically work to be done. The take them behind the sauna refers to a saying where someone is taken behind the sauna to have some level of violence happen to them, but usually used as a practically light-hearted thing to say, like, take them behind the sheds. I believe the English version of that. I mean, behind the bike sheds used to be a pseudonym for making out in the UK, but that's another story. The curse specifically is a kind of intranslatable curse word that's about as rude as damn it, but with the oddities of a Finnish personality, and it translates literally to basically a devil, lowercase. Interesting. Cursed Wither says, I could walk in there very easily. God, yeah. I always forget the name of the really weird building in central New York. I believe they used it as the outside for the Men in Black, and it's so surreal. It's this strange, brutalist obelisk in New York that doesn't fit anything else and seems entirely alien. No windows, one door, and like vents all across the top, and it's a real building that exists, and it's feckin' strange. So Cursed Wither, we actually tried to do that at the beginning. We tried to do a Yoko Taro and just book it out. I turned on heel and went, I'm getting a bagel! But no. Interesting, so the billboard over by that bus stop says The House, which is weird because we're in the oldest house. I didn't check to see if any of the buildings or things have changed. Yeah, Graphite, it's actually got a similar vibe to the Tate Modern, but the thing is, the Tate Modern feels slightly separate from the city because it's got that space around it, whereas this is just a whole-ass block. Numbers, I did not know that. Numbers has informed us that the Power Rangers Command Center is a real building in California. Huh. Good old Beach City. Wait, no. Wait, is Beach City the one from Steven Universe? Alright. Telly with some static, don't mind if we do.
I saw it a long time ago. I keep seeing it in my dreams.
Oh, Angel Grove. Okay. And Tzq. So, just as a quick thing. So, friends, if you have played this, I do want to hear your thoughts and feels. We're asking to avoid big story spoilers, because there's some people who have picked this up today and are going to be doing it through the Humble Bundle. Because, Numbers, what was it? It's the Humble Choice? If someone doesn't mind doing an exclamation humble for us, you can grab it there. If you don't mind me being a massive shill. But if you want to talk about, like, the little stuff in detail, feckin' go for it. That's what we're here to do today. Alright, so research and records. We've got staffing, surveillance, data center construction, office equipment, mold removal, HQ liability costs. Okay. And as I said, we're not going to be going into full collectibles hunting or otherwise. We're mostly just going to be charting the main story through, but we're going to be taking extra care on the environments, because that's what I really want to talk to you all about today. Yes, Sidran, you are correct. That particular library is known for recruiting teenagers with attitude. Oh, yeah, and Ardoon, you're right. The games for the Humble Choice right now is this, and XCOM Chimera Squad, which is very good.
The cell and the poster.
Yeah, and Numbers,
I
Control
was
does
11
have...
years old the first time I saw behind the poster. They told me I imagined it. I've been trying to pull it down ever since. Will you help?
Who's she talking to? Oh, here we go. I'm surprised there's not like a Bond-style theme playing at this point. Feckin' hell. Friends, we could probably go through this feckin' cutscene, like, moment by moment. Though I want to focus more on the in-game stuff rather than the cutscenery too much. Hey, nice to see a feckin' QA manager front and center there. The QA lead was put before the narrative lead there. Can we just celebrate that for a second? Boosh. Yeah, this is some X-Files level nonsense. This is some feckin' Star Trek the motion picture level nonsense.
Did I lose you there for a moment? You know what's on my mind. My baby brother, Dylan. 17 years since the men of this bureau took him.
Oh, Trizq is saying, you ain't seen nothing yet. Good point, good point. And I hope that those of you that have played through will stick with us while we deconstruct some of this early stuff. Because the other thing that I do want to highlight is how welcoming this is, despite the kind of the SCP-style cognitive dissonance. Okay, so we as the user now know that there is some weird shit afoot, right? Between that cutscene, between the non-standard environments changing, between the warnings that we found in the security room, we know shit's whack, yo. As I believe they would say in New York City. However, look at the lighting of this place. It's warm. It's bright. There's no corners for things to leap out at us from. There's no horrors lurking in the shadows yet. We are being welcomed into a place which we intellectually know is dangerous and yet feels inviting, or at least as inviting as this kind of like brutalist American government building can be. You know, once again, we've got more of our 2 cowboys, 2 horses. 2 horses, cowboy, although this one contains both. Whereas this one here, see if we can get any more detail on it. This one here, his buddy is absent. Oh, there's the alarm in the distance. I guess stuff's going to start getting weird. Here we go. We've got the oldest house from the outside. Discovered August 1964. As a curious little point, that I don't know how relevant it is narratively, but I want to point out that we never see the top of the building. We have no idea how tall this is. From the introduction... Oh, Comp's saying also look at the portrait of the director and keep it in mind. Okay, so we've got the pin, black and white suit, little hint of grey. Zachariah Trench. Okay. Cursed Wither says, I love this game since I'm a bit of an SCP fan, and this game hits all the right spots. Yes. Actually, Cursed Wither, and those of you that are SCP fans, have any of you had the chance to try Lobotomy Corporation? Yo!
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hello, hello.
Miyaki Sakura. Hello, hello indeed. Thank you for 29 months. We've just started Control. We've literally just seen the title screen. SCP... Sorry, I meant to say C222, but I said SCP, so that's a thing I just did. C222, you're right, we don't see the bottom of the building, but that's not uncommon, you know. I know you're messing with me. It's just that we have no scale as to how large or small this building is. Even from the outside, we're kind of information obfuscated. Now we've once again got the whole follow the light. In case we missed it earlier, here's the breach reports. And the coffee machine's going off. Alright. What's this one? Reminder, drafting any public-facing materials while pending notifications of deaths relating to the Willow Ore. Please adhere to the guidelines. In service of country, regret, proud, will be remembered. Words to avoid. Alaska, scissors, blood bleed, loss, apologies. Common Cap says they haven't played Lobotomy Corp, but I've heard you throw the title around. Okay, so Lobotomy Corp is what if Fallout Shelter but SCP? And oh my god. Okay, so Cursed Wither, this is why I love it. Lobotomy Corporation looks like a management sim, but it's actually a narrative horror. And it seems really unfair and brutal and weird, but it allows you to replay any day or jump back several days and start them over. There's no loss penalty, but it feels brutal. Heck. If you enjoy any SCP media, now the thing to bear in mind is it was actually a game written in Korean originally. So at times the English translation can be a little shaky, but it's not. There's nothing else like it. They lure you into a management sim that's actually a horror narrative. Oh, Cryostix, have a lovely rest of your day. Well, we've got Rakami with us, who I believe might be able to help with some of the translations, but thank you kindly. Like, I feel like that character is going to do a lot of subtle work throughout the narrative. Alright, there he is, looking smug. And I broke the coffee machine. Jesus. The oldest man in the world. We tell ourselves it's okay to be old. Feckin' all. Ah, well, Rakami, please don't feel you have to stay awake on my account, but... Alright. Clearance level 1. Metal Gear Solid, is that you? Okay. Trying to hear where it's pushing us towards. Okay. So the dark, dimly lit office. Any additional post-it notes? Okay. Do as you're told, and don't eat the mold. You're not the boss of me! Congratulations, you made a post that made me want to eat mold. Okay. Don't read confidential correspondence. It's not just rude, it's illegal. Is this a stapler or an altered item? Don't take office equipment outside the building. Okay. Sorry, Lecter was like, ew, who want to stay up and hang out with Will? Fair. And Kika's like, help! I keep having bad ideas. Whoa, Kika, I think the idea you're putting forward was great. I don't know what's been up with me the last couple days. Like, Kika, I was out cold about midnight-ish last night, and I slept a lot yesterday. So, I don't know. Maybe there's something funky going on with Will. But the idea that you were talking about, I don't know if you want to share it with the group, is a really good idea.
You are not my supervisor.
You're not my supervisor! Sorry, Marwol. The Greendale student president of no matter what you're told, we have to clean the mold. Feck, we need to play 6 series in a game at some point. There's a free first-person shooter game based on the TV show Community, which is the paintball episodes. Okay, we read the stapler one. Oh, here we go. So please recycle. Let's see if we get anything out of that. No, nothing special there. Alright. More pneumatic tubes, more cowboys. We can't get into the executive suite. And again, friends, notice aside from the alarm, everything... Nope. I was about to say everything's nice and calm. Nope. Oh, Kika says the game or the application? Wait, because the game, we were talking about that earlier today, and I think you could start whiteboxing, at least the game you talked to us about, pretty quickly. Oh, Numbers wanted to read the office rules. Sorry, hang on. Let me just go quickly look at that collectible. Trench, do not disturb. Barbara, I'm not to be disturbed. Cancel my appointments for the day. For the rest of the week. Can't trust them, Barbara. Not a single bloody one of them. So Kiko's saying the application part of my brain wants to keep doing a Manza routine with myself, but I've never done normal stand-up before. Manza is a 2-person stand-up routine popular in Japan. I mean, I think I know the format that you're talking about, and it would be a great way to showcase what you possibly be doing. Plus, like, you could do a full range of movements and articulations with that. Oh, to Joe Mutant, yes, we just started. But we're spending a lot of time, like, deconstructing the environment, the storytelling, and I'm just showing Numbers the office code of conduct. Okay, Ardun, go get some sleep, friend. It was lovely chatting with you as always. Master Rhea Watto, how are you doing, friend? We're getting weird in the oldest house. Oh, and Kika, for concepts, the fishing concept you put forward, that's the one that I keep coming back to, and I'm like, no, it works so good. Hey, Numbers, no apologies needed. I'm happy to watch and rewatch the good stuff.
$40k me points. Dabbing on a prick.
Whoa! You're halfway there! And Exo Watto. Number says the painting behind you is only one cowboy. Okay, so this one here, there's 2 we've seen so far. The 2 cowboys together, and the one across the way, which is the lone cowboy with the second horse. But now we have to go into the director's office. What's interesting is that the only time we've seen the fractal effect was looking at the sphere in the opening lobby. The one that was so prevalent in the start. So I'm sure this is not going to end up being anything weird. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass.
Shit. Shit. You want me to pick it up? The murder weapon? Really?
Ah, alright, so friends, you notice how the fractal effect is pointing us towards the object in question. Alright, I'm going to have a look around just in case, because I don't remember, in case the narrative takes us away. But... oh, cool, they got branded pillows? Oh, don't touch that phone! It's not a mimic. It's probably a mimic. Extra spare shirt. Details. There's diploma was over this way. Can't see what it's a diploma of. It just says diploma. Alright, so... here's some of the photos. Here's him hanging out with this guy. Well... Not to dwell too fine a point in it, I'm just having a look on the elements. Just in case there are any additional details. Like, whatever that jet black paperweight is, that thing is top tier weird. Oh, here we go. Now, what's this a certificate for? Like, who are these people? God, I could... this is one of those things, friends, I could spend just hours in this area just deconstructing all of this. He appears to have something alive in that jar. Just swaying back and forth.
Something's outside. Was coming here a mistake?
And the thing is, that's not a window. That's just a big downward light. It creates the illusion of outside, but... Oh, that's some mold. All right. Okay, and just making sure there's no additional details on the body. Still the pin. Still the pocket square. Okay.
And there goes the poster.
Objects of power can cause or be results of AWE's altered world events, intrusions upon the perceived reality. Now, the service weapon is, of course, a prime example of an OOP, a very powerful one. Ingrained in the Bureau's DNA, a key component in our prime candidate program. Come out of that Russian roulette a winner and you're it.
Okay. And Marvel, it might have been the same. It might have been a person.
Where am I?
So the scientist man, darling, I think it sounds like the same voice actor who did Otacon, but don't quote me on that. You must be the chosen one is a good line. Oh, what was I going to say? No, I lost my train of thought here. But Joe Mutant did make a good point, which is RC's going to have to mop up all that blood. And that was on carpet. Like, that's going to take ages to clean. Hey up, Triangle. Okay, it's not Otacon. Okay. I have not looked at the cast for this. It's also worth knowing that Remedy is known for using, like, recorded video alongside... performances like that to kind of enhance their titles. They did it initially with Max Payne, but they didn't really use it proper until Alan Wake. Like Max Payne, they did a few things for humor and for a bit of surrealism, but Max Payne, the TV interviews and other elements were used very well. Okay, this is interesting of how... I can't obviously decipher what's being said, but the idea of the word with two meanings, that the service weapon is... Oh, yeah, sorry, JP. So this is the same team that did Max Payne, Alan Wake, and the ill-fated, I want to say Quantum Break. Yeah, see, Hindle, I'm with you there. I love how they blend mediums. I've always been a dislike of games that use the film and television methods to do the hard lifting, whereas this does a great job of its own volition, and then adds the live action aspects to enhance it. Deus, I'm both impressed and scared with your knowledge of how to get blood out of a carpet. And so, Bayonor, you're not... I know for a fact Lecter loved Quantum Break, as she was saying there. I say ill-fated because it was tied with a live service television show that did not do well. Oh. Hadouken! That's not melee, that's some feckin' face wrecking. Hey up, Stompy! Okay, cool. You're horrific. And now made of glass. There doesn't seem to be any drama around whatever that creature was. Intentional or otherwise. feels very for the norm. MDH, it was slightly after Defiance, but it was as Microsoft and a few other companies were making this big push into multi-medium storytelling. There was this theory after Netflix went big that what people wanted was like TV show streaming services and games to blend together. Turns out we don't. Defiance actually only just started coming to a close as a game this year, whereas the TV show very much failed to garner an audience. But that could be due to sci-fi's... They're two very different mediums. Deus is like, for legal reasons, I've been advised to stay silent on the matter. Good move, good move. Marvel says, you know what, Woodwork is a game series hybrid, EVE Online. Well, EVE does their own in-house news channel, but that's a different matter. That's more like a community show. Now, if you're saying that should someone consider doing an EVE Online HBO-style series, they absolutely should.
Same gun.
Again, friends, notice that our Hadouken is not being questioned in the slightest. We just can. There's one other thing I want to talk to you about, and this might be because I spent a lot of time watching Dan Floyd's Sonic animation. I want you to look at our characters' idle animations for a sec. Alright. The look around and the shift back and forward, these are pretty standard. Nothing special. I want to see if she'll do the other idle anim in a sec. Well, actually, so Lecter, there's one thing I wanted to add on Quantum Break is that because it put forward this big highbrow concept of we're going to take a video game and we're going to take a TV show and we're going to measure them together, and the TV show absolutely failed. This anim. What's up with this? That's not like a shake it off. That's not like a, all right, let's get to going. That's my shoulder hurts. That's... We're getting told something there. Yeah, MDH. Yeah, I'm happy Dan finally got a nice short video out. But yeah, talking about how... I hadn't really considered looking as hard at idle anims with games like this until...
Okay, now I have a gun.
It's also worth adding that as video gamers, we're so used to the path of the gun that I feel the narrative beat that we've been shown here is that the gun, picking up this weapon is basically playing like a psychic Russian roulette. You either win or the gun kills you. If you win, you get to wield it. If you fail, you blow your own face off. So it's possible that the director did not choose to take his own life. He chose to take up the weapon to see if he could do something. But again, the path of the gun is usually the simplest route. You know, think about this point of starting to picking up your first firearm in a video game. Varbles was like he was already director. Whoa. It may be beyond his understanding.
Like in that movie Face Off.
Like in that movie Face Off. We'll take his face off. Hindle wants to point out there's one thing about the animation stuff is that Jessie never sits still. She's always moving or fighting. Yes. Also, her uncomfortable shoulder hasn't stopped. So which hand does she Hadouken with? Yeah, so she Hadoukens with right. And I know you all know this, but let's just take a moment to appreciate that the weapon design being this disconcerted idea of a gun built of pieces. Yeah, she Hadoukens with the same arm that she's in pain with. And I love the refactoring snap too. That's just awesome. Anyway, let me get... We're not here for the combat. Destroy the copy's targets. Excuse me. Sir. Sir! Okay. The service weapon regenerates regenerates ammunition automatically when not in use. Okay. Okay, Nom Nom Fighter, have a lovely rest of your day. Watto. Hindle says, compare her movements in cutscenes with the upcoming characters she'll talk to. Good point, good point. I mean, the thing that I'm still focusing on is the narrative. She's talking to us directly, so who are we in this space? Oh, feckin' wit. I will Hadouken you. I'll do it. Hadouken! Hadouken again! Hadouken. Sir. Sir. I don't like how short you are. Making me very uncomfortable. Hadouken! Alright. Oh, no. That's not okay. There we go. The heck is that? Health elements. We wield the gun, you. The board appoints you. Congratulations, director. So are we...
Something's coming. This threat. An attack. Duty as director. Keep the Bureau safe.
Did you hear that? It's the dead man. Right after the pyramid spoke to me, and it was just noise, and I understood every word. And this gun's alive. You know what? I'm happy. Happy to be here.
Okay. I mean...
Things have quieted down outside. Is it safe to go?
Probably not. Okay. There's a lot to unpack. I didn't even consider the gun breathes. Like, I hadn't considered that at all. If you look at it down at her side, it's kind of like... Back! Now, Comp says, have a look at one of the portraits again. I shall. Also, the manner in which the board talks about wielding us. Okay, see if I can find one of his pictures. Hey! Hey, I'm the director. Harmonious says, you may wish to pay attention to the fractal spirals when it shows up. It's significant. I mean, so far all I've noticed is how it draws our eye to the next element or when we've seen it. But perhaps it's because I'm conversing on a bunch of topics. Alright. Mold's gone. I told you I was going to get rid of the mole. And Hindle makes a good point. It's not the outfit she's currently wearing. It's the idea of her as the director, almost. Or it's a time rewrite. Okay, so the diplomas is still Zachary Trench. Yeah, still Zachariah Trench. And she's doing the look again. Sorry, just a little detail that someone pointed out earlier that I hadn't noticed, which is she tilts her head. Nope. I'm going to pour myself a drink. Okay, what would you like, friends? I think I've got, like, a whiskey. I'm going to think that's like a gin, maybe. I mean, who am I kidding? We don't have ice. We don't have anything. Yeah. What do you mean? Okay, yes. That was a big note. Miles says, look at the bottles for a second. I recognize them. There's the Double Sheriff, which is probably a whiskey of some description. There's Special Royale. And... Alright, that's an absinthe. Sorry. Oh, God. Who would drink absinthe at work? God. Oh, so Bayanor, the only thing we're asking people to avoid is, like, big story spoilers. Because there's a few people who are thinking of playing through it themselves. But, yeah, so we were told about the shark that got accidentally, like, spatially teleported with a whole pool's full of water into a meeting room. Which is a nightmare. And the white jacket is not new. This shirt was on there initially. Alright, let's go handle these. Let's go handle this.
You can't let this happen. 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 You can't let this happen.
Okay, spiral time a little bit.
You stopped it. You... Oh, thank you. That was...
Also, the uncanny valley of flitting between this... Oh. Flitting between Jessie as the model and Jessie being played by an actress. Sir, I will Hadouken you. Sir! Hadouken!
I'm sorry, we need you to talk with HR about all of your unexplained absinthes.
I'll take it. Oh. And a health pack for the future. Health recovery, personal mod. Personal mod, okay. Lovely. With additional case files. Okay, here's a bit on our service weapon. The object's form is variable. When bound, the object allows Paratulitans to blank. This object must only be bound to individuals seeking the role of, let's guess, a bureau director. The object will determine whether, I guess, from what we saw, the person is worthy or not. If rejected, the applicant is terminated. The process is dictated by, I guess blank will be the board, though their criteria is unknown. Okay, the object was discovered inside the oldest house in a room that is now used as the director's office. The popular hypothesis is blank, many forms throughout history, blankety blankety blankety, Mjolnir, Excalibur, all the weapons of power and their wielders of. If objects of power are converged of forces based on a collective subconscious, this may be the original manifestation of that event. In this case, see Dr. Darling's presentation for more information. Yep, the guns in SCP. Here we go. Hiss Guard. The Bureau has many internal security personnel. The Hiss was quick to take advantage of this fact. Hiss Guards used the standard issue rifles they carried prior to the corruption. Oh, good. Armored Guards carry shotties. Have no observed supernatural abilities, with the exception that certain Hiss Guards are protected by shields of defense. Hiss resonance capable of stopping bullets. Does the Hiss mature organic hosts over time? Is this the result of corruption? More data is needed. Now, did the Hiss target individuals with combat training? Does the Hiss have levels of organization? Does it utilize hosts for tasks they're best suited to? Combat trained hosts are reserved for combat? These are questions for later, though it is observed that the corrupted individuals retain knowledge of their use of weapons. Alright, there's the early photograph. Yeah, you joke, but Thor was a director. Okay, just to return, elevator's gone, security room's there. I don't think we've gained security clearance yet, have we? No, despite being the new director. Yeah, Hindle, it's interesting they said it was two fictional weapons, and they also implied that it came from collective subconscious. So kind of that the myth bringing the object into reality and the reality of the object reinforcing the myth. Right. So let's have a look at Director Us. Okay, here's an interesting thing. This director picture is us in our current garb, whereas the one in the room was us in like a formal wear. Yeah, just like Nana. Oh yeah, and Wolfred. Wait, no, the actor of Max Payne was what's his face, wasn't it? The one of the original creators. God, I have to remember now. He also played the TV version of Alan Wake in Alan Wake, Sam Lake. And numbers, this isn't the whole way back. There was, where the executive and central affairs, the executive affairs and central executive was, that was where the elevator was that brought us down. JP said, you mean Mark Wahlberg? Sir. Do not make me call security to have you removed. Swedish model played TV Alan Wake. God, I remember that being the same person. My apologies. You know, I have no qualms in admitting when I don't remember stuff. Oh, that room looks messed up and twisted. Okay, so we now have something resembling a map. Although I have a feeling that this will change drastically as things go through. So, like, according to this...
Hotline. Secure line of communication.
Where?
Guide us. Reach the hotline.
The hotline, says the dead man. Okay.
Alright. But remember, friends, you will not be paid extra overtime if we suffer another time temporal shift. I don't make the rules, you can take it to HR. Oh, and sorry, Marl was also pointing out that Sam Lake was replaced by Timothy Gibbs for Max Payne 2. Alright, so there's Fancy Us. We look good in a suit. Okay. Oh, okay. And this is the additional... This is the third cowboy picture we've seen. Which is 4 cowboys. Does that mean something? I don't know. Does it matter? I don't think so. Alright, we got... Oh, God. Excuse me, I am trying to look at art! Alright, slice the potato. Let's actually slice the pie. I don't know why I said slice the potato. Now, I forget if we've had the option to tweak combat difficulty. Now, I don't want to comment on the title at this point. There's a lot of video game to get through. But I will say is that, in my humble opinion, I don't want to seem as if I'm speaking with grand authority, but I will say that the combat is probably the thing that I find weakest about this title. You know what I mean? There's something very rudimentary about... Alright, material, unrefined. There's something very rudimentary about the combat when reflected against this incredible environment. Okay, there's an option in accessibility. Okay, poutine in a box. What ho and welcome. Also, that is a glorious username, even if it does make me hungry. Alright, so we've got some... I don't have the clearance level to know that. Oh, multimedia, what have we got here? Oh, okay, cool. So if we want to rewatch Darling's presentation, we can. Oh, we get to see the proper thing.
Can cause or be results of AWE's altered world events, intrusions upon the perceived reality. A side note, remember to cover their connection to the astral plane as well. Now, the service weapon is, of course, a prime example of an OOP, a very powerful one. Ingrained in the Bureau's DNA, a key component in our prime candidate program. Come out of that Russian roulette a winner and you're it. Lose and you're, well, fired. Thank you. I'm Dr. Darling, Head of Research, Federal Bureau of Control.
Alright, I know I'm pointing at the obvious now, but that's not the same. That's more information than we were presented during the cutscene where we acquired the firearm. There's little details there, like his little oh, make a note of the connection to the astral plane. So, Poutine in a Box, we're just going deep into the paint today. All the weird little details, all the elements that make this game very special. A few people in chat have asked that we avoid any big narrative spoilers as they might be playing through this. But if you want to go to town on the details. And yeah, so the director was indeed James McCaffrey, who's the voice of Max Payne in all games. And the face performer in Max Payne 3. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. What was I doing? Oh no, I was going to look into the accessibility stuff. We're not here really for the combat of, and was it gameplay, controller, don't really need aim assist, energy recovery multiplier in order to tweak gameplay, damage reduction, ammo recovery, immortality, one-hit kills. Okay, so this is one of those things. Do we need to die to progress some of the story beats on? If we turn on no death, if we turn on murder, 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 does that remove any narrative beats for us? Okay. All right, so I'm definitely going to make us oh, sorry. So assist mode enabled. Lets you modify the goals to suit your specific needs. Control is designed to be both challenging and rewarding, and we encourage you to try playing with assist mode disabled. I understand, and I appreciate what they're doing, but we're here for the narrative, both how it is shown to us through the world that we're in, and how it is told to us direct. I know it's not possible. To make a game of this quality and this caliber, you need so much time and money, and I really understand that. And creating a game like that, you need to offer things that users can anchor themselves to. Like, honestly, you have to be someone at Kojima's level of rabid fan fame to get away with breaking from the norm at this budget. So, the combat is expected. And they've done weird and different things with it, which I think is rad. But with this title, I'm reminded of Paratropic. I'm reminded of Paratropic that gives you a revolver and has you carefully load every single bullet into that revolver and snap it shut. Like, the care and detail on that gun is very much in service of video games and, like, the worship of firearms. And you know what? You don't use it. Not in the way it's intended. It makes you focus in so much on the firearm and then doesn't give you a game based around firearm combat. I feckin' love that. And yeah, Wolfrad, I love that they offer assist mode. I think this little set here should be considered, like, industry standard. Kind of reminds me of the old cheat systems from back in the day, but in a way that doesn't make the user feel like they're doing things wrong. You can experience the story of this game if you're not a high-speed shooty gun bang individual. Poutine in a Box is going to be back in a second. They're going to use their OOP bong that takes them to the astral plane. Well, hopefully this game won't be too trippy when you come back. Well, see, actually, Marwal, I don't mind subtle what do we call it? There's a clever term for it where the game tweaks the difficulty based on the user's performance. We'll keep it with just immortality for the moment. So at least gives me the excuse to get different weapons. So, health has been disabled. Oh, like dynamically scaling difficulty like Resident Evil 4. But I dislike systems where it actively says, you failed a whole bunch. Maybe you need to turn it on to easy baby mode. Because it's using the difficulty as something to put... The user must admit that they are not good enough. And it was something that Capcom was really guilty of back in the day. Okay, so let's explore executive affairs and go from there. One of these days we'll find something in the bathrooms, but not today! Ooh! Camille's got espresso CBD chocolate. Lovely. Well, and again, so Marwal, and I'm not saying this to diss on you, it was more that, like, Metal Gear Solid 5's chicken hat is kind of, it's a joke item, but it almost mocks the player for wanting to turn the difficulty down. And I'm not a fan of those. I guess it's that thing of, when we look at the core experience of a game, how do we tweak it to make it accessible without removing that? And this is why I'm happy to turn on immortality. This game is a story game. This is a story game told to us on 3 different levels simultaneously, and I love it. The shooty gunbang of it's just there because, you know? Yeah, Park Programs. So Park Programs is also against the do you want easy mode pop-ups because you usually only see them when something of the title takes you off guard. Anyway, sorry, I can chat and move at the same time. Okay. So we got some meetings from the executive notes. Okay, so rising cost of all response, updated mold eradication efforts, upcoming annual salary review, new supplier of coffee filters to be found and vetted. Oh, thank God. Please come prepared and thank you for your time. And remember to wet the filter first. It does make a difference. Looking formal, looking fancy. Yeah, now we don't need to go into like the difficulty and accessibility conversation because I feel like it's one of those topics that we talk about almost weekly. I believe that when you understand the core of the experience that you want to convey, that you can create a series of tweaks to make it accessible. Oh God. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I just wrecked your desk wholesale. Oh! Desk's gone! Sorry, dude! If you ever wake up from your, like, spatial coma, I'll, I don't know, buy you a pint or something. Okay, so what have we got in here? Oh!
Reminder. If you experience an unanticipated building shift, follow these simple steps. 1. Search the room for any altered items or objects of power. 2. Carry the altered item or object of power to the nearest safe room. 3. Wait for Bureau staff to find you and the object. If there are no altered items or objects of power in the vicinity, then reach your supervisor via the nearest intercom and await further instructions. Thank you for your attention.
God, I love how this treats the absolute bizarre with normality. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against, like, SCP Containment Breach or any of those titles. Like, that's the point where everything's already gone wrong, but I love this point. Marvel was saying, active dynamic difficulty in games has always been a bit weird. No, I know what you mean, and it's difficult to do. It's also one of those things that you can't tell the user you're doing. You can't tell the user you're doing it, otherwise it undermines the experience dependent on what the title is, but like, feckin' yo. And yeah, and Wolfrad, I think the wanting to just absolutely wreck face in video games sometimes is feckin' like, it's absolutely fine to just want to have that naught to just murderific. The reason why I think it's a good conversation... Okay, sorry, we're going back into it. The reason why I think it's a good conversation to have is that Doom, the original Doom, I played through a bunch of times with IDDQD, IDKFA, because I was a tiny baby who wasn't good at video games. But I replayed it when I got the Xbox Live version on the 360, and oh my word. It was still a great game, but it was great for very different reasons. It hit really differently. And I realized that the experiences were almost forked. Oh, Vanderbeest, thank you for 150 points. I'm so sorry. Thank you for 150 bits. That's feckin' kind of you. The Yaldum is now yours! What will you do with this power? Well, okay, so Wandering Gamer, like, let's unpack this. Because Wandering Gamer says that the combat in Control is very intricate. Having God mode does defeat the purpose of a lot of things. So, what do you feel it detracts from? Like, also, what have we got here? Released articles, Ensol, Leol, Anlin, Sebastian, Jenna. Can't be taken for reuse. Person running down some steps. Because, no, I think this is a valid conversation. We can tweak the difficulty to provide the best experience for demonstrating the narrative and discussing why this game's so feckin' good. No details on the computers apart from, like, the Federal Bureau terminals. And the ambiently floating individuals who seem to be unconscious but in no direct distress, I think, is interesting. Like, the held people aren't being tortured, they're just suspended. Just seeing if there's any more additional details. Okay. Shelter. Max occupant 6 persons. Shelter module. Alright. Let's have a look and see if we can get in here. Okay. So one person made it in here, but they're currently being hella floated. Hey up, Chalk. How's the ceiling? See what I did there? And some house materials. A couple of bunkers, emergency lights, backup power, shelter units. Hang on. Does anything happen if we close the door with us in here? Compliment Cap also makes a good point, which is prepared to listen to this chant this way. Eventually, it's going to be uncomfortable when it's not there. Interesting. So, essentially creating a situation where the surreal is the norm and the lack of the surreal ends up being uncomfortable. Like, creating a sound of background crickets in a video game. And Wandering's adding... I guess the takeaway would be the sense of danger of the world that we're presented with. You wouldn't be able to put yourself in the position of the protagonist if none of the bullets hurt, and you had no reason to get better weaponry or get combat done faster. I don't mean to sound like the uneducated individual. I'm not necessarily making this next comment directed at this. But we have played games that create a sense of agency and a sense of fear that have no combat system. I mean, let us remember Nuts, which we played recently, which does some fascinating stuff. Oh, sorry. Numbers was saying the AI director from Left 4 Dead. That's a very good point. Of like environmental scaling damage and scaling difficulty and elements like that. And on the God mode element, Harmonious was saying there were 1 or 2 places of watching Dan Floyd play that gave the sense of, damn, I just killed him really fast, making a foe feel significant. I mean, it's possible to do a system where the threat isn't of the direct combat, but of the existential. But I guess that, for me as a person, I lean so far into the story, the narrative, the element of the... Oh yeah, that was the building shift which we listened to. I don't know. It's... Dezu's like, what if I need to turn down the existential difficulty? No dice. So Lecter was saying that for themselves, the combat wasn't the draw for them. You know, the finding the bigger, the better weapons. And Lecter was adding that this game, dying doesn't feel significant. It was more annoying than I might have been a drawback. See, there's a good point. We've seen some video games where death adds something. Where loss in combat isn't just a stepping stone or a stumbling block, where it adds something forward. Remember, kids, avoid modern technology. Just don't. Just avoid modern technology. It's for the best. All right, don't let mold hitch a ride. Perform daily body checks for foreign plant matter. Okay, sorry, that last one, I should have read it out loud, was a little thing being, like a reminder that we had a dinner date. But it was a reminder that our wife was turning 46. Which, combined with the conversations we've had about temporal time displacement inside the oldest house, kind of hits pretty hard. Lecter says that you just get popped back to the spawn point and have to re-kill everything. So yeah, and again, this isn't to pick a fight. I'm not saying that Wandering or JP are wrong. I think this is an interesting discussion. If you are going to have a system with death, then how you facilitate that is something that's worth thinking about. If you're going to have challenge in combat. Wolf Radber says, speaking of difficulty, Doom Eternal seemed to ramp up the difficulty compared to Doom 2016. But Wolf is like, I'm the Doomslayer. I'm supposed to rip and tear, not die. Yes. Now, there is something to be said about Doom's difficulty, that the idea is that you rip and tear. You don't pull back and kind of like take cheeky shots and hide behind cover. It is a kinetic ballet of murder and destruction. That is the Doomslayer. And so you need to have some way of incentivizing the player into a certain mechanics. But Doom Eternal, and Doom 2016 is trying to show you the experience of the Doomslayer through combat. Whereas Jesse's combat abilities are just being taken for granted from the first second. We can do this! And no one's addressing it. In narrative. They're like, okay, this is a magical weapon that morphs its shape and style, and if you don't grab it, and if you grab it and it doesn't choose you, it'll kill you. But we're like, kablam! What's that from? That's from Jesse. So, yeah. Are we going the right way? Yes. I think, yeah, we explored Eternal Affairs. Anyway, like I said, this isn't... I'm not telling Wandering or anybody they're wrong for that playthrough. God, and I love how they do that feckin' stark visual.
The hissing sound that tried to invade me earlier. The hiss. Burrowing into everything in this place. Is the hiss your enemy? Alright, it's our enemy.
Oh!
That battle's contagious. It burrows in like an infuriating melody that makes you hum it over and over.
Friends, did you see how the fractal shapes reacted to Jesse's questions? That's who Jesse's talking to. Oh, so Numbers, I haven't played this through, no. I've read up a lot about it because I didn't expect this game to be as influential as it's become. Yeah, Harmonious. Jessie wasn't talking to us. She was talking to the Fractured Spiral. Also, notice how the geometry here doesn't work? Like, with the spiral, with the oldest house so far, we've encountered areas where the shifts have been like, we turned around and everything has moved. But in this area, the very shifting fabric of the building is against us. Like, this was clearly a waiting room, yet yeah. And yeah, so, Numbers, that's a good point. The question becomes, what is that fractal spiral? And Rikami, that's a very good point. The way she mentioned the hum looping in your head, the song stuck in, does very sound like the Blackout Club. Oh. And what's this one? Okay, so urban legends are believed to have been the effect of creation of altered materials, but can also dictate the characteristics of an altered world event. Urban legends are understood as the modern version of Jung's archetypes. We recognize certain informed by our own and popularized by our media. We have additionally proven that urban legends can be artificially in the public culture using our own bureau-made anthology television program. Once seeds are sown, human imagination exasperates the details. Exacerbates? Okay. Certain paranormal phenomena contain certain clear elements of popularized folklore. AWEs only occur in a pair of scissors that consume human through two punctures in the these details, living in the minds of so many, have given strength through belief. Urban legends are not just stories for children. They are paranatural realities waiting to happen. Oh yeah, sorry. It was paranatural phenomena, not paranormal. Oh, so Numbers was asking, what is the spiral? What was your previous question? Because Numbers says, can someone who's played this game DM me with simple yes or no? Do we get to see these reports unredacted? Oh, that's where we came in, sorry. Another follow the light. Remember to wash your hands. Alright, so... well, with some of them Numbers, we can start to guess, like with the handgun. But... well, this seems very bad. Alright, once forth into hell, dear friends. Oh, Pacha. Actually, before we leap head first into hell, would you care for a nugget? Oh. Hello, you cute little squeaker. We're talking arty stuff. How are you doing? Have you eaten many salad? Have you had a good day? Yes. Have you had a good day? Yes. How are you doing, little one? Little squeaker. Little squeaker. We're getting all arty-farty over here. Arty-farty. With big oppressive triangles. Yes. Hello. How are you doing?
Good. We're just getting cleaned up.
Oh, nugget cleaning times.
Nugget cleaning and cleaning the apartment.
Go you.
Yes.
I'm hanging out with these lovely Mother Hubbards.
Yay. Hi, guys.
Fiona
Hi,
says
guys.
hi, and then also bye.
River's being
Yeah, park with the wee little feeties. I also like that because we've... I now don't have to worry about death. I can talk to you lot a lot easier. Hadouken! Duken! Oh god. I was wrong! I was wrong! Death comes for us all! Okay.
Must cleanse control points. An enemy. Corrupt. Spreading.
Cleanse the control point. What does that mean? Help me fix it.
Okay. So it's interesting that the fractal element, she's actually asking for help, for assistance. Alright. Cleanse a control point, you know, as you do.
Holy shit. You did it. We did it.
Hello? Can you hear me? Are you with us? With the Bureau? Are you still sane?
Alright, who wants to have a chinwag?
Please.
Oh, okay.
Saw you deal with the compromised agents.
Fractal knows where we're at. And so, again, sorry, Wandering Gamer, we kind of veered around... Hang on. Shushy lady, because I'm going to... no, I do see what you're saying. Like, creating this situation where you are under threat from enemies, you know, with the bullets are flying, that, you know, if you take too much damage, you'll... The loss that you'll have is, you know, moving back in stages, is entirely valid. I think what I'm pondering with this is... how could this game have folded loss into a way that better suits the narrative, rather than your character simply just, you got shot up? Like, we're already in a place which folds everything together. Flair, how are you doing? How are you doing, Flair? Oh, my word. Oh. But also, I think it's worth saying that with other types of title, the path of the protagonist, you do need challenge. You do need something to butt up against. I'm not saying that all games need their combat and loss systems removed. And like I was saying about the Doom discussion, like turning on God mode for Doom 1 and 2 drastically changes how the experience feels. And both are valid. So, yeah. With this one, I still feel that because most of this story is so far outside of standard logic and nonsense, that it goes into a really interesting place. Oh, and so, Wandering Gamer, actually, the point you're making about how your character getting smacked around in a cutscene... Sorry, okay, Wandering Gamer says, if the big evil baddie is weaker than the law says, and your character gets smacked around in a cutscene, but you're just being shoehorned into the story. See, that is a really good point. Admittedly, somewhat separate from the difficulty challenge discussion, but the ludonarrative dissonance sometimes given to us by the big bad guy being like, oh, you cannot defeat me, wapacha, wapacha, and now I shall leave because of reasons, because the game allows me to. And you're there like, yo, I just ground for 30 hours. I can literally summon the Knights of the Round Table like a god. You... what? No. The cutscene doesn't reflect your actions as the user and tries to create this false sense of bad guy. I love in Metal Gear Solid 3 where you could kill a bad guy with a gun. During a particular cutscene, you observe the end. This old man sniper just wheeling his way... actually, no, he's getting pushed around because he's saving his strength for his big fight with you. And if you have a long rifle, you can just shoot him. And he dies, because that's what happens when bullets hit people. Later on, because he's been saving all his energy, you have this great sniper battle. So you'd actually be doing yourself out of one of the big fights. But you have that option, and I love that. Oh, and Flair was pointing out in Ghost of Tsushima, or Tsushima, I always pronounce it wrong, you can't beat the first boss, even if you do, right? Whereas in Final Fantasy X, if you're really good at Blitzball, or really good at janking the enemy AI, you can win your first match. Even though, narratively, you're 100% the underdog, and it a little bit reacts to it. Oh yeah, Marvel, yeah, the end can also be killed by messing with the system clock. Or by waiting him out in real time. At some point, friends, we will do a whole thing on Metal Gear Solid 3 because we have to. I think we're legally obliged to. But if you haven't heard of that fight, you have a sniper battle with an old man. And if you, without messing with the system clock, if you save the game, turn off the console, and just come back 2 physical weeks later, he dies of old age. And you get a cutscene. It's feckin' genius. Yeah. Now, because Lecter was adding the point about death in this game is that it doesn't... the potential for dying doesn't add a sense of danger, more a sense of challenge. Like, how could this game have made death terrifying? Remember that Viking horror game we played, where anytime you died, you had to go to this weird between realm where this horrific thing was stalking you. Do you remember that? That was feckin'... that incentivized me against dying far more than a combat system. You know what I mean?
I can't tell you how happy I am to talk to somebody sane.
Oh yeah, numbers. It was like 14 actual days.
Yeah, I'm Pope, Emily Pope, Dr. Darling's assistant.
My turn. Should I lie? Jesse Faden. I'm just visiting. I should have lied.
Oh shit! You're the new director. Hold on, we're coming out.
Director Faden.
Call me Jesse.
Okay, Jesse. I'm Emily. Look, somehow this hostile force, this
Hiss?
that works. Somehow the Hiss managed to infiltrate the building without any warning.
And just like that, my name for it is official. The Hiss. Like the sound of poison gas leaking in.
We're in full lockdown. It seems to have spread everywhere and to everyone not protected by an HRA. And, extraordinarily, you. You are the director, and that makes you special by definition. Trench is no longer the director, obviously. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. This whole situation is just a lot.
Trench is dead. Shot.
Ah.
I found his body. And the gun. Do I tell her it looked like a suicide?
The service weapon.
Also, and this can sound crazy, but he keeps appearing to me, saying things. It's hard to make out, but he told me to cleanse the control point, push the Hiss out. The whole room shifted around.
you did that? And you entered the building when it was already in the lockdown before you became the new director? How?
I'm not ready to tell her about you yet.
A janitor let me in. I love it. This is fucking unbelievable. I can't even...
For a job which requires you to even, this person can't even.
You probably have a million more.
Like, do you know my brother Dylan?
Moose, what over it? Come on in.
But there's something I need to ask you to do first. If you can cleanse a control point, then you can maybe cure those infected or possessed by the hiss. Because if that's possible, our options are very different.
Emily Pope. I don't know her, but I like her already. She's the opposite of the faceless agency I've blamed for what happened to me for so long. But I can't trust her yet. Or rather, the Bureau she's a part of.
Even though we're now the director.
I can try. I'm speaking for you, of course. We can try it together. Okay.
Alright, so let me just take a moment, because you all said a bunch of cool stuff that I wanted to jump on. Flair, you are an absolute treasure. I'm not avoiding reading your comments out because I don't agree with them, but more because I feel that a very British, pale as ghost individual as myself, reflecting your comments about living in a black neighborhood in the United States of America, will come across as more than a little bit, what's the term? Tactless. Poutine in a box, welcome back. Did you, as those of Cypress Hill would say, take hits from the bong? And yeah, wondering, this game does a great job with the forced dialogue, because as soon as Jesse starts talking to yourself, that you know you aren't in complete control of your character. Also, good use of punnage. Oh, interesting. And Ahti is a very old and Finnish name, apparently of the Finnish equivalent of the god of the sea. Yeah, so Marwal, that was the thing that I wanted to go when they talked about the hiss, that we found a thing discussing the hiss with a document earlier, and then we mentioned the hiss to Pope, which then brings it into existence. Like, are we doing some time loopy weirdness here? Did we bring the title of the hiss into existence? And also, Pope's taking a lot of things in stride, but also acknowledging our weirdness. So Pope is simultaneously grounded, but grounded in the situation. Not grounded to the normality of it as we might be, you know, confused at everything. And our character who's keeping stuff back even from us. Like, Pope is aware of how the oldest house works, of how the Bureau operates. And, you know, the fact that Jesse's the new director is like, okay, well, that's a thing that happens. Even the communication with the director and her notable mention of the service weapon. But then the fact that we were able to just stroll on in here and not get messed up, she's like, okay. We're just talking about interdimensional hisses, you know, standard stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Also, Flair's in.
Hello.
Fiona says, hey. Yeah, Captain Steph, we're into wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff. Shit! It's been staring us in the face the whole time, and I can't believe I didn't even think of it until Captain Steph said it. Do you know what this game would be, sans combat? It would be a Doctor Who video game. This is how you make the Doctor. Because one thing that's very interesting about this is that Jesse knows more than we do as the character. And I think that's fascinating because usually, by virtue of being the player, we know more. Now, I'm going to get a bit meta here, so I'm going to put the tilted beret on just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. Okay, so, think about it like this. We, as the user, we understand that we are playing a game on a system. We understand that we are in control of a character, or in the means of like silent protagonists or first-person shooters, that we are taking the role of a character. But by the virtue of the game and the control systems that we're in, we know. First-person game, give me that gun. Third-person game, get ready for some chest-high walls. The very virtue of understanding the language of video games gives us knowledge and power over the situation that our character does not. But in this, Jesse knows more than we do. Assuming you haven't played through it, but we don't know why. We don't know who the fractal spiral is, or what it is, or its involvement. Jesse's hinted that it's something that they were exposed to, and that it may have resulted in her brother being taken away by this very bureau. But we don't know. I know, like, Wandering Gamer said it as a cheeky hopper-cha-cha style pun, but we're not. We're not in control right now. Who's in control? We control Jesse, but Jesse knows more than us. I mean, feck, this could be meta to the metaist of level, where Jesse is getting us to take her through this, to achieve the things that she wants achieved. Jesse is using us, the fucking player, if you want to get really fucking weird into it. Alright. Berets off. Poutine in a box, sorry, I didn't mean to melt brains. And XT Johnny XP, we know that we are here to find out what happened to Dylan, our brother. Oh, Numbers are saying, oh yeah, she's clearly an unreliable narrator of some sort. And there's a bunch of stuff she's not talking about. Feckin' right. Also, who was it? Dezu's like, give Doctor Who a gun, you cowards. I mean, the War Doctor did get pretty fighty. I love the War Doctor. That's what got me back into it, but I think that's true for a lot of people. Oh yeah, Lecter. Pet peeves, shin-high walls you can't climb over. Resident Evil, fighting tooth and nail for a key to open a rusty gate that I could have, even in my current out-of-shape state, could have hoppity-doppitied over. Yeah, well, Moose, Jesse's internal monologue is clearly directed at someone. We think it's directed at whatever that fractal spiral is because it reacts. Yeah. Oh. Hoppity-doppity over the wall. Feckin' wee! So long, Birkin! Kikazi is saying that there's more levels to the question of who's in control, but we'll say no more on that. Okay, I mean, Kikazi, we're fine with like little low-level discussions, even if they're a little spoilerific of side elements. The request has been not to go too hard into things of the overall narrative, because some people are going to be picking up on the Humble Store, so they're going to be playing it themselves. Like, I came in today fully prepared for spoilers aplenty.
We did it before.
Okay.
Push the hiss out.
Okay. Cleanse the hiss corrupted agent. Again, first things first, check the bunker. Okay. Control points locations in the Bureau has identified as being vital junctions in the oldest house. While appropriate harmonization devices are arranged around the control point as arrangement, the surrounding area will not experience any unforeseen building shifts. Okay. 70-foot radius, numerous researches. No one's managed to define a control point. Calling them nerve junctures or vulnerable spots in the oldest house. The common factor in these theories is that control points are susceptible to external influence. Okay. So the control points are part of. Kazi was saying that they're good to know and they appreciate. At the same time, they want to see natural reactions. Okay. Okay. Marwall, you absolute terror. How many of you have made the alt and delete jokes so far today? I feel like I need a show of hands. And Kestrel, welcome back. Alright, so let's go see if we can cleanse this person. So the thing is, let's take stock of what we know very quickly. Jesse talks to the fractal spiral. The fractal spiral reacts to Jesse's conversation. It draws our eye to the point of what we're meant to be doing something, but is also in support of. This is simultaneously leading Jesse and reacting to Jesse. Alright, so let's give this a go. Please don't explode Jane from accounting.
It didn't work.
You just melted Jane from accounting!
Ripping it out rips them apart.
Oh, boy!
We need to make a plan, Jesse.
I just melted someone! Jane's not coming back! She just didn't explode. Kess was like, no! Jane owed me $5!
It was worth a shot. Thank you, Director. Jesse.
Yep, no body, no crime. With the director now, so technically, Jane never worked here.
I'll risk it.
Listen, the Bureau was involved in an incident in my hometown, Ordinary, 17 years ago.
Is Ordinary the location or the
Bureau
distinction?
came in and covered the whole thing up. I've been looking for this place for a long time.
That's enough. Maybe that's too much already. I can't tell her about Dylan and the rest yet.
I've seen mentions of an Altered World event case dealing with Ordinary. You were at Ground Zero as a child? It was one of the big ones, and before my time. And very classified. I can try to dig out some old files for you. My boss, Casper Darling, would know, but he's missing. I think he knew this was coming, or suspected. He came up with the HRAs, the Hadron Resonance Amplifiers. I think they're what saved us. Or a few of us. And Director Trench would know.
Trench. The ghost, or whatever he is. He mentioned something called the Hotline. Said I should find it.
It's another object of power, like the gun, an old Bakelite telephone. A direct line of communication between the director and the board. Maybe he can talk to you more clearly through that. I mean, Trench has years and years of experience. He might know how to destroy the Hiss.
Where is the hotline?
It's kept in the communications department through the mailroom. It's part of this sector, so we can access it even with the lockdown in place. We'll get the door open for you.
Okay, that's my next stop.
That's Tomasi's department. He's the head of communications. I don't think he had an HRA. He kind of made a point about not wearing one earlier. Keep an eye out.
Okay.
They call me the director. But that's not me. I'm not a director type. I'm not a leader.
Again, we can't see how tall the oldest
Why am
house
I
is.
here? I think you already know. Yes, I came for my brother, but there are other reasons too. I said I was looking for answers, but I might never understand them. I'm not looking for proof. This is already it. More than enough. No matter what they told me all those years, I know it's real now. I didn't imagine this. I want to be a part of this world.
Marwell getting a laugh out of me
What
midway
scares
through.
me shitless is that I finally found it. Only to see the Hiss destroy it all.
Ring ring, Mother Hubbard. Sorry, Marwell was singing Cuban Pete in chat and feckin' made me chortle.
so don't hesitate to ask me anything you want to know. There are no stupid questions.
Unknown
The
caller!
comms department is just outside the boardroom back in the lobby. They should have gotten it open by now. Follow the signs to the mailroom. You can get to the hotline containment chamber through there.
Okay.
Good luck, Jesse. See you back here once you have the hotline.
Sorry, I saw in
Thanks,
chat
Emily.
Bayonauts playing nuts at the same time as watching this. So yeah, good luck with that whole blend. Also, now this is gonna get a little bit Blue Door, but when you have a title like this that has very, very high quality assets across the board, and you encounter someone whose face is just that side of weird, just that side of off, if you do it right, it can be unsettling rather than comforting. See, Pope's the first conversational person that we've met, and I don't mean because the Finnish gentleman who plays the air quotes janitor that we met earlier. He was very surreal in how he's presented to us, even in the beginning. But Pope's the first person who's willing to have a conversation with us, and yet she's slightly off. She's slightly weird. There's something about it that doesn't make me feel comfort. I don't feel safe around and talking to. Or it's just a case that her animation rig's slightly weird and it doesn't quite do the thing. Do you know what I mean? Oh, personal mods. Well, we don't need health recovery. Assets, we got some more. Oh yeah, I like that we also don't have clearance level to understand. Research and records. Oh, portrait of Zachariah Trench. Okay. Number says, Will, check the clocks. It says, whatever that time is. Okay, seems to be that across the board. Oh, here we go. So, let's see if we recognize any of these individuals. Okay, I don't see Zachariah anywhere there, but there's also not name tags, so... Kestrel says that last portrait really stands out. Actually, that's an interesting point. That last portrait is the only person who's outside. Oh, wait, no. Is that guy... That guy could be outside. One in from the left where my head's at. That person could be. But the rest is all, indoor sitting portraits. And there's that guy. Just outside. Like a regular human. Weirdo. Okay, let's just see if Pope wants to tell us anything else. Harmonious... Oh, we're saying it's a bit of both. It might be the uncanny valley due to technical limitations, but the team may have realized that and rolled up with what helped to set the mood. And I think it works because they use real actors in certain elements to convey certain feels. There's times we've gone inside Jesse's head, and it's not been Jessie the character, it's been Jessie the actress, giving it this level of realism and moving through. Oh. We have played West of Loathing. Feck, Echo and I played that way back in the Ket Sofa era.
The hotline should be in the communications department.
Okay, so I want to ask about the origin of the hiss and stuff like that, if that's alright with you lot. Because, well, usually I wouldn't delve as much into just the narrative conversation. I feel this is important. Especially if we're moving away from the combat.
Where did the hiss come from? I'm not sure. You said the hiss was here when you entered. Did you see anything like that outside before you came in?
No, just inside.
The source is internal then. See, the oldest house is a sprawling complex with openings to other places as well. I don't even know where to start looking. But in the context, it's good news. The lockdown holds. The hiss escaping the building would be the end. Pretty shitty world out there if you ask me, but I wouldn't want the hiss to destroy it.
With you on that, Emily.
Oh, and to the smallest waffle. What, old friend? Come on in with the tiny raid. We're playing Control, and we're getting proper tilted berry into the paint. Kakazi's saying it's always worth chatting with Pope because sometimes we get answers, but other times we do get like a shrug. So, come on in, come on in. Smallest waffle, how was your day? What have you been up to? Tell me your tales!
You mentioned the oldest house.
Berry's here,
What
Kestrel, I'm ready.
This building, the Bureau headquarters, the oldest house, is a shifting place. You've seen it. It transcends its physical limits.
I've been to New York a few times. How didn't I notice this place?
It's an attribute of the building. This is a place of power. The oldest house doesn't like attention, so unless you're purposely trying to find it, you don't, which is perfect for us. The work we do here is essential, but unstable. The Bureau prefers not to be noticed. And we need strong walls to make sure nothing gets out.
So without you, I never would have found the front door.
Okay.
So Waffles was testing out some 60 FPS stuff with some Final Fantasy XIV. Lovely. So numbers, you didn't miss too much. We've talked to Pope. Pope says we need to go find the special phone. The oldest, the hiss, no one's sure what it is, but it's come from inside the oldest house. And the oldest house itself is a place of power. But like, Pope's talking about it like a living entity. It doesn't want attention. And the Bureau uses it essentially as like a containment facility. But again, I'm trying to remember, I think it's a power building in New York. Hang on. I need to know this so I can give you all the link to it. Man in Black Building, New York. Oh, it's the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel Ventilation Building. Let's see if I can find a good picture of it. It's a bit of a blurry one. I think I can find a better one. That's not bad. Might be a better one. Darn it. Internet, why are you like this? Alright, sorry, let me just show you on main screen. Just please ignore my gajillion tabs. Here we go. I prefer a larger image. But this is a building in New York, in Brooklyn, I believe. Oh, it says Brooklyn on. And there's just a big door. No windows, no anything else. And this was used for the filming of Men in Black as the outside of the entrance. And this isn't the only building like this in New York City that has this, like, no windows, brutalist kind of functional element. A lot has to be hidden in New York because it's a massive city that needs a lot of infrastructure and kind of blending it into the environment. So that's where ideas like... anyway, this just gets into filming locations in NYC. Sorry. Anyway, we're back. I just wanted to show you that one because there are buildings not unlike the oldest house in New York. Hopefully without it being fecking swarming with SCPs, but you know what I mean. Kakazu says that they saw a game screenshot or developer screenshot of the oldest house and it is tall. Well, all we've seen so far narratively is that the oldest house exists. We have no idea how tall it is. And so, again, it's by not giving us, the user, enough context to... Sorry, that was about to sound like a negative. We don't know how tall it is, making it vast and imposing. Wolfrad says that in Paris they have ventilation buildings like that, but they camouflage them as normal historical buildings. I mean, that sounds very... that sounds very in keeping. In the UK, we have like listed buildings and stuff that kind of hide functions like that. But that's another story. All right, so Director Trench, tell us about him.
This Trench guy. I keep hearing him in my head. Is he a ghost? Haunting me?
I doubt we're talking about a ghost in the traditional sense, but an echo maybe. See, if he was killed by the service weapon, your gun, maybe it's his final thoughts recorded by the bullet in his brain, like a deep space probe sending back data. But that's just a hypothesis on my part. I need the gun to research it. But you better hold on to that given the circumstances.
I think I will.
And plus, by holding it, it might eat you, so... There's that. Oh, objects of power.
Can you tell me what an object of power is exactly? This is all, well, new to me.
Don't worry, I love going over the basics. So objects of power are mundane objects that house paranatural energies and have developed a link to the astral plane and can thus be controlled, which is what differentiates them from altered items, which are still housings of paranatural forces, but are more volatile and cannot be bound in the peri-utilitarian sense.
Of course.
Got it?
Did she memorize this?
It's on the
Got
clipboard.
Thanks.
Oh, and the resonance amplifier. Let's find out about those. Yeah. Pope absolutely doesn't even stop to think about the aren't you seeing or hearing things, but immediately plunges into possible explanations. Oh yeah, she is a lifer. She has been working the Bureau for a while, and there's no question as to the assurity of the data. Like, Pope has no way of confirming what Jesse is saying, but at the, hey, I'm talking to ghosts, the first thing is, okay, well, it could be working like this, or it could be working like this. Not in the traditional sense, not the, wait a second, you're talking to a frickin' ghost? You know? And I'm very much enjoying that.
So HRA stop you from becoming Hiss?
It seems that way. I mean, I hadn't even heard of an HRA until a few weeks ago when Dr. Darling started handing them out. Well, I began analyzing mine as soon as I got it. I mean, each one seems to emit a powerful short-range frequency way beyond anything I've ever seen.
Doesn't the timing seem suspicious?
I thought that too. Dr. Darling usually likes to unveil his latest breakthrough in big presentations. With these, he just passed them out. Yeah, his behavior makes me wonder what exactly he knew.
Yeah. Nerd! Okay.
Thanks, Emily.
Let's get out into the
I'm
field.
sure I'll have more questions soon.
Just let me know.
Yes, yes. Let's go deeper into analyzing workplace environment. Alright. Hey!
With how Pope is just rolling with all this like it's a common occurrence, you know she has seen some shite.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's this, whatever's going on here is clearly bad, but this ain't even close to the worst, you know? I do want to check out some of the offices, because I'm seeing post-it notes up there. And we seem to have solidified the central area, but... So the ballroom behind us, central executive. There does seem to be something through the director's office, which is fascinating. But yeah. There's also quite a lot of superfluous stairs and environment, which I could spend days analyzing. You know, that there's no clear path around with a lot of these. There's levels aside levels in this environment. Oh yeah, and we can't free people, so let's have a quick look around here. Because this was all covered up by that... whatever that kind of corrupting force on the oldest house was. Remember this little waiting bench, how the architecture was almost crushing it down? Well, so JP, again, that's what we were talking about earlier, is like, because she hits the Uncanny Valley in a place, but so far in this game, very few people have hit the Uncanny Valley, and she seems to be our logic character. Like, she's the one that explains to us what's going bump in the night. But she's also slightly weird, and I don't mean like personality, but her physicalities. Her mouth's a little bit too wide. Her eyes are a little bit too intense. There's something that's not quite right about her in a way that isn't for others. Do you know what I mean? And making the person who should be making us feel safe in this place themselves be just that side of unsettling. I don't know, I see some merit there. But again, as we were talking about with Mar earlier, this could also be a little bit Blue Door, but yeah. Okay, so we've just got some... What have we got here? Physics chart calculations, some computer stuff. Oh, we've got a very fancy room here. Oh! Alright, so I'm not too fussed by the materials, but we got like a little... It's like a little microfilm library thing? God. There's also a certain amount of, I don't know, weird standardized logic to all of this. One thing that the Oldest House has done so far is I believe that everything in this room serves purpose. I don't know what that purpose is. We don't know what that purpose is. But, like, whatever the feck this experiment station is here, you know, whatever this series of measurements and equipment does, it feels like it serves a purpose. It doesn't feel like a bunch of random assets that have been put into a level to bulk it out. Do you know what I mean? And whether or not that's the case, the feeling of it is what's important. God, you know what we should have done? We should have spent a day where we do this and then XCOM the Bureau declassified. That would have been a great example of, like, shot chaser. We need clearance level 4 before we can get into the post-it note room. The idea of post-it notes as things that are strangely infectious makes me smile. Lecter's like, help! I ate not long ago, but I'm still starving. This is a situation that calls for more food! Okay, nothing super special here. But always worth checking. Yeah, numbers. It does raise an interesting question about am I looking for things to be important? Like, am I potentially inferring meaning because I'm looking for it? But then, that's a compliment to the situation. We talk about this... Oh, that's all.
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
OHECC carrot.
Heck indeed. Marshall Rayer, thank you for 27 months, friend. Like, I know you don't get to spend as much time here but it's always cool seeing little posts and stuff hanging out on Discord and whatnot, so thank you. Not just for 27 months of Jotun subs at my dumb face, but for all of it. So, yo. Now, what I wanted to jump back on was we've talked a lot about this with the Blackout Club, of how the Blackout Club uses its narrative tools in a very, very subtle manner that has you kind of, for lack of a better term, jumping at shadows. A lot of the time in the Blackout Club, we infer a lot of meaning on very, very small things because we're searching for nuggets. We're searching for little snippets of the story to carry us through to find out more, right? And here, the same has been concluded. We're grasping for pieces of information that's making us look so intently at these parts. And that's not nothing. Even if that character down there is just, they had some problem with the side of her mouth when rigging it and they didn't have enough time to finish it. They've created an environment that makes us look at it, and that's not nothing. You know? Oh, we got an achievement. Okay. Examination of paranatural topics. Technological limitations of the Oldest House. Summary. The Oldest House imposes certain limitations on our Bureau, but by far the most restrictive is the inability to use certain technological instruments. The Oldest House does not allow devices that receive or emit any signal. Radio waves are only transmittable signals to the Oldest House, and even those are often unreliable. If the power of the collective consciousness is taken into account, it could be that certain pieces of technology are too new in the cultural for the oldest house to them. Similarly, these items have been known to become receptacles for altered status. Technology may be moving too fast-paced for that to occur. Modern technology tends to disappear and break here, sometimes quite violently. Agents have been injured by cell phones exploding in their pockets while entering the oldest house. Yeah. It's actually, Kessel, it's actually W-H-A-A-H. Correct. That's the correct spelling. Just wanted to make sure you get it right. Got it. There we go. All right. Look at this page. Oh, no, I killed my own joke. I had a joke. I killed it. I'm sorry. Okay, we've got a little snack room here. Huh, why is that camera light blinking where the others aren't? Oh, got another radio? Okay, still though, I know it's a strange thing, but the work hard, his life is in your hands poster is still the one that makes me the most unsettled. The idea that the people working here aren't protected by the security, they are the ones protecting security, still comes in. Yeah, numbers, that's ominous as shit. I'm not even gonna joke about it. That's a bad time. Okay, shifted bathroom complaint. Listen, I know you can't control building shift, but the executive level restroom has been missing for weeks now. Worked my ass off in the Islamabad station for 3 years. I've earned the right to a nice workplace shitter. If you can't bring it back, at least find out where it went. I love that. Like, that's the practicalities of the bizarre. Okay, so you work in an office place where the entire layout can change at a moment's notice, and the good bathroom just went missing. That's an email. Oh, Rikami, I'll head back to that, to the song. Sorry, my apologies. Did you hear the whispering starting to creep in? And Tanari, wow, what, ho friend? How goes it? So Kestrel, there was some background whispering starting to creep in, and I don't know if it's related to us turning on this. Rikami wants to see if there was, well, here, if there was any singing on the song. Oh, Kestrel, don't you start. I just realized what you were messing with, which is my brain. Oh, doesn't seem to be doing anything. Right. Oh. Aha! Alright, we've got some interesting nuggets here. I can't quite hear what they're saying. But we've got whatever this is here. The previous director hanging out with somebody? In what looks like a very underground construction environment. Oh, no, not that dog. Not that dog, Tanari, wow. Yeah, so we're playing Control, and this is a very surrealist story game. I don't even know where to begin. We are playing as Jessie. Jessie has come to a place called the Oldest House in an attempt to find her brother Dylan, but it is so much more than that. Alright. Anyway, I think we've hit all the beats from this area. So, let's get on the bounce. Oh, okay. We were hearing the whisperings from the room below. Actually, I tell you what, friends. Oh, yes, no, you're right, Numbers. It's the Federal Bureau of Control. The building, also the entity, is the oldest house. My mistake. Friends, would you excuse me a quick little bathroom break before we continue? Because I've just realised we've been going for 4 hours, and I should probably at least stand up and stretch. Kazu says, do I have the copyright on? Oh, is it Durmsud? Oh, mute copywritten music. Cases. Well, I am going to turn that on, friends, but I highly recommend, if you get the chance, I mean, yeah, something to be careful of. I won't imagine it'll be brutal, but I'm really enjoying the discussions we're having here, and I wouldn't want to lose parts of that conversation with you all. Sorry, alright. Yeah, welcome to Black Mesa Sans Cave Johnson. I'll be back in just a second. Don't you go anywhere. And we will continue our adventures through the oldest house. If you have any thoughts or feels that we haven't discussed, like, take a mental note of them now, and we'll chat about it when I come back. Okay, firstly, there's 69 people here. Nice. Secondly, Vanderbeest, you fucking legend. Thank you for filling the pint glass while I was gone. But also, like, that's a lot. That's a very big metal shield that you just put in purely on, like, little single bits. Well, not purely. Sorry. Thank you. That was what I wanted to say. It was just thank you. For those of you that are new here, like, I'm entirely... well, not just me. Since the Cool Zone happened, like, I'm entirely supported by bits, subs, donations. So it's like... you throwing stuff in means you're keeping my dumbass alive, Fiona, all the nuggets, and River going. So we are very grateful. Alright. I promise I won't get overly feelsy. Okay. And Clank, what-ho, friend? Coming in, coming in. Oh, Wolfrat was just pointing out the people in the background were moving out. We're moving pretty well. And Utopia Heart says, something I want to point out is, throughout the game, are you the director or are you the janitor, like I tells you at the beginning of the game? Because Artie never refers to you as the director throughout the game. It's almost... the thing that's quite interesting is also the title of director has already been brought into question. It's not necessarily the director of the Bureau. In the same way that the service weapon isn't just a reference to all sidearms, it's an actual object of power. Kazi, ¿por qué no los dos? La biblioteca? No, so like, the director is a title that we inherited by picking up the service pistol. We weren't promoted. The board, whatever that is, has denoted us. And the positive vibe fairy, good afternoon. What-ho, friend? Also, guess who's got a bowl of cookies for the next cutscene and a fresh cuppa. So I'm ready to feckin' do this. Cafeteria. We can go to the nostalgia department! I'm gonna go play with Lego and Thundercats! Oh, although, friends, I'm sorry. The letters didn't make it. We will be going and paying we will be going and playing... Fuck, I killed my own joke again! I was gonna say, we're gonna go pay our humble and solemn respects to New Times Roman, who died in the service of the oldest house. But no, Will apparently doesn't know how to speak people words.
There it is again. Our welcome message.
Yeah, F in chat for the letters that didn't make it. Oh, Kakazi says we're going to love the dead letters concept. Count me in. Alright. I also, for a second there, I misread my instructions as find the Hindle instead of find the hotline. Okay, and this is interesting. This is kind of like some, like, sealed... Word describes as related. Repeat the word. The name of the sound, it resonates in your house. After the song, time for applause. We built you till nothing remains. The egg cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home. You remind us of home. We've taken your boss, with your boss with you. 9 Inch Nails, is that you? Oh, Trent Reznor, you terror. Okay. Oh, that dude is super dead. Surprise, Mother Hubbard. Wow. Yeah, Tomasi seems to be having an time, you know what I mean? Nostalgia department. You mean they got Giant Citizen Kabuto? Feck, we need to play that game. I keep forgetting to put it onto the register. Alright, so... Alright, visited the following Nevada accommodations. Desert Inn, Big Sky Motel, Starlight Motel, Aztec Court, Sleepy Bar, a bunch of other... Oh, the A-plus Lodge. Alright. We spent just shy of $1,000 on accommodation, about $700 on meals, just less than $300 on gasoline, and over $300 on the minibar. I do wonder if a motel called the Ocean View is going to be found in a landlocked state, but hey, not getting paid to think. And again, for the record, I request that you give us budget to get 2 rooms each night. Agent Rowley and myself are very tired of sleeping in the same room. Oh, the boys in research said that performing rituals may help identify places of power. Drinking those little whiskeys is my ritual. I miss having an expense budget. Or entertainment budget, as it was called in certain professions of mine. Did I tell you all? We once drank 1,000 pounds of gin at GDC one year. So, Kakazi and Lecter, I agree with you both so much. The life packed into these letters is so good. And if we remember that for a lot of, especially AAA games, they struggle to do anything more interesting than the, oh no, I'm trapped in a closet and something bad is coming. Or the, I'm a villain and I'm going to do villainous things. Oh no, I did the villainous thing and it was bad. Now I am slain by my own petard. You know what I mean? I don't know, Varbles. That's 1,000 English pounds in currency of gin. We had a little soiree, and we were given 1,000 quid as a bar tab, and so we brought the thunder. And Kakazu, the reason why I wanted to highlight those is it's very hard to make stuff like that authentic. It's not easy. And, okay, I know we talk a lot about economy of art, but we're in a AAA game here, so we can talk about, like, the flavorful and the ridiculous. Alright. So we are here, heading down to the cafeteria as it gets louder. And we know that the red areas of power are where things get messed up. So the game's got a really clear language of telling us where to go and where things are going to get shenanigans. Now, is it coming out the speakers? It is. Nope, it's not. They just quieted up. Well, we're going to need to go there. Enter the communications department to find the hotline. Oh, what are the other personal mods? Energy recovery, energy boost. I guess energy boost is probably better for us, right? That's more oomph. Numbers, that's a good point. What is energy for? It's kind of being banded around as like as a free term, but Hadouken! Oh! Oh, they explode. Ow. Okay, so Kakazi is saying that the whole principle of energy and stuff will be revealed in a bit. Oh, numbers. He ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3. Oh, he is not. Oh. Ammo cost per shot down. Sounds good, I think. Also, we just got a little bit more on the hiss shields, the hiss barrier. So we have the hiss agent. So we have no idea what happens to these agents who are being held. If we were to shoot at them or detonate them, do they dissipate? Do they... Oh, sorry, JP. There was me yammering on. Sleep well and have a wonderful rest of your night. Yeah, so the floating agents seem to have no aggressive behavior, but it also appears they might be... Oh! Oh! Okay, I just noticed something. So, here's the Bureau expenditures, which we saw earlier on in the game, right? Compiled by the FBC Accounting Department, by order of Director Zachariah Trench. Look about the Hiss Guard. Even this first, where was the Hiss Guard? By order of Director Jesse Forden, us. Compiled by Emily Pope, who we've spoken to. Like, feckin' yo. The system already acknowledges us. And yes, I am dipping my bickies in my drink. The hiss barrier... Hiss barriers appear a way to impede access. Alright. So destroy multiple concentration resources in the area or destroy the hiss entities in that area. Okay. So that's kind of our keeping us in one place. Yep. And Kagazi, yeah. The fact that there are elements in this world that transcend a little bit of time and space. Alright. Let's go check out Dead Letters. Nope. I have a feeling we have to go to Dead Letters though, right? Alright, someone left something in the bathroom for us. Okay. Bureau control. Due to recent fluctuations of control point, the area's stability has been downgraded to yellow. Okay, so green, stable. Yellow, low possibility of unanticipated building shift. Orange, high likelihood of unanticipated building shift. Red, frequent unanticipated building shifts. So they have an internal ranking system for how likely you are going to find yourself in the feckin' parking lot. Oh, okay. Just some goodies. Yeah, so Compliment Cat, that was a control point. I am tempted to go check out that messed up hallway, because I'm curious to see what that is before we proceed. Oh, and there was a shelter under here as well. Lovely. Okay. Okay, here we go. This is one of the other events around the world. An auditory event occurred in the United States Embassy in Havana, injuring the majority of the diplomatic staff stationed there. Blank deaths were reported. Sorry, deaths were reported, and an ongoing information has been managed. The Bureau agents arrived at the embassy on the same day as the event was reported through federal channels, but were too late to witness the AWE, which had been reported by Staff experienced sudden and intense vibrations and noise, accompanied by intense pressure in the ears, which lasted for minutes. No visual phenomenon was witnessed, and the scene was cordoned off and the embassy staff were transported to continental US. After the Formula I-9 was recited in the vicinity, a single cowboy boot began to vibrate, identifying as the altered item. The item was contained and brought back to the Bureau for examination. Oh my life, it's the cowboy scream was set off in Havana. Everyone's just going about their day and they just suddenly hear, ha! I can't do it without destroying my voice, but you know what I mean. Oh my life. How many people were killed by that giant sky cowboy? Now we have to know. Now we have to know. Varble says this was referencing a real-world event. Yeah, I know. I've seen the YouTube video. That old cowboy can scream. Oh, God. Ugh. Okay, yeah, so that's the mold. Just gonna close that up there. It's fine. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. I'd also like to point out, this is the first time we've seen... Oh, that guy jumped mid, he freaked me out. This is the first time we've seen actively dead people, aside from the director. Like, these individuals are wearing the Hiss protection and have been murdered, so we can theorize that this has happened after the Hiss event.
Yes, it's overpowering here. You don't want me anywhere near it. With you on that.
Okay. The little spirally friend has decided we're not going that way. Yeah, Dezu, we'll just let the dishes soak for another couple of days. God. I had an SCP situation like that myself when I discovered a can of... I discovered a can of pureed tomato that had been left in the fridge for far longer than anticipated. I was very, very ill. Okay, yeah, so Wolfrad said there was a mysterious illness situation at a US embassy one time. Alright, well, let's go clean this control point up so we can go hang out with the dead letters. God, I love that font! Alright. You know the music. Time to dance. Hey, that person's glowing. Nope, just a glowy desk. They're directing us down some side alleys. What are you? Okay. It's letter time. Greetings, Director Trench. I'd like to thank you for approving my request for the Dead Letters Archive. Cataloging the Bureau's collection of delinquent mail will prove extremely handy. An extremely handy database of research terms that can use to search for any connection or related topics found amongst the letters. Aside from the more functional purposes, this archive will allow us to preserve these windows into authentic human encounters with the paranormal world. Sorry, the paranatural world. These letters came to us from various places and times, gathered by the Postal Service as undeliverable. The Bureau has gotten a perfect home for them. I realize not all letters contain accounts of genuine paranatural events, but as these erroneous ones allow us insight into how the unknown is perceived by real people. Of course, I will first compile a system to allow us to analyze the letters for any information or suspected connections to AWEs and other altered materials. Thank you again! Can't wait to delve into my dead letters. P. Bartwell, who is apparently very formal from England. Kakazi's saying that some of this delinquent mail is, while sadly very unfortunate, but quite intriguing. Alright. Alright, kids, who's next? Alright, I guess up the stairs to cleanse the... To cleanse the violence! Hadouken! Alright, any more for any more? Alright, let's do it, Spiral Friendo! Go us! I gotta say as well, there's something about how the oldest house reacts to having the hiss influence purged that feels very much like this building as a living organism, and I really like that. Okay. So we can head through the communications department, but I want to explore this area if that's okay with you, friends. Because I think there's going to be a bunch of good stuff. Oh, also, movie time!
Just look at it. 8 inches wide and capable of storing a whopping 80 kilobytes.
Oh, Lagarde!
Stolen by our friends at the CIA, the disk held the launch codes to Soviet nukes. This is not the disk, of course, but one exactly like it. A perfect fusion of concepts vibrating in the Cold War era collective unconscious. A receptacle. It is a receptacle for dangerous energies to hone in on. And they did. We don't have the details, but when things started flying around the disk, it was transferred to us. It's an object of power. OOP. Oops. Oh, and it can launch things telekinetically through the air. To date, we've launched maybe 3 dozen pencils. And once, we even launched a cup.
One whole cup! Okay, I am going to try rewatching the video. Because, as we saw earlier, sometimes the multimedia... Yeah, so the floppy disk. Sometimes these videos give us a little bit more.
Look at it. 8 inches wide and capable of storing a whopping 80 kilobytes. Stolen by our friends at the CIA, the disk held the launch codes to Soviet nukes. This is not the disk, of course, but one exactly like it. A perfect fusion of concepts vibrating in the Cold War era collective unconscious. A receptacle. It is a receptacle for dangerous energies to hone in on. And they did. We don't have the details, but when things started flying around the disk, it was transferred to us. It's an object of power.
Actually, Kakazi, I hadn't noticed it. He's holding the floppy disk on the one place you shouldn't. Lecter, no! That sounds like a terrible idea.
And once, we even launched a cup.
You're all terrors. Kakazi says they're pretty sure it's the actor just being cute on film, which is entirely possible, but...
Communications. We're on the right track.
J-Post is asking if we've seen any other videos of him yet. No, we've just had those two. Levine says, "It is Will Scarlet from Robin Hood, Men in Tights." Okay, so this is the first of the dead letters. Alright. "I had a dream I built the thing I saw in my dream. A machine that will contain God. But not the God you know, or the ones anyone else knows. A new God. This machine will be his body, his heart, and his mind. I made it just like the dream showed me. I used the motor from the refrigerator and the coils from the toaster. The fans plus the timing belt from my car's engine and the wheels from my son's skateboard. God can't move yet. But the dream said he would learn how on his own. This is just a beginner's body. Like a baby's, but a machine instead. God only needs a place to start. If you want to interview me, please contact me at the address in my envelope. My phone does not work anymore, because I used it as the dialing plate for God." Oh, and Levine, sorry, I should have said, "What ho and welcome." It's me being a terrible host. We just got to dead letters. We are hyper overanalyzing everything that we can find in this game, and it continues to reward us. Oh, the singing fish. "Mr. Governor, I called the police, but it never came to my house. I got a problem, and you got to send folks to fix it. I got my wife one of them singing fish on the walls. It's not a real fish. It sings when you hit a button, but it's got a devil in it. It flies around at night and sings devil songs. It says a lot of cuss words. Devil got into my house because of the fish, and you got to come handle it. My wife's real upset. Will you come? Sincerely, Dwayne Barr." Demon fish. I guess what I'm enjoying about these is that, because the SCP, as it exists, has kind of been something that's evolved from a lot of different stories in the public consciousness, and most of the popular stories end up being ones that are, either, scary or have a certain have a certain air of tragedy about them. But these are ridiculous little stories from individuals that may or may not be genuine paranormal events. Oh, sorry, paranatural events. Oh, excuse me. I got to get my my language right. Well, Kakazi, I have a very limited range of voices, so I try and use them when I can. Alright, book club, Penny. "Hello, avid readers. The Bureau Book Club will convene at the usual spot in the corner of the table of the cafeteria at 5 p.m. on Tuesday. We are currently discussing Unless You by J.D. Brooks. Everyone should get their reviews to me by Monday before lunch so I can generate some conversation starters before the meeting." Oh, Penny, that's not how it works. You're supposed to read the book as well. Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck?
It's like the director says, confidential and children don't start at sea.
What the fuck? You take that back, child!
Dad says my mama went missing in action. She walked into the city and didn't come back. I don't know what missing in actions is, but I sure wish someone would find her.
I'll help you look, Topher. We'll find your mama together.
No! No, 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 no! Well, fuck! Varble's like, gonna shoot the tape, not the telly. Let me have this! Oh, Bacon's saying that these might be rewatchable via the menu. No, don't make us do it twice. Oh, the Threshold kids. And Wolf was like, well, I was about to go to sleep, but fuck this. Numbers is like, no. You know what? I'm good. I'm good. Although, can we take a moment to appreciate that's the first bit of unsettling horror we've had so far. The rest has been very much like, you know, violence and causality, but that was the first straight up horror. Full helping of Nope! Oh, my life. Oh, Rikami says that given Remedy is Finnish, they know where they got the inspiration for that one. Google more so for a real nice children's cartoon show. Also Nightmares. You know what? Rikami, I respect your opinion, and I respect you as a human. But to that, I'm going to say, fuckity hell no. Skippity duppity fuckity no. To whom it may concern, I am being contacted by the past presidents of the United States of America. They appear as spirit guides, giving me their wisdom. John Adams keeps saying I need to fix America, but I can't really understand him. They all have a lot of problems. Ha, and a half of it. People tell me I'm imagining it, but Theodore Roosevelt showed me how to fix my lawnmower. I don't know a thing about lawnmowers. Explain that. I have great dead men telling me about the past and the present. If you'd like to use my ability to help run the government, please let me know. I know the White House could use me. In your earnest, James Bartholomew. Oh, Rikami was saying that More So is a puppet show from Finland, which is a very nice show, but has nightmares. Void Astra. What, oh friend? We're just trundling through dead letters. I think I found most of the dead letters in here. And we found our first helping of nightmare fuel. Oh, Kakazi's saying that we're going to find out the reason for those nightmare kids later. Oh, good. Okay, navigate through the communications department. So we are here. We need to head up to the communications, and that's a lot of blood. So which way is that one? That's down to pneumatics. Sorry, I'm just going to quickly nip in for a quick pee. No, bathroom's haunted. Oh, Levine's like, it's all quite... Okay, so, Void Astra and those of you who have just joined us. Firstly, Watto and welcome. Secondly, we are going deep into the paint on this one. So, there's been some requests that we don't do any of the big narrative spoilers, but any of the little details that you want to go in depth in and tell us about, like, I do not mind. Because this is a game I've been wanting to really get into the paint about for a long time. So, like, feel if you want to go ham on any of the small parts of this, like, oh, Tim's dead. Bonk. Oh, Void Astra saying they're new here, but love this game, won't spoil anything. Thank you kindly. So Void, I guess I should introduce myself. My name's Will. It's lovely to meet you. I worked in the games industry for 10 years. And, okay, there's some argument as to whether or not I'm still in the games industry, but... Well, that's horrifying. Ah. Why are the cubes wet? And told tales what, oh friend? Oh. Numbers with. You might not be in the games industry, but you're still in Soma. Dezu with toilets clogged. What? Load service weapon. Toilets clogged. So Telltale's Watto! Thank you for bringing your raid in. How are you doing? We are going deep into Control and talking about it a whole bunch. So, happy Wampus Day. Axie is Splaster. I mean, that feels like a comment on Axie, sorry. Watto and welcome. Oh, well, Void, that's very kind of you to say. Pico Legion, Watto. Thank you both kindly for the follow. God, what to say about us? I talk a lot about the games industry in depth, and I love going deep into like the arty impact of video games, and this one is just dripping with intent. Oh, Toll says they were celebrating one of their mods who had surgery today. Yo! Well, Toll, if you get the chance to sell them, like, we wish them a speedy recovery and hope they're doing well. Oh, and Rikami, you know I love hearing about this stuff. This is a nice way to give an anchor on, like, teaching us, like, elements of Finnish culture. And I'm all for this. Because I feel like both Max Payne and Alan Wake were emulating American culture. And so it was Remedy doing almost a parody of varying parts of American culture. But this is its own thing. Like, it takes place in New York, but this is not a New Yorkian game. That's a thing I just said out loud. I think I just made Lecter's teeth grind for that one. Sorry, the screen with today we're playing Control. Alt-delete because my computer is floating and trying to kill me. The screen. Did you bring smart technology into the oldest house? Did you bring a pocket computer in? Because that's how you get spooky haunted. Oh, Void Astra, very droll, very droll. Sorry, Void Astra was like, no, Remedy is Finnish, not finished. Very droll. Oh yeah, and Rikami, you're right that there is like some cultural nods in both those. Probably more in Alan Wake than the other, but okay. So here's one of the book club notes by L. Sampson. Look, right. So I don't really usually. All right, I want another run up at that one. So I don't usually read a lot of sci-fi, but as far as space operas go, it was all right. The title, Unless You, could refer to a bunch of things in the book, I guess. But I thought it was a little vague and stupid. The way the characters kept throwing it around, almost like a catchphrase, got annoying real fast. And the best part of the story was the space battles. Like, I sided with the Fixers, obviously, because they had the coolest tech and their motives made the most amount of sense. Like, honestly, if I had to choose between some hoity-toity, flower-and-gun space hippies or a badass bunch of warriors who go around devouring planets like cheap sushi on Sunday, now I want sushi, I know who I'm picking. The scene where they invade the city planet and convert the entire population using brainworms? That space dogfight between those two ace pilots? Sign me the fuck up! What kind of ruined the whole thing for me was when my favourite character got killed, not even halfway through the story, by getting a battery cylinder launched into his face by a gravitational anomaly. His death didn't feel necessary at all. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet that's Samson down there, who just got beamed in the gob? Oh yeah, and Void Astra, no, I know what you mean. Like, it's very, very SCP laden. Though I have been recommending to people that have played this through, if you want another very weird game that does really clever things with the SCP formula, check out Lobotomy Corporation. It's kind of like, what if Fallout Shelter, but you had to run an SCP facility? But it's not actually a management game. It's masquerading as a management game. It's actually a narrative horror. And it's feckin' yo. Okay, the screen's saying that their favourite altered item is the camera in the Foundation DLC. Well, I do have the complete edition. And honestly, one of the reasons why I probably want to go through this is to get to the Alan Wake DLC. So, I mean, I doubt we'll get to that today. Ah, and Baron, what ho, friends? Yeah, you just missed hot nightmare fuel. Quick question, did anyone watch Channel Zero? I believe the second season was based on Chris Straub's Channel Zero. Okay, so that's weird. Is this the right way?
Power. Looks like the hiss have latched onto it. We need the cleansing.
Okay, ow, ow, and ow. Hang on a second. Well, I'm just going to have to play a Dodgy Potato. So, Cleverits, thank you kindly for the follow as well. And I should say, like, friends, we usually go into this level of depth, usually with weirder indie games. Like, yesterday we played the Trackless. And tomorrow is our usual run of the Blackout Club. But, like, if you enjoy getting deep into the paint on weird games, stick around. Oh yeah, Miyake Sakura, that twist in Lobotomy Corporation. Oh, yeah, another one. So I didn't play through all of Lobotomy Corporation on stream because there's a lot of play and replay of that one. The thing is, Lobotomy Corporation makes you think like you have to play it like a hardcore management game, but it actually lets you play through each day or even jump back a few days to rework your setup. It's a story game, first and foremost. And it does a wonderful, wonderful job of luring you into a certain mentality and then sucker punching you in a different way. So, like, Miyake Sakura, I went back and looked at all the different endings, who the characters are, what they are, who you are in this space, and oh boy! Oh boy! And sorry, Camille, I missed your comment earlier about mozzarella sticks. But yeah, the thing that I'm enjoying about this one in the SCP references is that these feel more like... Make it wee! That these feel more like... Oh, we can't get to it from up here. We're going to go around. Alright. Oh, my feelings! These feel more curious. A lot of the SCPs from the standard setup either have, like I was saying earlier, very tragic or very horror-inspired elements, which is good, and I'm not dissing on that. But it leads it into a kind of, there's always a patter. You know, there's always something sad or tragic or unexpected with each element. Whereas, like, we found a floppy disk earlier that yote stuff. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Feckin' wee. Feckin' wee. For those of you that never had to work with the 8-inch floppy disks, this was actually what they did. Floppy disk nuke can be bound to gain launch/telekinesis. Teach us to believe, Director.
It's harder to hear you when I'm here. It's like the channel's been changed. The board's in charge here. They're pyramids in the Bureau seal. Are they really the ones pulling the strings? I'm not their director. I'm no one's director.
Okay. We have now learnt the Hadouken. And for those of us that played a lot of Jedi Knight back in the day, this makes sense. Ah, see, Camille, that they failed to give you mozzarella sticks and thought that 2 boxes of fries would be the same. Now, friends, what have we learned from this adventure? Don't copy that floppy. Although, what I did like about this particular object of power is it's data storage it became... Oh. Launch the cube thingamajig into the hole to advance. Okay. There we go. A little bit of gold growing. That it's the idea that the floppy disk symbolizes like nuclear launch codes and shenanigans from the Cold War is why it is able to launch objects. Okay, that's kind of cool. We can play Upsy Daisy with the stacks of objects. Hadouken! Hadouken. Okay. Use the launcher to complete the astral plane challenge. No! No! Sir. In the words of Kyle Gatto, beckons not. Hadouken! Well, so, Void Astra, as I was saying earlier, the request from people has been that we don't go too heavily into narrative spoilers, but again, I don't mind hearing your thoughts and feels. Oh, hold it down. Triumph! Okay. Oh yeah, no, I'm not supposed to use me gun. That's considered unsporting. Learn regret. Hiss noise is burrowing into our astral plane / secret base. You must stop or mute them. Also, I like how, with the subtitles, it's that word has two meanings as put towards us by the board. It's stop mute. It's now bound delivered. Oh, okay.
There you are. You were gone. Cut off. I got it. Just like you wanted, right? This will help me fight the hiss.
Surprise! Alright, now if you'll excuse me for a few seconds, it's time to deliver the mail at high velocity. Ah! I'm gonna recharge. Welcome to mail call. Boof! Alright. Oh god! Okay, whatever that was just rude. You want some? You want some? Come get some. Alright, I'm gonna have to go round. Sorry, so jumping back in. That's a really neat gun you've got there, they attempt to say as they receive a copier printer to the face. And so Void Astra, there's a lot of people haven't read the SCP stuff. If you're unaware of the SCP, just as a quick explanation, it was kind of like a free-form writing creepypasta site where people would write little creepy stories from the perspective of like this secret agency that was responsible for like keeping paranormal threats under wraps, contained, or disposing of them. The SCP kind of rose to fame after Slender Man became a huge phenomenal hit. And there was a YouTube thing about Slender Man that was like, was it ceramic wasps or something? Anyway, at this point, it's still like a collaborative writing site, but quite a lot of the characters have become somewhat famous in their own way. Marble Hornets. Thank you, Numbers. And so, to that regard, how do I still not have clearance? Yeah, so, and to that regard, we've seen a lot of these characters become part of culture. Now, I believe there was an argument recently about who owns the rights to the SCP, but that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. Ah. It's that point where it's like, we go into a room and it's like, we found resources. We found resources. I wanted to find story. Okay. Rate of fire. Ammo cost per shot. Psh. I want to do more murders. Okay. Oh yeah, so here's the floppy disk. 8-inch containing Soviet era nuclear launch codes. When bound, the object knows allows para-utilitarians to telekinetically lift material and throw a short distance. The object is currently bound to Hua for research purposes. Alright, stolen from a Soviet Union base by Hua agents and Hua with the CIA. The diskette contains launch codes to Hua missiles believed to be reserved for use against Hua. After return to America, the diskette began throwing computational hardware at members. The people tried to decode them. Any information in the CIA tipped the Bureau off and was requisitioned by agents the next day. Numbers says, I want credit for my joke. Oh, Ceramic Wasps was the XXX parody of Marble Hornets. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, so Comp was saying SCP is public domain. A Russian guy tried to claim the rights to the Russian SCP site and it angered the entire community. Yeah. But there have been a bunch of video games and works that have taken the SCP as a direct backdrop or as an inspirational setting, which has been real cool. Sir. I'm going to bean you with a vending machine. Do you know how this is going to go for you? Sir. Sir. Who was that? That was a Hiss demolitions expert. Oh, missile launching numpties. Oh, just an additional element that says here, I find it remarkable that Hiss restricts usage of this weapon to the Bureau personnel who train specifically for its use. What does this tell us about its behavior? It cannot pass along new information to corrupted entities. So it has to use a person's knowledge. Hiss Ranger, prior to corruption, Rangers were trained in a wide variety of weapons to face any threat during an all response. They're taught advanced tactics, some are additionally outfitted with Bureau-made body armor. Considering the advantage in training that Hiss Ranger are capable of applying to situations, it is feasible to consider the human mind still remains intact to some degree. So now we're learning. It's not a hive mind, it's like puppet strings, right? You are numbers. And Baron says, fun fact, every year 12 people die because a vending machine falls on them because they were trying to rock some free stuff out of it. Yeah, those things are heavy. People are dumb. But yeah, as I was adding, I think what makes this shine is that it's not necessarily bound to the SCP's existing zoography, if you know what I mean. You know, this doesn't contain, you know, the mirror that shows you the way you're going to die, or the unkillable lizard, or... God, I'm trying to think of a few others. It contains things that are a variation on, certainly. But one of the things that a lot of people who play Lobotomy Corporation comment on is that if you have a knowledge of the SCP Batcat, then you can learn a lot of it very quickly. Especially considering, like, the threat levels. God, when was it we were trying to come up with a rating system? I forget. And we ended up using the SCP model of, like, distance and effect. God, I was trying to remember. Oh, feck! That was when we were doing the protagonist power scale. Oh, that was a feckin' weird day. So sorry, those of you who just joined us today, I don't even remember where it was. Like, feckin' weeks, months ago. Time travel is weird. But we tried to come up with a rating scale of video game characters, or I believe it was No, we kept it to video game characters. And we were working out, like, power of individual versus, like, distance of agency. God, it was feckin' rad.
Emily said that the hotline can be reached through the mailroom.
Okay. No, no. I'm gonna go read some mail. Don't be weird. Oh, Kakazi said it was actually a welding unit that I launched the guy. Possibly an arc welder. Okay. But suffice to say, I didn't ruin somebody's, like, coffee supply or something. I like how the whispering, even as the player, occasionally you'll hear a couple of phrases that make sense, which makes me stop and listen to the song, which is kind of part of the infectious nature of its mechanics. You know, you can block out the mumbling, but when it starts saying things you recognize, your brain almost wants to listen to it. Oh, okay. National news sites have begun publishing a story of the polar bear attack on an Alaskan town. You all know, I don't like to boast, but claiming that a family was killed by migrating polar bears desperate for food because their ecosystem is being ruined by global warming was a stroke of genius. Using current ecological concerns makes the public much less likely to so, another AWE is behind us and the public is none the wiser. Well done, everyone. It was a strong campaign, perfectly executed. That doesn't mean we can stop monitoring for any off-message opinions, but looks like we're in the clear. Thomasai, oot! I need to start signing off my emails with Will, oot! Yes, it's obnoxious. I mean, Kestrel, that's the question we're going to be asking ourselves all day is, what about Juan? Void Astra says, if you turn the music and effects off, you hear some scary and weird. I mean, we're here for the nonsense. Alright, so mailroom's that way. Sorry, I'm not trying to... as I said, we're not going to be chasing side quests in this, just as an FYI. I'm just exploring for the purpose of getting as much of the narrative chewy goodness as we can. So, what the fuck is this? Where was Shield Guy? Oh, there was Shield Guy. Well, that hurt. Ow! My feeties! Alright, time to put this fire out. Alright, telephone! Whew. Okay, and to think we nearly missed this feckin' room. Like, what the hell is this? Seems to be, like, the closest to a computer lab we found. Feckin' yo! Void says, you know this is a Metroidvania, right? I hope you do, as some people were disappointed. Yo, I didn't actually know that. I mean, it has some quirks of. Now, I'm not saying that people are wrong for wanting to explore all of the cool stuff. I was more just like, I want to focus on the story and how the story is told. But I can assure you, like, if I was playing this for myself, I would investigate every nook and cranny and get everything. Oh, okay. Compliment saying that our melee is very good against shields. No worry. Okay, so last month our on-site servers experienced an intrusion by unauthorized users. After a thorough investigation, it was confirmed that the users only accessed a video file which contained portions of various Dr. Darling presentations. Investigators were able to track the users to their IP addresses. And the following are confirmed identities of these users. Patrick, Rubens, R2, Christopher, Jacko. These individuals are in breach of Code 91 and have been placed under surveillance by our external investigation team. Further... Void Astra says, maybe make a poll and ask? Well, I think what I'll be looking to explore is the world, the story. If there are side missions that take us off on, you know, challenge modes or with the idea of gaining more equipment, better weapons, I'm okay leaving those to the side, but allowing the story a chance to breathe, you know, I'm all for that. This whole area is feckin' massive. Oh, okay. We came in from the side. Is that mold? I think it is. Alright. Martial lockdown. Pay attention, Alberto. This is the last time I'm explaining this. Feckin' Alberto. Bloody hell. Right. Internal lockdowns are manually triggered events that lock down one or all sections by restricting use of the section elevator, effectively locking staff in their sector until the emergency is handled. This can only be lifted via the directorial override in maintenance once the director is satisfied the situation is under control. Whew. External lockdowns are a bigger deal. Nothing in or out the whole building. It's only triggered by a code red containment breach based on some complicated system that security and research snapped together. It can only be lifted A, once the threat has been neutralized, and B, a high-level clearance individual gives the system the all clear. This process is not the same as directorial override, so stop saying so in documentation! I know it's confusing as hell. I've told Darling 100 times to change it, but they're adamant it stays the way it is, and honestly, I don't think they even know how to change it at this point, so let's make sure our staff understand how this mess works. Alright, Alberto! Signed, Marshall Rhea. Marshall. Sorry. Did eat Gladys. Kitty! I'm gonna save you so you can save your cat. Running. Running. Searing pain. Searing mold pain. Baron Sheep, not at all. We are 2 days away from the next Memnol episode. Oh, so to those of you who are new, Memnol is our ongoing D&D adventures. However, before you roll your eyes and groan, as I know everyone and their cat has a D&D adventure, and let's be honest, the adventures of Cat Meowlington are actually pretty good. Baron Sheep's made a system... Well, sorry, he's made a game where it's me and all of you lot playing together. So we have one amnesiac character that we kind of control through together. And our next game is this Saturday. So if you fancy being part of a cacophony of nonsense in 5th edition, you are cordially invited. Yes. Oh, Baron, which day? Okay, 4 PM tomorrow. So if any of you would like to add NPCs, locations, or elements to the game, because we're adding elements through that. You have until 4 PM tomorrow if you want to add some characters to D&D, Dungeons and or Dragons. Oh.
You're listening to America Overnight, mystifying the airwaves for more than 29 years. Thank you for staying up with us. Ghosts. We've had many callers over the years tell us of hauntings, voices, and other phantasmagorical phenomena. Today, friend of the show, Dr. Quincy Reagan, tells his story. Quincy, thanks. This is something I experienced recently while staying at the Chili Pines Motel in Macon for last year's SuspiciaCon. I was in room 47. Night manager, an avid listener of the program, insisted I take this particular room.
SuspiciaCon.
The manager explained that years back, the body of a man was discovered
I don't know why that slays me.
under the bed.
Under the bed?
Inside that wooden border that motel beds tend to have. And the body had been there a week, he said. Guests had stayed there, sleeping with the corpse a foot below. They only found the body when housekeepers complained about the smell. Hauntings have been reported in room 47 ever since. I happily took the room. I fell asleep pretty quick, checking under the bed first, of course. No ghosts visited me, no chilly spots or flickering lights. But when I woke up, I found myself under the bed. It was dark and stiflingly hot. Luckily, I was able to push the mattress off and crawl out before I suffocated. The night manager was kind enough to find me another room. There you have it, listeners. What we call ghosts take many forms. Quincy was brave enough to tell his story, and I encourage you to keep calling and writing whenever you encounter something strange, something you can't explain. Maybe you're seeing colors that we have no name for. Maybe your toaster is possessed. Remember, dear listeners, when no one else believes you,
we do. That's fucking great.
We'll be right back.
Who was it that said? Darn it! Someone said. Oh yeah, Kakazi. These do harken back to the Night Springs episodes from Alan Wake, which were glorious. Yay! Clearance level 1. I'm not a plebeian anymore. And Void Astra, like we spoke about it a lot earlier, and we made the decision that we were going to go for a run based on the story rather than the combat. Like I don't think anyone is. Oh my word. Whoever wrote this report to Dr. Tarling, that is a lot of reading. You wanna go deep into the scribblings on the board? We can do this. But yeah, so while we're deciding whether or not to read this whole cavalcade of nonsense, yeah, we decided to turn on the immortality mode just so that we can plow through the environment. We can plow through the combat and take our time examining the environment. The story, the plot, the world, how it is built is something truly special. And while the combat is fun, it's not the be-all and end-all of this experience. Yeah, Varbles. Okay, my handwriting is not that good. Okay, somewhere among the line, things went weird. No one was sure how this happened, whether it was something caused by someone or something, or if it just happened by itself. There are a lot of stories. Everyone had a theory of how it was and how it happened, which may be the weirdest and perhaps only fittingly singled out. There was the talk about the strange golden space helmet that someone found in a secret research project to replicate and manufacture those helmets. It was said that the helmet opened a way to another place, different from this one, but whether or not that other place was a place or just something that came over you when you were wearing the helmet, no one knew. Not even the scientist in charge of the project. In any case, or so the myth went, the helmets, or the people trying them on, brought the other closer to here, and things got weird. Things that people had learnt to take for granted, like technology, physics, and religion. And in time, stuff sort of stopped working. Like they used to. stopped altogether or became something different. And there were lots of accidents and terrible catastrophes. At first, most people died and disappeared. And some of the places rained flowers, others blood. Sometimes the other was very close, and everything rippled and warped as something big in the other passed close by. Sometimes it was even almost like old times. In time, people adjusted and adapted and learned, and we knew the things and laws to fix. Some of the old, but mostly... Some of the old... Feckin' hell. But mostly... Oh, sorry. Oh, Kakazu, it's nothing against your good self. We keep links just for subs to avoid bots coming through and posting shenanigans. Oh, this is doing my eyes in. Don't say I don't love you lot. Okay. Adjusted, adapted, some of the old, but mostly, as time went by, people just forgot that things had ever been different. And the weird became normal.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo, Varbles, that's feckin' kind of you, thank you. Varbles gifted a sub to Kakazi. That does, however, mean that you have been hunted by House Carl. The hunters rule once more. Numbers got... Sorry, Numbers. Okay. Everyone who had believed in the myth thought that the golden helmets and those who wore them were bad, and they seemed to have a point for those in the golden helmets, even when they were hardly ever seen anymore, were often on those rare occasions doing bad things. Luckily, the other gave many people strange abilities, and a few heroes rose to fight these bad things. And there were lots of bad things, and lots of good things as well. But now, even more than the other, things were ambiguous, and never simple or clear. And people rarely could tell the good from the bad. In any case, as this went on, it was almost never boring. Whew! Okay, I need a second to blink. Whew. Oh, Kakazu. So that was... Oh, that was the transcribe. Oh, yeah, that probably would have saved my eyes. It's fine. I tell you what this is also reminding me of is BPRD. The series that directly followed Hellboy. Oh, yeah, so we had to go through the mail room, so we can go down this way. I absolutely love that series. I've read it in its entirety. And it is a great example of how to construct the other in a manner as to be normal. Block out the tunes. And Void Astra, I don't know if you were in while I was saying it, but, like, currently I'm entirely supported by these lovely Mother Hubbards, and they are incredibly generous. And I can't say enough thank yous. Like, people like... You know, Varbles gifting out an inordinate amount of subs and people dropping bits and keeping us going. I know how lucky I am to have that, and I don't want to think that I was just kind of like brushing off your compliments to... Bacon Avenger, I was not fishing, and you know it. You know it. But Bacon Avenger, thank you kindly for gifting a sub to Void Astra, who gets to take Jarl of the Day. So, what will you do with your newfound power? Also, friends, I want to appreciate this particular... bunker that we just came into. So a bit of environmental storytelling here. Now, there's no one in, but the table is set up for a game of cards with a couple of bottles of booze on, and this is the bit that struck me. They've made a little faux privacy screen for the toilet. So if anyone needs to take a shit, they can actually have some privacy in this little room for 6. Like, there's some realities about getting stuck in a room there. Oh, okay. Oh, what's this? Clearance level 1. All right, so we've got 2 level 1.
Must open the door.
Okay, cool. I'm just having a quick look around before we purge that little spot. I don't know if that's going to be like a spawn point or what have you. Oh no, we came from there. God, the oldest house does the best job of turning you around. I mean, I talked a lot about this at the beginning, how like the brutalist structure feels simultaneously very familiar if you've ever been to like a government building, but at the same time it's wrong. The stairs are in the wrong place. The rafters are strange. Also, I'm claiming this point. Oh, feckin' hell. Okay, so as Rikami and Numbers are saying, so the story of House Carl. Again, and I know I'm super feckin' lucky to have this, so... and possibly one of the reasons why I know American government buildings so well. Actually, give me 2 seconds to tell this while I give myself a break from the chanting. I moved out to the States, but wasn't able to work officially for 10 months due to some tax shenanigans. I was an individual that was an American citizen, but didn't have a tax number. And because I was a citizen first, before I gained like a social security number of things, I had to go to the government. It took 10 months to get the process sorted, which is also sort of why I ended up streaming, because my good friend Ket, or Slifter here on Twitch, let me live on his sofa and use his PC during the day. That's actually why I stream during the day, is because that's when Ket was at work. Anyway. I spent 10 months sorting this, and during that time, I couldn't turn on bits or subs because you have to put forward proper tax forms to be an affiliate on Twitch. So I kept saying that when we did it, when I finally won the War in Triplicate and we could turn on like all the Twitch elements that we'd play XCOM, and for each person that subbed, I'd make a character. And you have to understand that, like, at that point, we were usually averaging around about, like, you know, between 20 and 40 people. And so I assumed, like, all right, so it'll be a busy day. Maybe let's assume 50 people. So yeah, like, I'll have to make maybe, like, 50 characters. And that's going to be a lot, but I can do it. I'm going to slug through it. And on the day we turned it on and got going, we hit, like, 200 plus subs, and some very, very generous and lovely individuals started playing the hunting game, where anyone who didn't have a sub badge was hunted directly. And that's where House Carl came from. They hunt the unsubbed. I had to spend 10.5 hours making 210 characters. And it was a whole bunch of a lot. But yeah, that's also why I know this kind of environment so well, is it took 10 months of visiting the Social Security office in Seattle, like every 2 weeks, sometimes once a week, and it was, ugh. Yeah, actually, Numbers, Ket gave us a hard stop time because he had to go to sleep that day, and we just banged him out as quick as we could, which is also how the unfortunately named Mike Cox became a pivotal character in our XCOM 2 campaign. Oh, okay, so Clank. Carl is spelt with a K. They are the hunters. Chaos seek, well, who knows really what Chaos seek. House Order mostly frequent around the pint glass, getting into a nice ordered state. House Valkyrie is... Thank you, J-Post, for a live demonstration of House Chaos, you terror. Scattering Corgi and friend into the cold abyss. Also, the man Watto friend. Oh, you always assumed House Carl, like Skyrim. Ah, no. Oh, well, anyway, Valkyrie are kind of the defense, the lurkers, the unseen. Now, let's do some violence. Oh, why Carl? Because that's what was decided. Okay, check out this. Yo!
Chaos.
Numbers, you fucking ledge! Not to be upstaged by J-Post. Numbers, you fucking hero, thank you. Throwing in 1,000 like it's no big deal. I'm sorry, Void, but sadly, your reign as Jarl has ended very quickly. Your new Jarl, one and all, welcome your new Jarl. Some numbers. What will you do with your power? Vanderbeest, giving the pint glass a good attempt, but Spooky Ghost saying, hell no, we won't go. Oh. Oh, God. Sorry, let me take a moment there. But anyway, I just, like, sorry, Void, please don't think any of these stories is me kind of bragging. Again, I want to say at least one more time, like, I know how lucky I am to be supported by these people, and how lucky it is that I get to do this every day as a real profession. And as I've said before, I hope I am worth all the support that comes through. All right, now let's get violent.
Oh. Fly now. Great.
Oh, that's Tomasi. All right. Oh!
Him chugging a mid potion and drinking the glass.
Numbers, you feckin' legend. Thank you. No distraction bits. Oh, and Bacon Adventure, thank you as well. Numbers, that's another 500 in. Even if it is to heal your reign.
Distraction breaks.
It's distraction bits! And Ark of the Conclave, what? Oh, Ark of the Conclave, we are having a great time. We have found so much. Message for you, sir! Ha! That guy is super dead. Maybe you should sit down. No! Chair! But seriously, Bacon Avenger, Numbers, J-Post, you feckin' legends. Thank you all. Oh, interesting. Chair! Distractions! Right, we'll see you later, mate. I also love how his half out his shirt like weird little creepy wings. I don't know why, but I really enjoy that. What gave it away?
Let's stay focused. The hotline should be past the mailroom.
Okay, so there's the hotline chamber. Oh, so hotline chamber's up. Oh, it's parry, dodge, then spin. Okay. And Void Astra, yeah, I might have beamed the train with a fire extinguisher. Or something that explodes. Lecter's like, well, like an open shirt. I couldn't possibly comment. You know, that's the thing about this game that it does so well is I see the little caution wet floor, and to me that says that the Finnish janitor has been here. It's almost like an indication. So this was where we were at earlier. Okay. Just having a run around. I doubt there'll be any, like, narrative beats in here. Oh! Now, I heard this sound like something getting the absolute hot fuck kicked out of it, and I was like, oh my god, what's happening in the flat? Realised Fiona's making katsu for dinner. Oh, I'm spoiled. We got one of those super fancy meat tenderizers off of Buy Nothing. Oh, so friends, if you're not aware, Fiona and I are currently living what we're calling the bourgeoisie lifestyle, which is being simultaneously very poor and having loads of nonsense cooking implements. Mail's in! Oh, Utopia Heart says you can hit those flying guys if you grab an object from behind and chuck them. Okay. What's for dinner? Cat soup? Katsu! Terrors. Just catsup. It's just ketchup in a bowl. No, Fiona has been mastering doing, like, tonkatsu, like the Japanese-style fried pork, and... Oh, did a glorious chicken one. The man did... Okay, so I guess it's my pronunciations. Alright, and Compliment Cap, I love things like that. Sorry, Compliment Cap was saying that they're in the habit of, you know the radios we found earlier, of picking them up with the telekinesis and walking them through the facility so that they have the company of... God, as something to, to offset the weird oppressiveness of this environment. Like, feckin' yo. Alright, so let's see if... I almost wanted to say Temeri, but it's not. What have we got here? Got some more files. Okay, so that was... Oh, that was Alberto, the person who got told off a little bit. Hiss Elevated. Hiss Elevated agents display abilities similar to telekinetic competencies observed in Bureau Para-Utilitarians. This game is a dyslexic minefield. Some prefer to charge their targets while other launch objects at them. Telekinetic attacks have been ineffective against the Hiss Elevated due to their own talent. They do not use any weaponry except their own paranatural capabilities. Some Hiss Elevated have been seen levitating while strapped into chairs, like the result of individuals being corrupted while undergoing cognitive recording in parapsychology. How are they able to use paranatural abilities? Or is it possible these individuals were bound to objects of power prior to corruption? It's worth considering that the Hiss resonance can identify and express latent paranatural ability in individuals it corrupts. Please refer to the for full report. What was the multimedia? Oh, it was the America Overnight.
The head of comms. The Hiss got him.
Hiss got him. Oh, Astra, you do not have to apologize. My English is terrible generally.
Alright, take this down.
Alright.
The situation in Cuba has been evaluated by the relevant authorities. The mysterious illness affecting the staff at the U.S. Embassy in Havana was caused by sonic weaponry in the hands of a foreign power. Numerous personnel have damage to the inner ear, but most are expected to make a full recovery. Of course, the event also damaged their cellular walls, but we can't blame that on some stupid noise gun. Thank God no local doctors examined them first.
Oh my word!
The odds an alternate item would show up inside a U.S. embassy. Talk about good luck, huh? So much easier to... Hey, are you still recording this?
I mean, you told him to. See, also, there's another thing here of, like, executive sector, research sector, containment, blank sector, and maintenance. And these pathways through with the lights. This feels like they have a system here for tracking how the oldest house moves and the pathways between them. Yeah, we're back on the Havana case, which you all mentioned that the incident of a bunch of people getting sick and damaged through some kind of noise was an event that actually happened. Oh, more case files. The Buttle summary. But. Right. In spate, a spate of disappearances was traced to a home in the city of Butt, where the Bureau agents discovered a translocative light switch cord. Bureau agents arrived at the home of a local celebrity located at Hua and Hua, which had been connected for a total of disappearances in the area. Agents found no one inside. While searching a closet, the agent pulled on a light switch cord and disappeared from view. Another agent was selected to pull the cord in order to replicate the event. He disappeared as well. Both agents were discovered by the oldest house days later, found in a sealed room by rangers exploring a new area of the house. The light switch cord, the Buttles' home closet, disappeared during the incident. I choose to believe it's going to be pronounced butt because I am a grown-ass man and this is my show. But just the I need to go back into the room for just another second. The way in which the pipes are put here, almost like Art Deco trees, and the way in which it's lit, like, I cannot get enough of this whole aesthetic. The roots, the faux plant plots, the way in which the tubes head up, like, God, I'm in love with this entire aesthetic. Kestrel, thank you. I'm glad someone got that joke. Varble saying there's still no explanation. Well, we know now what the explanation is. Yeah, the industrial nature aesthetic. Thank you, Lecter. Oh. Oh, something around the back of the monitor. Thank you, Kakazi. Yes. Almost missed that. Oh, it was goodies, but thank you. Well, I mean, Kakazi, if it had been something narrative related, I would have been sad that we missed it, you know? So thank you. Hotline Chamber. Surprising sequel to Hotline Miami. I bet everyone makes that joke when they walk in here. Okay. Oh, butt supplement. I am a grown-ass adult. According to their testimony, the agents had been transported from the Butt home to a roadside motel named the Ocean View Motel and Casino, and discovered a room key by performing a ritual. See file MOT-01. Ah, the whiskey. The key opened a door marked with an inverted black pyramid, which they had only learned after a lengthy period of trial and error. After pulling another motel cord found inside the room, they were transported to the oldest house. Interesting. We know the upside-down pyramid is what we're referring to as the board, so... Ah, yes, Kestrel, I see you two are a person of culture, for as you see, it was a joke about asses, about the buttocks. Okay, oldest house. The disappearances of the home owner and the other locals of the Butt have been attributed to the light switch cord. The Ocean View Motel is now known to have many doors and pathways. Since the occurrence, identical light switch cords to the one found in the Butt home have begun appearing throughout the oldest house. At the time of writing, light cords have been found in the oldest house, located in and sectors. These all access the Ocean View Motel, though how exactly the link operates between but initial hypothesis center the Butt AWE as a See Dr. Darling presentation 24 for more details. Did we pick up another? Oh, it was the all report. Okay. Okay. Cowboy with no friends. Cowboy with many friends. Cowboy with one friend. Okay. Okay. Oh, and Fearless Sun. What, ho, friend? How are you doing? Okay. So here are all the people that have gone into the hotline security log. So, Director Trench, Bill Everett, Custodian. Director Trench, Everett, Custodian. Director, Custodian. Director, Bill, Custodian. Carl Bishop, Custodian. Okay. So it's just been Director Trench and cleaning staff. Okay. Just going to go around that. Oh, this is fine. Oh, This is
The
nothing.
Ocean View Motel and Casino. Dream Logic. The light switch cord. Door marked with the Black Pyramid.
Okay. So it appears like the motel is like a transient space between areas. Thank you, Lecter. I'm glad someone else finds Butt home. Fearless is currently decompressing after trying to wrap their mind around an object model that been instructed to use by someone who admits they don't know how to use it. Let gasp! Individuals in game development messing with features they do not understand? I'm shocked and surprised. Alright, looks like we're gonna have to visit the butt. So Fearless, kick off your shoes, allow me to be vaguely entertaining. We're gonna see how this party goes. Is there any signs here? Like notice. Ocean View, access point, central light switch. The law of 3 applies. I thought that was for comedy. Alright, director use only. Disregard this policy may result in fatal psychic trauma. I mean, we survived the feckin' puppet, so I think we'll be fine. Okay, catalyst, light switch, law of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Have we been here before? No.
Ah.
I've stayed at a lot of roadside motels across the country. On the road, on the run, under the radar. This feels like all of them, like something recognized from a dream.
Sorry, Void Astra, apologies for not answering your question. I use a gamepad when streaming so it keeps things smooth to avoid anybody that has motion sickness. When I play FPS with a mouse and keyboard, I tend to whip my head around, or the nay-nay as it's referred to, which does not make for a very cohesive viewing experience. And Void Astra, the law of 3 in photography is the law of thirds, which is like you have one thing in each third of a photo to kind of, yeah. And Fearless was like, oh look, Black Pyramid. Indubitably. I also... Oh, there's the Black Pyramid door that we need to go through, but also, like, squiggles. I'm exploring before we go through the place with Mena. And then, there's another thing I like about this, that the idea that these, like, spaces between beings are recognizable and alien in equal measure. I love that whole thing. Yeah, the other doors, other symbols. What do those refer to? Excuse me!
Hello? Anyone here?
Did you notice that pressing the button opened a feckin' door? You know what? I'm just going to become the new hotel owner. That's my new job. Oh, remember. Volcanic eruptions are more likely than you think. See America. Maybe even Texas. Oh, and Void Astra, please never worry about explanations. We have so many individuals, so many international individuals here in the Longship that there are a ton of people for whom hang out here on the daily for which English isn't their first language. And I'm dyslexic as heck, so I spell everything wrong. And Isocrid, I didn't see you come in there. What, old friend? Lecter has named the Black Pyramid the Harry Martini, which I believe is a euphemism for a woman. I'm going to stop myself right there. So, Isocrid, how are you doing, friend? We've been deep diving into Control. Like, we have been deconstructing, like, anything that's not nailed down. Lovely little side room here. There's the cowboys again. God, there's just it's every cheap roadside motel ever. Well, so Isaac Grid, it was more initially. Now, and this is me admitting my faults. Initially, I wasn't convinced by Control. After Max Payne 3, after no, Quantic Dreams is the company. After the follow-up title, Quantum Break, that was it. After Quantum Break, like a lot of people, I'd automatically dismissed Quantum Break because of its television tie-in. And so when Control came around, the floaty gun, the pseudo... It felt more like the, you know, what if David Lynch but that I felt Remedy was falling into the trap of, so I kind of dismissed it. It was when I started hearing reports of how it was doing incredibly interesting things with level design that I considered giving it a shot, and since then, as I'm sure you all know now, I was very wrong. This game is exceptional. So what we've been doing is we've been doing just a deep dive on it. We've been keeping the big narrative spoilers to a bare minimum, but all the little details we've been jumping into, and it feckin' grand. Yes, Vanderbeest, deconstructing everything not nailed down is a very different maneuver in Control than it is in Valheim. In Valheim, it's how you make enemies. Who stole my back wall? I haven't checked in with the Valheim crew today, but I hope they are doing well. I saw Hindle was building a very fancy longship. I got to play a little bit yesterday, but I crashed so hard. Anyway, let us... I wonder if it happens if I push the button some more. Changes the room! Ha 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 ha. This room is also same. Alright, we wanted to open that last one, which is... Remember the rule of 3! Ha ha!
The key has a black pyramid on it.
Now I feel right clever, I do. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and Void Astra, I do understand where you're coming from. Twitch is a odd place, to say the very least. Can't get into the... but I guess we've been lucky because, like, I'm dyslexic, so if you go on the Discord, there's so much stuff that's spelt wrong. And our whole group is built kind of pretty international, so... Yeah, we're pretty... Oh! Moose says there's now a community pub. Got a kill on the second boss last night. Oh, congratulations! Oh, and Kestrel, we'll see you when you get back. Where's the community pub? Because I will absolutely come visit. I'm still so far behind, I've not even finished my set of leather. But I did do some boar hunting last night, which was very cool. Alright. Also, friends, I want to highlight this bit here. This is a picture of us looking at a picture of us, right? Remember that bit at the beginning of us looking at a picture of the director? Oh, Kestrel, say, do say goodnight to Little Bear from all of us. And I know that Alan Wake is in this in some capacity, but I don't know to what extent, and if it then brings Max Payne in as well. That's something we'll get to find out together. 1. Oh, God. 2. And 3. Ring, 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 banana phone. Doot, 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 doot. Now the question is, now that this bridge is here, is this bridge just here for us because we came through the motel? Or did we bring the bridge into being? Alright. Wait, no, which house? Which house are you talking about? And Kakazi like, yeah, good question. Next question. Alright, so settle in, friends. It's telephone time. This is the Hot Shells Sea Line. It's a transmitter bridge. Directors can call the board long distance. Look, listen, Linda. I want to just sit here and drink my coffee while you tell story at me. Don't make me do things. Do you know what this is reminding me of? Is a more cohesive Layers of Fear. Although Layers of Fear apparently does have more cohesive narrative if you play it through multiple times. Alright, the hotline will allow you to contact extra-dimensional entities. Oh, fuck! We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Clank says this environment reminds him of Warframe's mastery levels. Good point. Platforming in my run and gun. Arc the Conclave. It's more likely than you think. Oh, this seems bad. What the feck are you? Oh, my feckin' life! Oh, okay. So Kakazi's saying that the hotline is more like a story tool rather than a weapon or an ability. But it's taking us through the same beats as to give it grounding. Oh, Kika, welcome back, friend. How you doing? Actually, so Void Astra, if it makes you feel better, there are a bunch of games that do similar narrative beats like this that are made by like 1 or 2 people. There's an incredible game called Paratropic, which I am besotted with. I love that game so much. That does... well done, Dialed. You can contact us plus past selves in the Hotline Collectibles menu. We expect compulsive weekly calls. And Clank, I think you make a very good point. One person didn't make this. This isn't the genius of one person. This is a group brought together. This is a lot of very creative individuals working in step, which is amazing. There are titles that can hit like this that are made by much, much smaller teams. And it's all about, I call it economy of art, but like economy of work. Hell, that's what we talk about here so much. I mean, yeah, Paratropic is a... Hang on, let me grab... If you don't mind me being a massive shill, I'm going to see if it's on Humble. Paratropic? No. Alright, it's on Steam. Oh, whoa, hello, Watto.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Bartender, you fucking legend.
What frickin' ho, friends?
What fricking ho indeed. So, okay. Whoa, hello, Watto, Bartender. Dude, thank you for 10 months, you feckin' ledge. As if you don't do enough as well as. Void's like, oh, stop motivating me. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so Paratropic isn't on Humble, but Lecter, thank you kindly for posting that one. Okay, so the link that I just posted, Void Astra, have a look at that, because that does it is one of the weirdest titles. Now, it does say that it's an atmospheric retro horror, but it is a trip. And especially if you enjoyed Control, give it a look, because it's made by I think one main creative and a couple of other people just helping out, and it's feckin' good. I couldn't possibly comment at all, Lecter. Couldn't possibly comment at all. Oh yes, Bartender, yes. Longship is serious business. Also, peeps were asking about your vampire show. So, friendos, please, I mean, alongside all of the lovely people that have brought raids in, like, you know, Lecter and Tolls and everybody. In the evenings, Bartender, who's just joined us, does a RPG story game on Twitch based in the Vampire the Masquerade realm. It's not quite a full RPG. It's not quite a choose your own adventure. It's in this wonderful bit between, and I wholeheartedly recommend giving it a watch. Yeah, Void Astra, I absolutely recommend that. And what should inspire you is it's made by a small team. You could do that. Aw, Utopia Heart, I'm so sorry you're having technical problems, friend.
It is a phone. It's an object of power. It doesn't connect to any typical network. A direct line to the astral plane and the board. And my hypothesis is, under the right conditions, to other planes of existence as well.
A director needs a team. My management team. These people know the secrets of the Bureau as well as I do. Some even better. Darling, Tomasi, Salvador, Marshall. Marshall especially, my head of operations. She sees right through me. She knows I don't like relying on people. The only person you should fail is yourself. But things change when you become director.
Oh, wow.
I have it. The hotline.
And now we're doing a bleed.
Reach Trench. Well, listen to him. He feels more like an echo. An echo with important info. I need to get back to Emily.
You do. Kakazi was just pointing out that
people react strongly when I tell them about you. Is it too soon to tell Emily? She might be able to help.
So yeah, mentioning the spirals there. Okay. Just do that. Oh, damage. Yes, please. Personal mods. Launch efficiency. Health recovery. Let's go launch efficiency. Okay, collectibles. Case files. Alright, so now we have the hotline. An object is a 1960s era red Bakelite telephone. The rotary dial has been replaced with a black knob of unknown purpose. The phone weighs Hwah! The object allows the director to communicate with the Hwah! If it used by anyone other than the director, the object will cause lethal Hwah! It is currently bound to Director Trench. Not anymore. The object spontaneously manifested in the director's office, placed on a desk. Director Northmore was the first known Bureau agent to use it. Battery tests were run on the object, including Hwah and Hwah, but its origins remain unknown. Now, what was the other thing that we gained? Okay, so with multimedia, let's give the hotline another watch because sometimes rewatching this has shown us things.
It's Dr. Darling calling.
Right?
In 1978, a comms department intern heard the hotline ring and picked it up, going against every safety protocol in the manual. She never recovered. And the handful of witnesses required extensive memory repression therapy. It is a phone.
Feck.
It's an object of power. It doesn't connect to any typical network. A direct line to the astral plane and the board. And my hypothesis is...
Also, friends, look at the size of the oldest house in the background.
Other planes of existence as well.
That's how big it is comparable to the New York skyline.
Only the director can answer it safely, and what he hears is kept classified.
Oh, no! Oh, sorry, Bartman says they might have broken a toe on their foot. Oh, I'm so sorry, friend. So sorry. Now, this is the hotline. Control points, hotline, management team, coming storm, directorship. Let's start with the coming storm. I don't know what this is going to give us. Oh, more videos. Buckle up.
Coming. The whispers growing louder. The worst winter storm in Bureau history. A retribution for my sins. Our sins. This threat could destroy the Bureau. Everything I've built. Destroy me. A web spun, turning this place against me. I catch glimpses of it in the corner of my eye. It's just out of reach. Elusive. It's clever. A perverse game of hide and seek. Is this part of an attack? Obfuscating the facts. Dimming my eyes. It's hard to tell. I need answers. I haven't heard back from Darling. I fear for my friend, my closest ally. I think we made a terrible mistake all those years ago. That thing he studies is putting us all in danger. It's my duty as director to keep the Bureau safe. It'll be difficult. What's done can't be undone. There's no easy fix. Magical thinking is a requirement for survival. Pain and suffering are mandatory.
Magical thinking is mandatory.
To change things, you have to break yourself. I don't know if I have the strength.
Sir, you've obviously never heard of Sailor Jerry's.
I'm afraid. I can see my hands trembling. I'm losing control.
He said the thing! Okay, so I'm going to go through these little calls if that's okay. But we'll take a beat before them. Yeah, numbers saw the top of the building. So the top of the building's is like a third taller than the Empire State from that little thing. Yeah, so Void Astra, like how far the oldest house goes down, we don't know, but that's the first time we've seen it in a skyline, and that's feckin' massive. And supposedly there's a bunch of story nuggets. So we'll do the hotline next, because I think we've already done that one. And then we'll do management control. Yeah, it said control! Roll the credits! And yeah, Bartender, you're right. The video, the cinematography they use for the videos in this is incredible. And that's one thing that Remedy, I guess, started doing almost as a joke back in Max Payne. And then carried through and actually utilized it in Alan Wake for a little bit of humor, a little bit of story beats, especially the talk shows and stuff. Quantum Break, I never saw the telly parts of it, so I can't really comment. But for this, and again, it is a lot of economy of work. You know, we're not being just given a straight talking head piece. We're given this this stark silhouette backdrop. And it's grand because it gives it this weight. but it doesn't show us the director's face up close talking, which creates a certain uncanny valley. The only character's face we've seen up close is Jesse's, which also worked to create this weirdness. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, hotline! Ring, ring, Mother Hubbards.
I can hear the hotline ringing in my dreams, constantly ringing. Ringing so loud I can't hear the voice I'm straining to understand. Why don't I pick up? It's a secure line of communication with the board. They would tell me what I need to know. Do I fear their answers? Would they have warned me of this threat? I didn't see it coming. The traitor in our midst. A conspiracy plotted right behind me. I can't trust anyone. I must assume all my intel has been manipulated. The hotline is the only channel I can trust. Bind it, control it. The rule and the ritual with objects of power. It can't be tampered with. The lifeline to the astral plane and the board. I must seek guidance. Soon. I'll rest first. I'm so tired. Always tired now. But I must reach the hotline. I think I'm under attack. An attack of dementia, exhaustion. It's a rain cloud making me forget. The hotline. I must reach the hotline.
Oh, so Void Astra was adding that, not to spoil anything for the DLC, but the Foundation. Pretty self-explanatory. Oh, we go into the basement later. Also, it's interesting that his self-realization that he's under some kind of psychic attack. That was something that was done very, very well in Call of the Sea, of showing how, while our character was unaffected, that kind of like psychic presence on others, how the exhaustion, the forgetting creates this whole thing. Oh, and Lecter was saying they didn't watch these because they thought they were repeats. Well, see, we rewatched one of the videos earlier, and it gave us extra stuff. And so we were like, oh shit. So we've been rewatching Darling's videos, because they put little things in those that you wouldn't see if you just played the cutscene. Okay, let's do Ocean View Motel, because I want to know about this one. So Number says, do you know when we'll be doing more of this one? Friends, I'm having a great time with this one. I'd be fine with this being one of our next kind of rotatey potato. Like we could do Thursday Control. Next week I've got obviously Blackout Club on Friday, and then Cyanide and Happiness on Wednesday. They've made, by the way, they're making a Cyanide and Happiness point and click that looks utterly horrendously hilarious. So, like, friends, if you want to continue this can be, like, part 1 of our playthrough. Blackout Club, won't you go? Control on a Thursday? Done. Oh, no, this is my Star Wars calendar. So this is all the stuff we have coming up. And actually, I can show you now, because I don't have anything super secret on. So, and we've got... Oh, as an FYI, it is 3 weeks tomorrow until Monster Hunter Rise comes out on Switch. So Marvel says, if this becomes a persistent playthrough, does it mean you'll go back and do the side content that you missed? Well, that's where I'll be leaning on individuals like Void, Kakazu, and yourself, because which side content is worth to explore the oldest house and which is just get more resources, get more upgrades. We don't need the super shoddy, too hotty addition for the pistol, but I do want to know, you know, the stories around the butt house. Fearless. I don't know if Kyle has announced that yet. So, if he tells us, we will all pretend to be very excited. That might be his big news tomorrow. Alright, so we'll do Control again on Thursday. I know there's a game I've got for... Oh, and I also spelled it Contol. To be dyslexic. Anyway, Ocean View Motel, which is like motel but for cows.
The Ocean View Motel and Casino is a familiar friend to me. I stayed in countless motels like it while investigating AWEs across the country, back in my field agent days. Those roadside motels all bleed together like a dream. Same and not the same.
Control.
Anywhere and nowhere. The Ocean View operates on dream logic, and the light switch cord leaks out to be found in the most unexpected places, and sometimes successfully encouraged to appear and act as a convenient lock to keep out those not trained in dreamscape navigation. Even Bureau veterans can only find one key in the motel. The key that opens the door marked with the inverted black pyramid. The rest, the many other doors, are still mysteries to us. We're all merely guests there.
Ah, guests in the motel.
Sometimes I need to visit, just to breathe easier for a while. It beats the numb, sterile apartment I spend my nights in, insulated from everything but myself. I guess that's where the whiskey comes in.
Oh, now I want whiskey. I think it's been enough days since the weekend. The idea of drinking sounds glorious again. But Vanderbeest and Lady Lecter both get extra internet points for Hotel Motel Holiday Inn. So Marwell, so this Saturday is Memnull, short for Memory Equals Null, which is our group D&D game. But it's like, again, it's all of us controlling one character together. So you don't, it's not me asking you all to sit in quiet reverence as I try and work out which spells to throw around. Void was like, I heard whiskey, okay then. Oh, okay, and Fearless, I apologize for leaping on that one. Moose was saying that it's in his Twitter bio now. Okay, well, I mean, I'll let Kyle do the big announcement, but I'm very happy for him. I've been waiting for him to tell you all, and I'm real happy about that. Marwell was like, can I get the character to bit shift into an exception? Well, you would have been able to in Season 1. Season 1 was not set in D&D, it was set in a sci-fi setting called Stars Without Number, where we played an amnesiac mech pilot who ended up naming themselves Thick McRunfast. And that was a whole fucking journey. This is set in a kind of a homebrew world, system being 5th edition D&D, and we're playing as Emberlyn Burns. Because they do. And yet, and as a small aside for those of you who've joined us today for Longship Lore here over on this here Twitch.television channel. So Bart Nender worked at the bar and Gameworks when we used to be, we did like a residency there. We were Gameworks' hosted streamer. So we had like a little streaming booth that people could come look at and go, oh, look, that's someone doing on the internet. And Bart Nender worked the upstairs bar, so the amount of times I'd come off of doing Memnull, like eyes wide, jaw slacked from story beats that had just wrecked me 6 ways from Sunday. And Bart Nender would always be like, there's a gin. Or the gin and booch, which was amazing. Like a blueberry kombucha as a mixer instead of tonic for a gin and tonic. Ah. Bart Nender, I dream of your drinks! Let the world be open again so we might get wrecked in classy fashion. The gin and booch. Well, Void Astra, sorry, I feel like I've been quietly recruiting you throughout the day. I don't mean it to be like thusly. I'm really proud of our little Discord crew. We're a tight-knit lot, and we look after each other. So, if you want to spend more time, you're welcome to visit there, or I do this 5 days a week. Kestrel, let me pretend I can be quiet. Anyway, let's find out more about the management team before I get rumbled by Kestrel. Oh, Bart Nender, we've got so many Longship history stories.
Team,
Oh, okay, so this is the one we heard.
Team. These people know the secrets of the Bureau as well as I do.
Alright, this was the one we heard.
Better. They have proven themselves. Darling, Tomasi, Salvador, Marshall. Marshall especially, my head of operations.
I don't know if Marshall Raya is here already, but I hope they feel like I'm calling him out.
She knows I don't like relying on people. The only person you should fail is yourself. So I followed my own orders. Northmore hated my guts for that.
Oh, this is new.
Change when you become director. You suddenly see this dark void for the horror show it truly is, filled with screaming fear we pretend to control. Sand leaks through my fingers. The roses I pruned in the garden back when I still had a family, all dead. Heat escapes my body. My thoughts are scattered. The universe keeps expanding. I can't keep up with it alone. When I forget that, things go wrong. And my team has to pick up the pieces. Damage control. To help me get out of my mess.
Kestrel with, excuse me, does that guy know he's backlit? He's facing the wrong way to camera. Marwell, thank you kindly for the offer. We have a team of exceptional hunters when it comes to Monster Hunter World, who everyone's kind of been kind of cooling their heels as we wait for Monster Hunter Rise to come on out, which I'm entirely certain I'm probably gonna get on the Switch and then get again on PC in the future because I have no self-control. All right, so next up's control points, then the directorship.
It took us a long time to learn how to stabilize the control points, the ley lines, the meridians of the oldest house. Darling found a way to soothe this beast. We discovered we must cleanse control points of all interference. It's my duty as the director, like Northmore before me. I couldn't manage it in my own house. At my home. I'll damn well do it here. Without the control points, the oldest house would swallow us alive. We'd be sealed inside an endless labyrinth. No one would hear our screams. If an enemy ever managed to corrupt the control points, it'd be over fast, spreading like a cancer, leaping over the fire breaks like a crown of fire. They are the weak point. Darling's right about that. He's wrong about everything else. Dangerously wrong. Suspiciously wrong. Has he been compromised?
Oh, so Darling's been compromised. Okay. So XO was adding, they feel like Control is Remedy getting back to things after Quantum Break was a train wreck of an experiment. Well, I don't know. I can definitely say the TV show was a mess. We've been talking about this a lot because there's... I think the actual game of Quantum Break for a lot of us is a blind point. Like, it has a T-list actor on the cover and it had a tie-in television show. And I think a lot of us, myself included, skipped over it. Like, I looked into it, did a bit of research, but nothing about it shined back. And perhaps it's something that needs a revisit in the future. But this feels like Remedy bringing all the threads from all the things it's been doing together. You know, the eerie, unsettling, Lynchian style, not quite horror, but psychological feckery that they mastered during Alan Wake. We're not talking about the Wave Defense DLC. And the cinematic elements that they mastered with a lot of the other titles kind of going through it. Okay, American Nightmare was good. Wait, what was the Wave Defense one? I forget. Anyway, one more. So this isn't from Trench. This is from the board directly about the directorship. So let's give this a listen. You are director now. We expect independence, dependence. You are authority chosen one. The Bureau game needs you. Hang the hot fucking duck nuggetry on! No! No, Havoc Puppy, you take that raid and you turn around! I'm having a moment. Sorry, Havoc Puppy, come on in. Just having a bit of feckery. Havoc Puppy, how was your day, Bryn? Thank you for bringing a raid in. I need a feckin' moment. I need a feckin' moment. Oh, my feckin' life. I do so love a meta-narrative. Lecter says they missed that because they were looking up the Quantum Break TV show. What happened? Well, thankfully, it's only like 18 seconds. And Havoc Puppy's asking how we're doing. You know what? I'm just going to play this to you again. I'll read out the board words, but... You are the director now. We expect independence/dependence. You are the authority/chosen one. The Bureau/game needs you. Ah! Fourth wall broken. Well, see, this is the thing is, I wasn't aware that there was a meta-narrative element to this title, so I'm very glad that this was something that was kept from me. But despite the fact that I actively looked into this game, someone's going to have to fix that fourth wall. I mean, you all know I absolutely love it when games get straight into the meta-narrative, but hot feckin' duck nuggetry. So Havoc Puppy, we are having a lovely time with this. How are you doing? Havoc's currently starting a brand new Monster Hunter World campaign. Marwell was just talking about that. Was unaware the fourth wall would be cracked, nor that I would happen right as I raid in. Yeah, I don't know if it was yourself that cracked it, but... Well, I'm quite enjoying how the board of directors speaks with a dual meaning. The idea that they use terms to refer to us, but new door. Okay, so we can get back to the boardroom. Now we can actually go through the director's office. Okay, that's very handy. Since we met the board of directors, whatever their language is that they have dual intent meaning in certain phrases. So they both wield the directorate as they wield us. God, I'm all about this game today. I'm so glad we got into this. And body's gone. Didn't clean up all of the blood though. Can't win it all. Oh, and the mold's back on there. So the mold's back on the shelf, and there's a new file for us to read. Okay, Trench from the Bureau funding to all executive staff. I know there are some concerns regarding our operations exceeding our annual budget. So long as we operate within the oldest house, we are obscured from the scrutiny in many respects. If our budget demands are not exorbitant to the point of drawing attention, then they will be granted by the US Treasury without question. The FBC is just another line in a spreadsheet that some lowly accountant won't even notice. Their eyes will skip over us as if we weren't there. The nature of the oldest house allows us certain freedoms in how we operate. Our being here is no accident. Zachariah Trench, Director of the Federal Bureau of Control, and all-round shady guy who stands in front of bright lights. Yeah, so Crystallian, I think that's not a bad way to describe it. The oldest house has an anti-memetic factor to itself. It's referred to earlier in the game that people don't see the oldest house unless they know about it or they're looking for it. Number says, hey, don't speak ill of the dead. Well, the dead are very chatty in this house. But yeah, the idea is that the oldest house itself protects... It shields itself from being seen. Krypton says, so this is like the self-keeping secret SCP. Sort of. Again, very few of the elements in this are direct allegories to existing SCPs, but they take elements from. Oh, okay, and Lecter and Void Astra just found out that if one was looking to get into Quantum Break, that you can watch the episodes of the show on YouTube. So, friends, that might be something we have to look into. Because the thing is, one of the things I love about video games is they are an experience unlike any other. Like, they are so drastically different from other forms of media, from other forms of art. And I love that. And I am not inherently against, like, mixed media in games. I'm usually very anti-mixed media in other factions because essentially gatekeeps. But that's another conversation altogether. And to have that conversation is, unfortunately, to inflict upon all of you a rant about Alien Covenant, which you do not deserve. Alright, so... Central Executive, is that where we want to head? Yes, alright. So Lecter says that the TV show is meant to broaden the narrative of the game. Oh no, that's the post-it room is clearance level 4. We've got clearance level 1. There's some doors to explore. We can open them up and get some goodies or more. Alright. Got a sinister little clock room. Oh, there is some more story. Alright. Agent Death notification. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Potts, regret to inform you that Graham Potts was killed in active duty. While the details surrounding his death are classified, I'm honoured to tell you he died in the service of his country. Oh, this is dark because we read a memo earlier about how to write a letter like this. And it says which language to specifically use. You'll be proud of his courage in the face of danger, his commitment to protecting our nation against her enemies. He'll be remembered by his comrades and colleagues. I sincerely regret the pain this message will bring you. Take some solace knowing that his sacrifice helped protect the country he loves so much. If his effects will be returned to you with all speed. Like, that message is dark because we read the how-to guide on writing that very, very message. And yeah, oh, so we can go the long way round to Central Affairs, or this way. Alright, sorry. Alright, and I think there might have been some rooms around here that we couldn't crack open. Oh, you're very adventurous. Huh, there seem to be a couple more agents. See, this is the point where I don't know how much detail we need to be paying to the NPCs around us, you know what I mean? Oh no, we already went through here. I'm just seeing if anything's changed a little. So yeah, so Havoc, that sounds like you had a lovely day, friend. Yeah, you came in just as we got some heckin' meta-narrative thrown at ourselves. Oh yeah. There's that nice big old black pyramid focusing on the control point. And it seems like agents are starting to set up, although through that way it seems to get towards the hum, so... Let's see if there's anything in the shelter. Alrighty.
Jesse, did you get the hotline? I mean, how is it out there? The comms, the hiss? Sorry, you made it. I'm glad.
Emily? Let's talk.
Of course.
Okay, so let's read this little doc first. Initial impressions. Okay, analysis of the Hiss threat part 1. Initial encounters with the entity known as the Hiss have revealed various behavioral facts. Most notably, the Hiss is able to invade and corrupt control points, altered items, and even humans, radically changing their behavior. Curiously, any person wearing one of the wearable HRA devices that Dr. Darling has been distributing the past few weeks is not affected by this corruption. The only known exception to this fact is the new director, Jesse Faden, who possesses an inherent immunity to the Hiss. This could indicate that she has already been corrupted, but her behavior is so in contrast of the other Hiss that I have dismissed this theory. My final observation comes from Miss Faden herself. She was able to cleanse material and organism of Hiss corruption. We tested this ability on a Hiss corrupted entity, but unfortunately the process seems to kill the host. Perhaps the host's psychology becomes reliant on the Hiss. More work to be done. Please refer to Quah for the full report. Sorry, Bartender, I just read your 2 comments side by side, which is, I guess I also love drinking whiskey. Unreliable narrator is typical bullshit. Like, wait, what? What does the unreliable narrator have to do with whiskey? Compliment Cap says, I'm not sure how significant this is, but notice how you're in the boardroom. You know what? I hadn't given that an initial thought. Also, notice how there's one additional picture up there, and then a flag. So have we been added to the lineup? I don't see us. Oh, no. Trench has been added up there. And I guess the red flag's going to be us. Alright. It's conversation. Alright.
I got the hotline. I can make out what Trench is saying now.
Incredible. What did he say?
He talked about his management team. People who knew the Bureau's secrets. Your boss, Darling. Tomasi, but he's gone. He's gone. Salvador?
He's the head of security.
And Marshall?
Helen Marshall is head of operations. She's tough, ex-CIA. She took her Rangers and went to the research sector to secure the HRA production. She hasn't come back.
Someone who could help us. The other sectors. How do I get there?
It's impossible because of the internal lockdown. You can perform a directorial override to lift it, but that can only be done in the maintenance sector. Normally, you take the sector elevator down there. It connects all the sectors, but it won't work while the lockdown is in effect.
We already got past one lockdown.
Maybe I can find a way.
Jesse, look, with no prep, no training, in this extreme situation, you are doing phenomenally well. And all that and the Hiss can't seem to affect you. I mean, I would love to run some tests on you. If you agree, that is. We could find out something that would help us.
Tests? I don't know. She might find out about you.
Kestrel!
But I wouldn't mind understanding more myself.
Okay. If you think it will help.
Great. I'll check the internal documentation for any lockdown bypasses. We need to get these sectors open to locate Darling and Marshall.
And I'll look for a way inside the maintenance sector. The sooner we find one, the sooner I reach this override.
Sorry, Crystallian, I read your comment. Yes. I'll read it out in a second. David Lynch, is that you? Department of Maintenance. Okay. Oh, damn. Wait, did we see one of the directors who took their photo in front of this? Okay. So, friendos, I am busting for the loo, but I might see if there's wine in the house. I feel like a drink, and today is Thursday, so I have not had a drink I haven't had a drink since Saturday night. So go me. I'm not quite ready to call it yet. Might go for another like 45 minutes or an hour, and I want to talk to Pope about some of the other elements. So. Would you, friendos, would you indulge me a quick little break while I charge my glass and come on back to hang out with you lot? Because I think you all might have noticed that I'm really enjoying this and I'm not quite ready to be done. Okay, friends, snack break, drink break, meet back here in a couple of minutes. Don't do anything interesting while I'm gone, you know the rules. I'll be back in just a second. Oh, sorry, very quickly. Bartender, I saw your little good news post in there, and I'm real happy. An affordable boat, or even a boat you can't afford, would be absolutely lovely. Okie dokie. Right. I'll be back in a second.
Rules? What are rules?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Hey! El Ravenger, you glorious Mother Hubbard. You gifted a sub to the crowd going to Soldier Sailor, which is strictly against the don't do interesting things while I'm away rule. Terror. Thank you kindly. How are you doing? So, Numbers says, so I found your time on the Hot Pepper Gaming again. Ah, yes. When I wept openly on the internet. Also, to those of you drinking, cheers. I have my fancy cup of wine. Yes, Lecter, I do mean that specific video. Crystallion, I'm gonna need to check you into one of the SCP prison vaults for that joke, which was feck. What genre are national anthems? Country. Marvel's like, wait, you cried having a habanero? I have no natural defense against spice. And that was the first time I'd ever just eaten raw, super spicy stuff. So enjoy that video while we talk to Pope.
Hi, Jesse.
It is interesting that... Oh, okay. There's no Mew... So, Aldous Trench... Sorry, Director Trench, Object of Power. And Origin of Hiss?
Thanks, Emily. I'm sure I'll have more questions soon. Just let me know.
Huh, that was odd. It was pointing me towards... Alright, search for a way from the maintenance sector. Sorry, it was pointing me towards, Pope. There does seem to be this weird thing in the UK, which is an individual either has, like, hellish fire tolerance, you know, you're... Oh god, I forget what the hell spice curry is because my brain is complete jello. Vindaloo, that's it. Like, those of the British Isles seem to go for, like, death hell curries. Or have a tolerance like mine. Which is to say none at all. Yeah, the Naga or the Vindaloo. Oh, the Naga's hotter, okay. I've not tried it because it would obliterate me. And then obliterate me again the following day. Okay. Oh, sorry, wrong button. So we've got personal mods. What's this one? A couple of energy boosts. Oh, so we can deconstruct lesser ones as we find them. All right. But right now we've just health recovery, energy recovery speed, launch edge energy cost. Okay, so we have a better launch energy cost. All right. All right. So mission. So right now we are just doing the directorial override. We get down to the maintenance sector. And... board countermeasures! Feckin' yo! We are the war, hostile takeover. This hiss is the opposing force foreign power. We will provide countermeasure strategy, /strategy, accept /ingest them. Oh! At control points. These countermeasures /missions will benefit you. We will give you rewards resources for each completed countermeasure. Oh, so the countermeasures are the side missions. Alright. Not sure I feel about ingesting resources, but... but...
Someone's singing. Where's it coming from?
If it's not coming from either Lecter or Fiona, I will be shocked and surprised.
Singing. Sounds like it's coming from the elevator.
Oh, Numbers, I want you to know I read that in Lecter's voice.
Brings up a lot of new questions.
Oh.
Are they communicating? Coordinating? What about the plant attracted them?
The power plant is largely confidential. No use guessing the Hiss's motives if we don't even know what kind of energy it uses.
What do you mean? It has to be a fusion reactor. There's no other way to create that kind of energy output, right?
So they're talking about the reactor that we're heading to, which is probably going to end up being something. Rikami, I'm guessing that's Finnish we're hearing, right? Ability, astral constructs, board outfits. Darn it, no fancy outfits. Okay, so astral constructs, what's this? Weapon forms and mods. Contract the Shatter. Shatter has a high stopping power, devastating against group enemies. The shotty too hotty. Yeah, I'll make that. Mods. Common. Obscure weapon. Personal. Upgrade. Refresh. Oh, okay. These are things we'll be able to put together and abilities. Right. Well, we don't need health. Energy. Melee. Launch damage. Launches grenades back at the enemy. Any recommendations for fun times? I mean, the Hadouken's very tempting, but it seems there are other powers we get later which could be very entertaining. Marwol. The shotty too hotty was first discovered in the hands of man sent a rampage due to crazed individuals murdering his pet rabbit. It was believed that the too hotty actually spit forth flames of pure sulfur from another dimension. The man was also entirely naked.
All you can upgrade is strength.
What about quests? What if I don't want to buy the potion? Are they supposed to be stick dudes? God, we haven't done ... in ages. Oh. Utopia's recommending a lot of points into telekinesis. Launch damage. Well, we're not going to do punch. Alright, so we need 3 to unlock a new weapon. So I'll do launch. Hadouken. Launch. Hadouken. And later on we gain the ability to yote someone. Alright. How many points have we got left? We've got 2 left. Because telekinesis damage, take it or leave it. But telekinesis whole-ass people sounds lovely. Actually, on the subject of TikTok and all its nonsense, it struck me today, Bartender. Remember the whole make a cocktail based on a Gundam? We could do that over there. And yes, Lecter, I'll kill a dude with another dude. Because I was reading a guide earlier today about how to engage on TikTok as an independent game developer. And I'll admit, like, I'm getting the bug. Launches grenades and rockets back at enemies. Oh, I don't have enough essence resources to get another. Okay. But I spent enough points to get a weapon slot. Board countermeasures. Alright. Kill enemies without dying. Except... kill hiss guards. Use your melee 5 people. Using grip. Kill enemies with headshots. Service of enemies in any mode. Don't mind if I fecking do. Why not? Grip headshots, I guess? Oh, we get to take 3 countermeasures with us. Alright, so it's murder, murder, murder. Don't die. Lovely. Though I did think we were going to be getting to a bit more of a...
They say the new director can launch objects up to 20 feet.
Bullshit. We've never recorded any distance over 5.
Obviously,
we're right here. Oh, Kakazu says if you abandon one, it's gone, but it may come back around anyway. Oh, a bartender. Oh, absolutely. Like, the finished results over just about everywhere. And I'm under the assumption that you can download TikToks once they are made, so we can share them with the world.
Apparently the Hiss are infiltrating control points. Pope says setting these things up may help.
But I don't even know what I'm doing. She should find some maintenance grunt to do this.
Oh, and Marwal was asking, is the term P6 data going to be relevant later? Because that's not the first time they've heard it. And if I had to guess, I'd say it was coming from the elevator section. Director's Office, Executive Affairs. Nope, I have gone the wrong way. Darn it! He stopped doing a sing. Marwal says, are you telling me that Persona 6 is a game? What a way to advertise a game still in development. Absolutely.
Hope has asked us to document this incantation, as she calls it.
You mean like in person?
In person, with a pencil and paper. I think she's trying to get us killed.
Good luck. You're expendable. Oh, the sector elevator was here. See, there's the janitor's cart. Oh, this is new. All right.
Time to work. Meet me in the maintenance.
I do genuinely love when games add developers and staff as, like, maybe not necessarily Easter eggs, but in person. I occasionally still get people asking me if I'm this or that from a Total War game, and I'm still jelly that I didn't get to be a murderable person in Alien Isolation, but they had enough, like, white dudes with beards, which is understandable. Like, CA was a pretty diverse team to work for, so yo. Oh, and Lady Lecter, the song you're thinking of for our Blackout Club sing-along was Shaggy's seminal work, It Wasn't Me, where we changed it to Keanu Reeves. Oh, Bartender says, tell them you're every historical person in Total War. We're all composed of the same stardust. Indeed. Hurtling through the cosmos on the back of three elephants, which are in turn atop a massive turtle. Oh, the Rikami was asking if they can confirm if Auntie is water-related. I think it's a water deity. Well, Rikami was saying something about the name being related, certainly. All right.
Like I said before, the janitor is a friendly face.
Friendly is one way of putting it. Ark the Conclave's like, well, what's the turtle standing on? Well, that's the great question of philosophy.
The maintenance sector is the janitor domain. If I can find Ahti here, he can help me reach the override. Maybe it was you who got me into the oldest house with the lockdown on. Maybe it was Ahti. It felt like he made the elevator appear that took me to Trench's office. Is Ahti guiding me too?
It does feel prominent that the immediate use of large amounts of water are as we jump in. Oh, and Rikami was just adding that, as they said to us earlier on, that Ahti is an old name, an old Finnish name, and originally the name of the Finnish mythological water god. Because right now, both theories work. Whatever our crystalline fractal powers are could have been what got us in. But the thing is, Ahti is the janitor. Ahti is responsible for cleaning up messes. And this is a very big mess. And we have been let in. And we seem to be doing... Sorry, I meant to say, like, fractal crystal and crystallian. I just blended that together and said your name. Sorry. Wasn't an intentional call-out. Follow the red light. Ahti is going to go from mopping the floor to taking out the trash when he finds his 1911. Ahti. It's kind of like the kung fu specialist of this world. But I don't know, I like the idea of taking it at the literal sense, like, sorry, at the metaphorical sense, that this is one great big mess that Ahti is attempting to clean up. And if Ahti is of the board, they would be regarding us. Okay, here we go. This is a lot. The NS control room, like a central area. Janitor's office, that's where we want to head. Control room's closed to us.
The directorial override is right there, in the control room. How do we get there?
The other thing that's been really interesting about our character is, for the most part, they seem drastically unfazed by a lot of what's going on. Do you know what I mean? The strange architecture, the weirdness, even the casual way in which they were bleeding after they used the hotline and just swiped it away. They are by no means strangers to this bizarrity. Excuse me, do you know where I can find the vending machine? Hadouken! And reload, and reload, and Hadouken! Hadouken! Oh look, more friends. Knock knock! There's also something interesting about playing this with the damage taken off. Even though it still has combat and action, it helps to solidify our character as separate from the situation. The idea that the things that have been destroying the oldest house, the things that have been wrecking the Bureau, are somehow do not apply to us. We are outside of a large proportion of the problem. Kind of making us the special cupcake. Special cupcake operations, if you will. Look at us doing a heal. Kestrel, for some reason I thought that you would hear the special operations cupcake. Because the thing is, our character is already special. We walked into a building we shouldn't have been able to perceive the existence of. We picked up a weapon that killed the last person that held it. We are clearly outside of the parameters. And the way, especially the fact that the regular staff don't talk to us, but they talk about us in a revered manner is fascinating. And Fearless, God, I'm so enjoying that we're uncovering the story of the oldest house and of Jessie at the same rate. We know nothing about her when we walk in. There's no scrolling Star Wars text. There's no vomitous cacophony of exposition. We just walk into a government building and go. Yeah, and we were also at ground zero for a reality-breaking cataclysm. That is a thing we're aware of. And especially the way Pope talks about that, like, holy fuck, you survived that? Again, our character's unstoppable nature is part of that. And the thing is, at least as I understand it, even if we had the damage system, if we died, it just loads us like a save game, right? It just loads us back up from the last save point and throws us at it again. Kind of like how the respawn points in Bioshock. Well, I guess the respawn points in Bioshock were after you died and popped back up again. So any expended resources remained expended, and the damage that you did remained, but you just popped up again. Well, see, Ark of the Conclave, that's the thing. We're not the Gordon Freeman of this. We're not the wrong person at the right time. We're something else. I mean, we're feckin' talking to a series of fractal crystals that seem to exist outside of this reality. Like it's a feckin' best friend puppy we're taking with us, you know what I'm saying? And yes, Marwell, we will at some point do the Legacy of Kain series, or at least discussions of, because you're making there's some very good points. But we're pretty linear for where we can go at this point. Yeah, we can just go through ventilation. Yeah, Kakazi, the way Jessie takes everything in stride and talks about it with such a casual nature, and then mentions it to Emily or Pope, and Pope goes, wait, what? And doesn't question the source of the information, but is genuinely shaken by the casual nature in which we throw stuff around. Like, Jessie's on a whole nother level. Excuse me, chair. Alright. Let us continue. It's also interesting, though, that now we're in maintenance, there doesn't seem to be quite... Oh, children. Oi. Excuse me? Sorry, the point I was going to make was more about Stu, you mind. We clear? Okay. So the point I was going to make about the Gordon Freeman thing is, the thing is, Gordon can die. But when you load the save up again, you basically rewound time a little bit. And it's never acknowledged that that's Gordon's power. So the idea is that through, like, crowbar violence, applied physics, and just being lucky enough to be wearing an HEV suit when shit goes down, that's a lot of where Gordon's success comes from. He's not a mystical being. Oh, actually, we got clearance. Okay, so unidentified material, house memory, hidden trend, ritual impulse, and threshold remnant. So now we've got clearance level 1, we can understand what some of those things are. Oh yeah, define those. Okay, and board strategies. In Bioshock, you know, we're playing Booker DeWitt, but our deaths are explained narratively by the... I want to remember them as Vita Chambers, but I think that's from System Shock. But when Booker DeWitt dies... Sorry, not Booker DeWitt. When... God, who's the first character? Old Chainsy McWoodya-Kindly. God, how have I forgotten the character's name? Sorry, my apologies. But that particular character, the death is acknowledged, and then you respawn in a nearby magical chamber of healing. Now, again, this does lead to some interesting elements, because in System Shock 2, you only respawned if you had the resources to do so, and those resources weren't infinite. You could run out and get a game over. But in Bioshock, so long as you've met a chamber, you can resurrect in one. Was it the Vita Chambers in Bioshock? I remember Vita Chamber being a term, but... Oh, anyway. The point is, your character does spring back to life. That is part of the narrative. In Half-Life, your character does not. Gordon Freeman dies. Your suit tells you have died, and you load a same from a previous point. So in this regard, like, what does death mean for this character? Does she die, it goes game over, and then you respawn back? Or do you keep what you have collected and killed and jump back to one of the control points? Does the board keep us alive, or are we talking video game logic? Because unless it's something like Deathspank, where the ability to save load is part of the story, I consider saving and loading to be outside the scope of the experience. Do you understand? Like, God. I mean, pick any game where death isn't acknowledged beyond a game over screen. Oh, I can hear our janitor friend.
What's down that way?
Right. So there's the janitor office, there's the thing. But there's a flickering red light of badness. I'll admit, I'm curious. Oh, Fearless! Death Stranding's Reparation. Holy fuck, there's a game that acknowledges death to the nth degree. Not only is it so thematically prevalent, but you leave a fucking nuclear crater when you die. Like, you irreversibly change the landscape. So Lecter's saying to this game, it's in between. It feels like video game logic, that it doesn't supply your respawns with an in-game explanation. You have to re-kill everything. It didn't keep track of the other resources well enough to say... Oh, Lecter didn't keep track of the resources well enough to say if it kept the things you did, but it threw more bad guys at you. Okay, so that means that the game doesn't acknowledge your death. That if you looked back upon this story, your character goes through it in one run without dying. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to Bioshock, where your character dies, pops back up in a feckin' plasmid-powered revitalization chamber. Ah. Alright, fine. We'll go check it out. New mission. A merry case. Investigate the strange light in the break room. This is a really bad idea, isn't it? So yeah, so that means that this game's death system is closer to Half-Life. Number says Halo's a game that doesn't acknowledge death at all. Indeed. And that's not bad, but it factors how we think about it. So like, you could die multiple times playing through a level in Halo, but when you clear it, the narrative through line says that as Master Chief, you just kicked everything's ass and got through it. Yeah, and Fearless. Hades! Oh, Hades is a glorious game for acknowledging your death and how that folds into it all. I actually got into a bit of a digi-argument about the game Let It Die, because Let It Die is not as much of... Let It Die is a game that at times you can only progress by dying, because you're meant to. The game's meant to push you to the limit, break you, and then have you make a new character. Whoa, and so CMC, the Soul series, now this is where it gets fucking great. See, the Souls series acknowledges your death and respawn. So we'll pick on regular Dark Souls. You die, right? And you become a bit more hollowed, a bit more undead, and your health is reduced ever so slightly. So the game has said you died and respawned, and acknowledges that. Hollow Knight, your mask is broken slightly and your spirit escapes, and you must grab it and bring it back. Now, both, and very, very different ways, but both Hollow Knight and Dark Souls use the death rebirth as part of the narrative as much. Yeah, as Lecter says, you also have to go pick your shit up. You know, your souls and or geodes, in Hollow Knight's case, are still in the world. It acknowledges your death and rebirth. And I'm like, feckin' yo! Alright. What if I just go over here and don't go into the scary break room? Go into the nice break room. Oh, fuck. Alright, we're all doing this together. Grab your security blanket and or cup of booze. We're getting weird. Yay! Fuck! Please tell me we don't have to rewatch this for extra info. Please.
Hey, Meg! What are you drawing? I'm drawing a dog!
I'm drawing the pyramid.
The what?
The pyramid.
What's a pyramid?
The Black Pyramid. It's in the astral plane.
Airplane?
Astral plane. It's big, white, and empty. Or is it? It's a weird, crazy alien dimension. The white goes on forever. You can get lost in all that white and never find your way back home.
Maybe you should have drawn a dog as well. I don't know why this modem sounds, and it's making me feel 1,000 years old. Also, Meg gets it. Ah, yes, the pyramid dialogue tones. Phil is also saying that Round Guard is a quirky little in-game that acknowledges failure. The conceit of the game is that the whole story is being told as a play being rehearsed by actors, one of whom is the player character. So when you die, it gets called cut, and the director says, all right, set everything back up again. Same with, oh my god! The Neon Samurai game that I was obsessed with. Oh, feck. It was released very recently, gorgeous, very kind of like side scroll on Hotline Miami with this neon-soaked infusion. Katana Zero, thank you, Marwal. How did I forget that one? Katana Zero had you rewinding it like a VHS. So it wasn't that you died, it was like, no, that's not what happened. Yeah, Kakazi. It's like wait, no, that's not how it happened. Or like, all right, I was gonna plan it like this, but that's not how it went down. Oh no, John Wick Hex does it in the planning and then the execution. But Katana Zero's like the, wait, no, rewind the VHS. That's not how it happened. Also, as Marwell was talking about Jurassic Park Trespasser, one of the glories of Abandonware, it's a mess, but it attempts to do things light years ahead of anyone else, and despite being panned when it was released and openly mocked by critics, it ended up being the stepping stone for a bunch of concepts. It's one of the first examples that a lot of people point to as to diegetic UI. So, like, unfortunately, you are playing as a femme-presenting character, and while it was great that it had this example that your health was shown in the world, your health was a heart tattoo on your boob. So you had to look down at your cleavage to work out your health. But for everything else, you had to look in the world. And it was fucking... there was so much ingenious stuff put in it. But it's not a good video game. I'd love to be able to stream it for you if I could find out how to get it working on modern systems. But that's like a restoration project, you know? It would take me the same amount of time to build a full-on Gundam as it would to repair that. Alright, so let's go into a weird, creepy room with some flashing lights and see what happens. This is fine. This is fine. This is not fine! Oh my god. It's Bad Horse! The thoroughbred of sin!
The place makes me nauseous. An object of power. How do you think it got down here?
Bad horse, bad horse, bad horse. He's bad.
Carousel horse. Why is kid stuff always so creepy?
Because children. I know some of you have little ones at home. Back me up here. Kids are creepy, right? Yeah, no, actually, Lecter's correct. I meant to say, Gandhi. He rides across the nation, the thoroughbred of sin. He got the application that you just sent in. It needs evaluation, so let the games begin. A heinous crime, show of force. Murder would be nice, of course, Bad Horse. Let's ride this. Horse Choo Choo allows you to evade dash. Use it to prove escape yourself. Dear the board, I've been attempting to escape myself for a great many years. Woohoo! Fine. You want to do cool shit anyway. Bojack hated that. Alright, Gold enemies are immune to Jesse's attacks. Successful achievement. You've been approved. You and the horse are now friends for life! Horse friend! Okay, this was totally worth it. So actually, Marwol, if you could send that across to me, that would be lovely. Like, I will look into acquiring a physical copy of Trespasser so that it's not piracy. Sorry, I just saw Lecter with nay.
Remind me, Will, how do you double jump?
Oh my word, numbers! It's been years. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm inflicting whoopo upon all of you on Longship Day. We're doing it. We're fecking doing it. And also, if this is your first time here, do look up a game called Whoopo, which looks like a kid's game and is about as deep as a trench. Not in a creepy way like this, but in a very unique way. But yeah, Marwol, if you don't mind blepping me on Discord, you should be able to if you just jump into the Longship. I will have a look at that because, yeah, I'll look at how to get Trespasser running. We tried doing a day on like a functionality install for Die Hard Nakatomi Plaza, but we didn't manage to get that working. Also, Numbers, thank you for the 200 bits. You've nearly unseated El Raffinger. That was a lovely break. Probably should turn the radio on first. That would have been smart. Also, very clever to use the rewards for what we were after as a means to get us to walk directly into a trap. Simple mechanic, but God, it always works wonders. Numbers is like, I still remember the Woms invaded the Longship Day. Oh my word. The day the Woms took over. That was a special flavor of weirdness. I still have the faux poster of the day the Woms took Seattle, which I should get a print of. Also, look at that. Special poster of goodness. Which is exactly how we would see him in the following room.
Well done. You got the job. It's place for congratulations. Yippee, saatana. It happened in the last drop. I truly need an assistant.
Funny thing is, I've been a janitor. I'm more at home in that role than as the director. Only Ahti here seems to see that.
Yeah, hi, Ahti. Look, we need to get the lockdown lifted, otherwise I can't get to the other sectors. Can you help me get to the override?
Yes, yes. Easy peasy. It's just around the corner. But first, we need to get you working. Very small, couple of hours job.
Something tells me it's gonna be more than that.
Thank you, Vanderbeest.
You think there's a dog buried in this? I can tell you are not yesterday's Krause's son. That's why you'll make a great assistant. Very well. I'll hit the facts on the table. I'm gonna sanon perkele suoraan that this house has a vermin problem. A bad one. They've already messed up the cooling pumps. And the power generators of a power plant, perkele. And the pensioner inside is starting to feel the band around his head tighten. The situation needs to be fixed before the plant blows up. And we all disappear like a fart in Sahara.
trying my best to keep up with this. Fix the coolant pumps and the power generators, otherwise the power plant will blow.
But don't you worry. I've left you clear instructions. You'll catch the end of the thread before I go to my vacation. The work's on the task board here. You can do later, when you have time.
Vacation? Right.
Yes, no one's gonna cancel my holiday or seat's gonna rattle. Don't worry at all. You'll take care of it, and soon this crisis gonna be last winter's snow. You better go now, so you don't have to run with your head as your third leg. The door in the back leads to the plant.
The door in the back.
Clearance 2!
Thank you, Ahti.
Well, so I&M, you actually make a really good point, and a great excuse to dunk on David Cage again, which is that Beyond Two Souls had David Cage playing the creepy character in that, and he doesn't do nearly as good a job as whoever is playing the voice of this character. Now, one could argue, and I've had this conversation a bunch of times, I don't have my thoughts on it solidified, but using named Hollywood actors in games often detracts from the character because you look at the archetype of the performer, not the character they're playing. So, in Beyond Two Souls, I didn't see the character that Willem Dafoe was playing. I saw Willem Dafoe. That's another kettle of monkeys right there. But this guy does in spades what Willem Dafoe's character could not achieve in Beyond Two Souls. And that ain't nothing. Void Astra saying that they would bet €10 this exchange was filled with Finnish mythology. And Rikami says there's a lot to unpack here. Well, so Rikami, do you want to... Oh, and Artie is still dropping wisdom while we're hanging out here. Alright, let me get this off the wall first. The janitorial work order. What a mess. Burn this trash.
Burn the trash.
Oh, and he reacts to that.
Throw it in the fire. Burn it all. Burn it into a reindeer, not into a moose.
And I believe what we just got given was an additional... Oh, cool. So we now have the shatter. And the shatter... has a nice choke. Personal mods, more health. Which we're not too fast about. So what a mess, burn the trash. Jesse helps Artie by burning the trash piled up around the furnace in the maintenance sector. Okay. Case files. Oh, this was the merry-go-round horse. An object should be kept in a confined space when unbound. A fiberglass horse once used as a seat in a merry-go-round. The pole is still connected to the object. The object is capable of moving short distances at high speeds and can be quite dangerous when wah is in its path. I'd assume that's squishy humans. The object is currently bound by wah. The object was discovered at the site of an abandoned amusement park. Local wah reported that the rides would move on their own and they would be chased out. When rumors reached the Bureau, see America Overnight, episode 235, agents were dispatched to investigate. 3 local were found dead at the scene. The object attacked Agent by agents invoked Formula C5 to the object long enough to Look, I understand as this goes on, I'm getting more and more close to just straight up Waluigi. But I'm sorry. And the multimedia, was Astral Plane Threshold Kids. We are not watching that again. Now, I do agree. Dafoe was wasted in Beyond Two Souls. And it just shows that David Cage's ability to direct a team is so underwhelming that he wastes top-tier talent on the fecking regular. But that's another story. We're not here to talk about that. And Kakazi was saying that one of the things they love about Ahti is that he uses a lot of Finnish phrases, and it's hard to tell when he's using a metaphor versus when he's being completely literal. And if you consider that the largest proportion of Control's user base is going to be English language speakers, that adding that cultural grounding to individuals that have never encountered that culture is a great way to be both wholesome and unsettling at the same time. Vanderby says that it feels like it was from Warehouse 13. The where or the redacted documents? Yeah, no, Cryptalian's correct. Sorry, Cryptalian. Krypton, yeah, Krypton is correct. The redacted documents is actually an object of power in their own right that slowly convert you into Waluigi. Where? Yeah, sorry, Crystallian, I just keep seeming to merging your username into other things for the rest of this evening. Numbers is asking if Beyond Two Souls is worth playing. Not by yourself. I recommend playing it with a friend, because if you consider it to be an asymmetrical PvP game, it's great. It is not meant to be that, but it feckin' can be. Okay, Utopia Heart said, in that Threshold Kids episode, the girl drew a tree and... Oh!
Wah. I am the Jarl now. Dance for me, numpty. Dance. Wah.
Caffeine. No one wants Will's Boogie down. No one's ready for that. And I've certainly not had enough wine, but I'm working on it. Caffeine. Thank you for the 200 bits, dude. The Jarldom is, however, yours. I cannot dispute that one. And how is Valheim treating your lovely self? And Kestrel, thank you for refilling the pint glass. It's very kind of you. Well, okay, so Marvel, you're right. I'm being very, very polite about Beyond Two Souls being a poor quality title that does waste the talent involved in it. However, it fails at a lot of things in a way that's very good to learn from. I've probably learnt more about how to utilize like VO heavy, QTE style story games from how hard that got fecked up, from titles that done it successfully, if that makes a weird sense. Okay, and Camille is taking this to the umpteenth level, saying that they wonder how redacted documents has been empowered here, since ideas with traction and images in the collective consciousness are basically banned here, but redaction has become that in this space. Hence the random redactions on everything. Feckin' yo! Because of their frequent use and what they imply, the black bars of redaction have in themselves become a level of iconography. I am too sober for this. Oh. Feckin' yo. Yeah, Crystallian, like, we're down here and Camille's batting up here. That's some proper galaxy brain. But that's a point. Because when you think about it, larger portions of the iconography of this place reinforce it as a government space, right? Like, the Bureau of Control isn't really overseen in the same way as a lot of agencies. We've already become aware that they get their funding by obfuscation, that because the oldest house obfuscates those within it, the American government's just paying this budget because it's in a spreadsheet somewhere that gets overlooked because of the effects of the oldest house. But that means that even the very idea that this is a government agency in control of the situation, yep, I said the title again, is because of the iconography they employ across the space. The typical American setup, the flags in every room, even the very choice of like pictures and posters reinforces the idea of it, essentially creating like a group psychic effect. The Bureau is in control because they project the idea that they are in control. I'm gonna need to lie down after this stream. I'm gonna need to lie down a lot. Ah, okay. And so Camille was saying they've been wondering about this as I read the documents, that a single word would be redacted when you can figure it out from the sentence. Feck, you're right. There've been a bunch of sentences where we have enough context and knowledge to understand what's behind the redaction, but it's our very reaction to consider redacted as the thing in that. Ah, yeah. Better drink wine about it. Krypton says this kind of sounds like the orcs from 40k. I guess what this is implying is a similar idea that the collective consciousness of people has an effect on the environment. Not quite to the same extent as orcs, because orcs have it in the purest sense, but that's not a bad analogy. Okay, so Rikami's translating a lot of the Finnish stuff, so I'm going to read it out as it comes through. Okay, so I'm just going to make sure I didn't miss anything, because Rikami's actually been taking notes to tell us. Okay, so first up, burn it into a reindeer, not a moose. No offense, moose. Originally means burn it to ashes, but Porto is also a reindeer, which leads to the burn it to a reindeer. Shed's gonna rattle refers to rattling your knife. Sheet's gonna rattle refers to rattling your knife sheath, aka someone's gonna get beat up. And we all disappear like a fart in the Sahara is just a dumb joke about a fart in the wind. I like that. Camille's not gotten to the wine yet, but has been lurking while playing Valheim. Oh, lovely. Are you playing solo? Have you joined in the Longshipians? We've got a server for a month. You'd be very welcome. Okay, I like the idea that conveying your cultures in the intricate elements of one's culture could make you a lore master, because I think that's a great title. Now, okay, some more from Rikami. Do you think there's a dog buried in this? For there to be a dog buried is a detail to say that we don't tell everything about it. Essentially, buying a field and finding the corpse of the dog. Do you think there's something suspicious in this? Okay, I got that from context, but it's nice to know it's a phrase. The idea that someone gives you a job that seems very simple, but there's some hidden complexity in. Oh, and Yippee Satana, or it just is basically Yippee-ki-yay MF, but used with sarcasm and no enthusiasm. Okay. So, Yippee Satan. Okay. And also adding that I can tell you you are not yesterday's grouse son, is to say you are not easy to fool. Originally used for hunting, as baby grouses were easy to hunt. Oh, okay. So you're not easy to pull one over. Oh, and Camille's been playing Valheim for solo for decompression. That makes sense. Okay. So, I don't know if we need to, air quotes, burn the trash. Mission-wise, but we can if we want to. I think both take us to the same direction. Okay, and the final one Rikami wanted to add was, I'll hit the facts on the table is to lay out the facts. Okay.
That's the reason they can go as far as Pepe Cross.
Okay, and he's just spouting out turns of phrase here, Rikami. I wouldn't ask you to translate them all, especially as I'm talking over a lot of them. Now, Bacon Adventure wanted to... Excuse me. Bacon Avenger was saying something to also consider. If it hasn't been brought up earlier, is that the oldest house has decided to help, or at least humor, the people of the Bureau. Considering that random house shifts are apparently a thing, the idea that the group belief being keeping the thing that keeps them in control seems to be a factor. but not to be at all. Essentially, well, the thing that we got told earlier was that the Bureau controls the control points, which stops the oldest house from just destroying them. But you're right, it has been implied that the oldest house is also helping. Oh, also, as Rikami's saying, as far as the pepper grows is a finished way to tell someone just to go to hell. We're learning tonight. And I'm thoroughly enjoying this, by the way. And we now have level 2 clearance. So later on, if we wanted to go happy exploring, we could. Oh, and we can... Oh, so X is swap weapon form. So we can go from that to shoddy to hottie. Depending on how we feel.
Okay, so what happens again if that thing blows up?
Power. Explosion. Too much.
Also,
Director's duty.
the effect of this in the environment is incredible. Notice how it's using the smoke and the environment to show us his shadows. That's not an overlay, that's in the world. God, it's amazing. How inviting. Oh, Marwell says, do we have a new hotline? Let me check. And... you know what? It keeps saying we have a new mission. We do have a new hotline. Good shout. Alright. Oh, we got a new hotline about Northmoor. Alright. Tell us your tales!
Northmoor was director before me. I never wanted his job. I never wanted power. I purposefully avoided it. Didn't trust it. Didn't want to rely on it. Northmoor was all about power. A man like an explosion, hungry for authority, for order, for more.
Sounds charming.
Until it was too much. I had to find a solution in the end. Contain the situation. Northmoor never liked me, but he went along with it, to his credit. He didn't really have a choice. I suppose at the end of the day, a director's most basic duty is to keep the lights on. Here's to you, Northmoor. There were no prime candidates waiting in the wings, but I was there. Had been the whole time, keeping my head down, working my ass off. I had nothing to lose. I picked up the gun almost on a dare.
Okay. Wait a second. So, what that implies was that Trench did pick up the service weapon, and it chose him. So why did the service weapon kill him before we came in? Hopefully that's something that we get answered later, but you know what I mean? Interesting. Marwell, that's a great point. Marwell saying how during the initial flash, we got Trent said things like explosion and power. Things that we understand from context, meaning the power plant's about to hecking go. But when we went into the hotline and spoke to him more directly or heard him more clearly, he was talking about Northmoor. How Northmoor was all about power and an explosion in human form. Like, feckin' yo. Oh, there's more to the mystery. Ati said something before I came down here. Alright, well, I'll give it a sec. Rikami missed a couple, but yep, we got this. Well, Void Astra, like I said, I've got the additional content for this, so in whatever capacity Alan Wake is in this, we'll go find him. and probably save him. Oh, Artie talked about the Perpensona with the tightening headband. Well, Lecter, like, we won't be picking this up again until next week, so you'll have oodles of time to beat us to the punch. Oh, sorry about that, friends. Okay, so Rikami was adding for Akti's stuff, which was as soon as the crisis, and soon the crisis going to be last winter's snow. Last winter's snow is to say something far in the past that doesn't matter anymore. You'll catch the end of the thread is to understand something. Comes from sewing because threading a needle is hard. And the Perpensona inside starting to feel the band around his head is to start being pissed off, being more stressed, or time is running out. Okay! Okay. Getting all the good stuff. Oh, Utopia Heart. No, save that for now, because I think that's a big narrative spoiler for us. Yeah, like last winter's snow, which is long gone. Yeah, Camille, you're right. It makes a hell of a lot of sense. Okay, so hang on, let's give this a read real quick. Established Arish, escape object of power. An object of power escapes the Panopticon? Popoticon. Hoppachoppicon.
Hoppachoppicon.
I didn't realise how long we'd been going.
Yeah, you have dinner and it is getting cold.
Okay, you're right.
We are waiting.
Alright. If anyone sees a merry-go horse zipping around the sector, alert me. Don't try to catch it. You will definitely don't try to bind it. You'll feckin' die. Okay. So, lovely friendos, we have hit the 8-hour mark today. And I think it is time that I accept we have to bring our adventures to close, at least for today. However, tomorrow, we have the Blackout Club with myself, Lady Lecter, Fiona, and the illustrious Kyle Gatto. So that will be later in the afternoon tomorrow. This has been feckin' grand. So Rikami, thank you so much for all the translation work. All of you that have played this and have been giving us all the great insight without spoiling the arcing narrative, thank you so much. It looks like we're going to be playing this again. So we'll continue this on the 11th, dear friendos. And I look forward to hearing a whole bunch about it. I didn't expect this game to grip me quite as hard as. I thought, honestly, we were going to spend all our time on that first sector, just deconstructing the way that the strange geometry and the architecture does stuff, and we've ended up having a feckin' grand time. So all of you, sincerely thank you. So let me... So I'm going to bring this to a close. I am going to be running credits because I have so many people to thank today. Of course, Discord pops up immediately as I come out of that one. So... I will find some tunes to jam on as we say a massive, massive load of thank yous. And then we'll find some lovely Mother Hubbards to crash into. Because usually, dear friends, I am absolutely spoilt for lovely individuals. And, yeah, by the looks of things, tonight is absolutely no exception to that rule. Oh, my word. Oh, Bartender, the pleasure's ours, yo. You know, friends, I'm so lucky to be able to do this. And I know I said that a whole bunch earlier, but I feel it warrants it. I love doing this. And today was one of those days where 8 hours has just skipped by so quickly that if Fiona hadn't come to interrupt, we probably would have been chasing the fecking dawn, you know what I'm saying? I know I spend a lot of time focusing on the weird, the interesting, and the different, especially when it comes to indie, but this is one of the best examples of AAA, and that is to say that it uses that budget, that money, that weight to pour on the details. It absolutely goes into all the nooks and crannies of the story and just embraces it wholeheartedly. And that's what I like to see. Like, I'd love to see other studios use that big, big budget to say something, to do something, to be something. Oh, yeah. Oh, and Rikami was just adding that also as a Finnish person, Ahti feels like a man you know, like a person you'd know as a janitor of a school or an uncle. And you know what? That authenticity shines through. Ahti, for someone like myself, is simultaneously... I don't want to go so far as to say alien, but I don't understand him, but he is grounded. He's non-threatening, but also somewhat removed. He knows more than I know in all regards, and that comes across. And whether that's through the kind of the how well he's grounded as a Finnish individual, or if that's how he's presented, I couldn't tell you. But he's definitely the one in charge. You know what I mean? Okay. Let me roll credits. Wes! I hope you've been having a feckin' lovely day. I was just about to roll credits and thank these lovely Mother Hubbards and pass them on, but yeah, Wes, we just played this for 7 hours without a breather. Well, no, we just have breathers. Okay, we played it for 7 hours. Wine was had. It's feckin' grand. So... Right. Well, bartender, just hang on. Record scratch. Zip up. Bartender, go push the live button now. Let me throw everyone over. Just do the thing. Because we can get this party started. I'd love to pass everyone over to yourself. Because, friends, Bartender's Vampire the Masquerade run-through is glorious. Like, it's some proper top-tier storytelling shenanigans. So, feckin', what are you doing here? Go! Yeah, we'll raid Bartender.
Parting shot glass.
Indeed. Although it was more of a garnish, Fearless. But no, joking aside. Thank you for the 200 bits, dude. You know how much that means, yo. Okay, but one thing I will say, please. Usually I'd have more time to introduce you, but of the peeps hanging out here, if you are not following Lady Lecter, Wes Wilson, and Bartender, please change all of that. I personally vouch for all.
Parting chaos.
Well, if Fearless was garnishing the drink, then Bacon Avenger just gave it a shake and a dunk. Bacon Avenger, thank you for 500 bits, yo. Alright, so I'm going to inflict some NSP on your lovely selves while we're waiting for Bartender to kick off. And I am still not going. You're gonna have to deal with me for a couple more minutes, dear friends. Crystallian says, when deciding whether or not to join the Bard's College or the Thieves Guilds, you must weigh the pros and cons. That's feckin' rad. God. So yeah, you're gonna have to deal with me stalling for a few more minutes, dear friends. Kestrel just yells, puns! Numbers, I don't know how you'll deal with having to put up with me for a few more minutes. There might be support groups that you can turn to. Oh, and Marwell's like, it's okay. We'll talk more about Legacy of Kain.
Was it the guitar solo? The demons.
Oh, Graphite, you fucking legend. I didn't mean stall for time like that. Thank you for the 100 bits, friend. You fucking legends. El Ravager. You fucking... El Ravager, thank you kindly as well. Bartender, what are you doing here? Go get live so we can come raid you. It's like, go, don't hang out here. Oh my word. Oh, okay. I guess we're fucking doing this on the way out. Fuck. Okay, firstly, Bacon, Graphite, El Ravager, Fearless, all of you, thank you. Halo Jinx just gifted out 5 subs to the crowd like it's no big deal, which went to Quinvisible, Softway, Levine, Raven Traptor, and Falcon. El Ravager, not to be outdone with an under-the-shoulder knife throw to Lubeck. Numbers is like, finally a train! Hey, I wasn't how have we hit level 3 already? What happened? Crystallian, holy shit! What the fuck? Okay! Crystallian just gifted out 10 subs after that. Like, it's no big fucking deal. Holy shite! And those went to Efri Machido, Pipe Man, Sakatana, Zap Tap Music, Leviathan, UK, which means the Leviathan's slightly colder and bitter, Sapient, Mr. Hunter, Amanda Conda Creates, and The Bad Resistor, and Null! Crystallian, you gave a sub to Null Speak, like one of the peeps making the Blackout Club, like it's no big fucking deal! Oh, and Bacon Avenger, not to be out feckin' done, did another 10. What the fuck? Bacon Avenger, you feckin' ledge! Okay, another 10 subs on top, which went to the Marquise de Vile Blood, Palms Read, feckin' Varials, yo! Mal, PP Yami. See what they did there. That's crass, but I'll give him that. Jack the Frost's Slime. Or, you know what? It's still grim. Penny Arcade? Wait, Penny Arcade's following? What the hot heckity? You know what? Okay, we're...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Also, Magic Rabbit, Unholy Cannoli, and Angelo Live. And then Count Fraz throwing in like 100, Mr. Hunter with 100, Quasi with 100. What the feckatry?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Fearless, what the fuck? Yo! Fearless giving it another 5. Those going out to Cause I'm Dan Jones, or as I call him, Hero to the People, Dan Jones. Cap Zergi, Pink Eden, The Sneaker, Zodin? Let's go with Zodin. Feckin' yo!
Stop that incessant clicking.
Feckin' yo!
Stop that incessant clicking.
It's still going through Crystallian. Oh, and Crystallian, you feckin' legend. Throwing in another 500, which is feckin' $5 to keep my dumbass alive. Thank you. So, alright, apparently we're beasting a train on the way out. That's a thing that's happening. 107% victory. Thank you all so much.
Maybe it's starting to sink in just how long 3 minutes really is. Let's skip right to the end. 179,000. 181,000. Oh!
Thank you, Dan Avadan, for that one. Alright, everyone, get on the train. We're going to find the object. Choo-choo, Mother Hubbards. Exit through the gift shop. Oh, feckin' yo! And Darth Tuttle gave out a sub as well. This is like some top-tier house call nonsense. You fucking legends! Darth Tuttle, thank you so much. Giving a sub to Nemo Void as well. Well, Void Astra, the sentiment is sincerely appreciated. You're under no obligation. I'm very lucky I get supported by these people, so feckin' yo. And Iron Imp, nice.
Hello there, and thank you for watching another amazing Ninja Sex Party music video. If you'd like to see more of our videos, please click any of these links back here.
Oh, Marwol, on the subject of Trackless yesterday, I found out about the third ending after we ended stream, but you were right. We'd already passed the point where we could see it. But I haven't found anyone that will actually tell us what it is. So it's like a feckin', it's a feckin' mind break. And I was somewhat yelling about it online last night because there's an inordinate amount of stuff in that game I didn't get the chance to find and desperately, desperately want to.
Stop that incessant clicking.
You're a very attractive young lady. I'd like to ask you out on the hottest of dates.
MDH, what are you plotting?
Allow me to make my case.
Okay, so all of you, thank you so much for a behemoth of a level 5 train to see us out. Like, there's no big deal. I will wait until the alerts stop, but that was an inordinate amount of support, so thank you all.
Stop that incessant clicking.
So yeah, you're going to have to listen to this Lich from Warcraft 2 for a little bit longer.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay, also Rikami was pointing out whilst we're here that the song that Ati is listening to is called Sakaran Tango, so Heroes Tango. It's just caught up with Count Fresh. Thank you again, you fucking legend. And if you listen to the lyrics, it's nods to the stories of Alan Wake, Quantum Break, and even Control. Yo. Oh, MDH, I'm going to wait until the alerts have finished before I throw you over to before I throw you on over to Bart Nender. Okay, it's caught up with Mr. Hunter. Feckin' yo. Yeah, Bacon Avenger, congrats on getting the Penny Arcade team. I didn't even know they followed our little tiny operations of nonsense over here. And Quasi, thank you and all. Darth Tuttle's asking how's the Waffle House. I checked on it yesterday. It's lovely. Everyone else is building far more impressive Viking settlements. But I've got my little Waffle House up on the cliff and I'm real happy with it. Graphite's like, was that enough stalling for time? Yes. Well, there's 3 minutes until Bart Nender's kicking off, so we've got a couple minutes left. And we've just gotten to Fearless's hit.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yeah, you're right. Later, there should be plenty of time for alerts, credits. Although I'm just ignoring feeling masses of things at the moment.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Thanks to the medium of Ninja Sex Party. Very grateful for that. Very grateful. Oh yeah, no, and Fearless, you got Hero to the People Dan Jones on a multi-shot. That's not easy. Bacon, why? Bacon, why would you make me do this? Oh, I can turn off the hype train at least a little bit. Boop.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Marvel says, you know what game I'd like to see take on? Marathon. God, I'd love to spend a day... And there was the Crystallion.
98 timer pushed it past 100.
And you did. Sincerely thank you for that. Where's the buttons? Where's the buttons? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There we go. Wow, I lost my train of thought there. I do apologise.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay, we've gone to Darth Tuttle. What was I going to say? Oh, about Marathon. I'd love to do a day talking about Marathon. Marathon's horrible to watch, but a great thing to talk about.
Boop.
What the fuck? No! Yo! That's how you got the feckin' yacht! I wasn't looking. Holy fuck! Sorry, NSP! Timing! El Ravager, you fucking hero, thank you! Dan Abadan, you are not helping here! I have a lot of conflicting feelings. Oh. $50 worth of boobies. Lecter, no. It's gonna go on Nugget Foods. I can assure you that. El Ravager, thank you so much. That's a huge amount of money. It's gonna go on keeping us all going, keeping the nuggies fed for First and Sure It. Okay, fresh salad will go to the nuggies. Evidence will be recorded. I promise you this. Dan, I need you to... Oh, feckin' hell. I'm feeling like 7 emotions at once. Oh my word. Okay, friends. No more feelings or distractions before I have like a teary feckin' meltdown here. Okay. Right. I need to say a massive thank you to all of you before I am unable to speak because of feelings. So! Oh, feckin' hell. El Ravager, you feckin' legend, thank you. As I said earlier in the day, like, this whole little household is kept upright by you lot, and I can't say enough thank yous for that. El Ravager, thank you for that huge donation. Like, it's gonna go on Nuggets specifically. There will be evidence. The other biggest thing that keeps us going at the moment is bits. So, to all of you, thank you. But I want to say special thank you. A special thank you to El Ravager, Catros, Some Numbers, Bacon Avenger, Favor 6 Caffeine, Fearless Sun, Graphite, Sparrow, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, to Syndra and J-Post, Halo Jinx, Crystallion, Count Fraz, Mr. Hunter, Quasimoto, Vanderbeast, Kestrel North, Malwol, Sindwin. I think I butchered you a second. No, seriously, you're doing so much to help us right now, and I can't say thank you enough. Your moderator today was Caffeine, Rhymes and Moose and Tarlicus, but also a thank you to Lizzie T. Pow. And our followers. We gained a bunch of follower friends today, and I'm going to lamentably say some of them. Alvert, Void Astra, Pico Legion, Axes the Splatster, Poutine in a Box, great name, Phoenix Storm, Big Buff Sweaty Leather Daddy, because they did end up being a good chatter, and Massive Horse Stick, who was also actually quite lovely, thank you. Now to Stepagen, Leatherfather, Night Valen, Horse Stick, Compliment Cap, C222, Scar Red Tiger, Kika, Meowki Sakura, Red Marshall Rhea? What the hell is wrong with me? Marshall Rhea, Kazaki, Void Astra, Botnenda, Soldier Sailor, Quinvincible, Sorfwi, Levine, Raven Traptor, Falcon Ludback, Aphili Machado, Pipe Man, Zap Tap Music, Leviathan UK, Mr. Hunter, Skatada, Sapiens, Amanda Conda Creates, we're just gonna wing it, Bad Resistor, Nullspeak, Marquise Devile Blood, Palms Reed, Pipiyami, Jack Frost Slime, Penny Arcade, you know, that small bunch of plucky upstarts, Magic Rabbit, Malmol, Varials, Unholy Cannoli, Angelo, Live, Pinkenden, Tisnika, Captain Zergi, Cousin Dan Jones, Zoden and Nemo Void. Like, whether or not you were celebrating 29 months, or whether you were hunted by these lovely hunters of House Carl, to all of you, I say a massive thank you. Right. Before I start having a teary feckin' breakdown, I'm going to pass you over to Bartender, who is doing recap and all sorts in some Vampire the Masquerade story levels. Thank you all so much. Today ended up being better than I could have hoped, and is a... Same time again next Thursday for Control? Fucking yo. Tomorrow's Blackout Club! Tomorrow's the Blackout Club. So if you want to see one of the most interesting stories unfurled a teeny tiny bit of real time, come join us. I think we'll kick off from like 4 Pacific. And then we got Memnol on Saturday. Fucking hell, I don't even know what to say. Oh no, and Rikami, thank you for the translations and all the good stuff. Okay, to all of your lovely selves, bring the thunder with Bartender. Have an absolutely lovely rest of your evening, and I will see you tomorrow for the Blackout Club. Feckin' yo. Feckin' yo. Oh, Utopia Heart. Nice. Fucking yo.